Good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Watkins Glen International for a joint event, the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Club of America, and the BMW Club of America Club Racing Group. And I'm Greg Ginsburg, Brian, and this is Brian Donati. And of course, we've got Josh Ashby here working the controls for you here today. I want to wish everybody and welcome everybody to beautiful WGI Watkins Glen International for what is going to be a beautiful day of racing here. Gorgeous weather so far, Brian, as you would expect here in the Finger Lakes region of New York, early in the morning. Very low humidity, nice, cool temperatures currently running. I don't know what we're looking at, probably just about 55 to 60 degrees. Let's take a look at that weather. And we'll go and bring that up, hopefully. There we go. 50. Yep. Hey, I was right on. 58 degrees.
You're starting to be like me. You're starting to be the weather guy now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And so, Brian, we've got our first group heading on track right now. This is our small, we call mid-bore, basically cars with engines larger than 1,500 cc, below 2,500 cc. They are out for their first race of the day, I believe. That this will actually be their third. This will be their third race. Yeah. Of the weekend already. We had action starting yesterday, and we're not streaming it. And as we were, as day was going on yesterday, we had some cleanup to do, and this group unfortunately didn't get their third race in yesterday as was originally scheduled. So we're going to be running it this morning. Let's, Josh, if we can bring up the schedule real quick and take a look at that as our drivers are on their pace lap right now. You can take a look there. Our first race of the day going to be, and actually, I've got the wrong one up here. I thought I had
we're gonna stick Group 2 in there.
Yeah, right up at the top. Yeah, exactly.
Just move everything down one, make it easier. So.
We'll get that fixed up in a little bit.
We know you're not good at math, so just move everything up. Right?
Yeah, so we should be back on schedule, I think, Brian, by 8:40 when our BMW racers go out for their practice session, and we're going to keep the stream up. We're probably going to take a little bit of a break during that practice session, and then we'll come back for more racing. But we're going to bring you all the racing coverage today for both the Vintage Racing Group and also for BMW CCA Club Racing.
Correct, yeah. All weekend long here.
All right, so let's take a look here as we've got our racers on track. We'll go back to the live action here, Josh, as we've got the racers now coming through the toe of the boot. On this pace lap. Very large group out here. We'll get you all the runners in just a few moments. It appears that our timing and scoring system at the Glen here is vintage as well, Brian.
Yeah.
And
you got to take your shoes off. You got to add who's where and everything else. So
we'll get that for you in just a few moments as our racers are making around the track for the remainder of their pace lap. We are going to be bringing you this morning. Let's see if I can do simple math, Brian. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cameras around Watkins Glen International right now, and hopefully we'll have a few more for you a little bit later today, as well as the day moves on.
That beautiful sunshine coming through there, popping up. Like you talked about, Greg, a little bit cloudy here and there this morning when we first got out here, but of course when we got out here it was very dark, so we couldn't even see the clouds. But we're getting ready to come. Looks like we're getting ready to come out through here, and we're going to get this first race, but their third race for Group 2. Coming out of 10 right now, getting ready to head down to the start-finish line. So pretty excited about that. A lot of cars going out this morning. You talked about the temperatures. Look, it's going to take a lap or two really to get these, heat the tires, heat the brakes. This is where it's really going to be. These guys are going to have to tiptoe, especially when they get down into turn 1. Looks like we're getting ready to go here. Wait for our green flag. We are green flag racing here early this morning. And I tell you what, Greg, we don't have the live timing and scoring up right now, but whoever that is in that 4 car got a heck of a jump already this morning. As they start to head down into turn 1, we'll see. Now they're going to go single file there through there, but the rest of the pack, they're 2 wide. They're 3 wide coming out of turn 1, getting ready to head up into turn 2. And I tell you what, we got 1 car off to driver's right, heading into 1. I can't make out the number here. It's a little bit behind the guardrail there, Greg. The blue bushes, as we like to say here. occasionally. It's going to be hard to see who that is, but he did not get a good start there, and I think that that car may have just completely just stalled and stopped.
Oh my. Okay. Well, we'll try and get some info. Josh, why don't we move to another camera? There we go.
Starting to head through the bus stop here. You can see we're still 2-3 wide there, Greg, going back through the bus stop there. You got to get single file quickly. If not, it's not going to work a little bit. Even with the smaller cars, it's not going to work if we can't get 2-3 wide or can't get single file through there.
All right, and there we go. Having a little early morning issues with some of our camera connectivity here, but hopefully we'll get that worked out. So interesting thing here, Brian, is that today, for those of you that know Watkins Glen, know that there are two different configurations that are typically run. There is what is known as the long course, which is typically what you find your sports cars racing, Formula cars racing, and that is the 11-turn version, the 1110 3.45 mile version of Watkins Glen International. That's what we're going to be running today. Tomorrow, we're going to be going over to the short circuit. The short course is essentially the NASCAR circuit, Brian, that eliminates the boot section that it was added on to this race course, actually, I guess, right around the time that Formula One started holding the United States Grand Prix here. And we'll take that short chute that comes out of the outer loop over to here at turn number 11, as we've got some cars coming into view now and onto the front straight. And we'll reposition some of the cameras tomorrow so that we can get a little bit more action over there. We have a number of cameras that are devoted down in the boot section of the course. And what we're dealing with right now, Brian, unfortunately, is we're dealing with a lot of connectivity issues down at the boot right now. As we've got that local caution, you could see being displayed at the starter stand because of the car that pulled off driver's right over by turn 1, over by the 9.
Yeah, you can't see him on the turn 2 camera, but the turn 1 camera, you can definitely see the car over off the driver's right. There it is. That looks like the 277. So again, don't have a name on that individual just yet. We will get that. Things like that, get our time and scoring going up, we'll be able to give that to you. But if you know who the 277 is, he's parked over there. Didn't really even get a start. It looks like they either A, missed the shift, or that car just did not run down into turn 1.
The 277, Brian, that is Jeff Bear. He's out of, well, he's driving a 67 MPG in the EPV class. I don't have what town he's out of. Actually, I should be able to get that easily enough. Let me do a little internet sleuthing here.
Internet sleuthing.
All right, Jeff Bear out of Woodbridge, Virginia. So local, right by our neck of the woods.
Yeah, right by me. Yeah, about an hour from me.
Yeah, indeed. So he's unfortunately an early end to his race with that 1967 MGB. Race Group 2, we're going to see them a little bit later today. They're actually scheduled to go out just before lunchtime, Brian, again at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, back-to-back races here.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a pretty quick turnaround. Sorry, going to be a pretty quick turnaround for them. So, yeah, so it sounds like we're going to leave that car there. The driver's going to get out and go back over the wall.
And they'll retrieve the car after the session.
They'll retrieve the car, which, again, Jeff Bear, right? You've got to get that car back. Again, this thing goes till, 8 o'clock? We got another just under 15 and a half minutes left to go in this race. Get that car back, find out what went wrong, and get that car fixed up and get back out here for 11 o'clock.
All right. So, as I'm looking here, Brian, there are a couple of folks. We know Todd Reed very well, who's out in his Lotus Super 7. I used to race against Todd in the Honda Challenge many years ago. But Todd has been racing the Super 7 for many, many years. He's currently leading our EPV class, the class that Jeff Bear was in. I want to try and pick up here, Josh, battle for the lead in TA2, if we can find them. David LeBron, he's in his 1967 Alpha GTV, and then Vince Vaccaro in the 270 GTV. LeBrun's car, white. Yeah, and I think there they are going down into turn 1. White, David LeBron in the 670 car, and then Vaccaro in the red and black, number 99, which is trailing. And there they are right in a row coming up through turn number 2 as they came out of turn 1. Let's take a look and try and track them here through the S's. Getting a little bit of stuttering from our camera over there. We apologize for that.
Camera guys are hard to find nowadays.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
You know, Greg, while we're watching that, you know, one of the things I mentioned before the timing came up, and I said the 4 car, I think that was the 41 car, that was Tom Upshur in that Lotus 7. He's the one who actually got a really good jump
on the
start of this race. I mean, because I think he moved up 2 or 3 positions. We talked about this yesterday while we were up here setting up. That's a 27 Kenny Williamson also in that Elva Courier. I tell you what, he got another good start again this morning. So again, 2 drivers that are pretty quick right off the start when they see that green flag. They're all in it.
All right, so Brian, since this is going to be a very quick, very short race, the next time our leader, I think it's Baxter Phillips, in his Lotus Super 7, the 676 car, I believe he's our leader on track. He should see the white flag signifying one final lap to go for this race.
Yeah, trying to get everything in. So it looks like they're just now coming out of turn 10. Now I believe that is coming through there, getting ready to go up underneath the bridge down the front stretch here. So you're right. He should be getting the white flag coming out. So there it is right there. So again, Todd Baxter in that 676 in that Lotus 7. You're right, Greg. He is going to be the leader. Then Chris D'Amico, then Tom Upshur. That's your top 3 there, you know, heading down into turn 1 right now. So again, working this last lap. So again, another pretty quick race here. These drivers are going to have to go through. But again, as you mentioned, they're going to come back. You're going to see them again today, probably right before lunch. And they'll get out there and get going again. So again, some of these vehicles that had some problems that didn't get the start they wanted, such as the Bear machine that we talked about, you've got to get that car back and get it fixed. Another driver out here in this ITB class, Greg. Another class that you're very familiar with. Stephen Bassett in that 22 in that Mazda Miata. So good run for Stephen there. I believe he is leading that ITB class that's involved in this. Let's see if we can't pick up that TA2 battle, Greg, that you were talking about.
Yeah, with the 2
Let's
Alphas.
see, I think they just went up the hill, and I think they're getting ready to come through. They may be getting ready to come out of.
Yeah, because it's actually it's actually changed a little bit because Josh Brown, who is in the red Volkswagen Golf GTI with the flares, he is now running second to David LeBrun in that TA2 class. And he has put himself between the 2 Alphas and has really closed things down on this last lap. When they started the final lap, Brian, was about 2/10 in arrears.
Right.
So pretty darn close, and we'll continue to track that battle and see whether or not the brown car can, which is a red car, by the way, Brian, whether or not it can make up 2 positions in the last 2 laps to head off into the lead. All right, as our leader now, driving his Lotus 7, comes across the line, Brian. That is Baxter Phillips, and he resets fast lap on the very last lap of the race, turning in a 2:16.95. Chris D'Amico in his Lotus 7, finishing second overall, takes the win in CPV. And on the very last lap, Brian, and it's all Lotus 7s up at the front of the field, Todd Reed, who'd started the final lap in 4th position overall, gets by Tom Upshur. So Reed takes the win in EPV. Upshur finishes second in CPV, 4th overall. David LeBrun does take the win in TA2, finishes 5th overall. Kenny Williamson will finish 6th. He takes the win in DPV in his Elva Courier. I love those little cars. Marcus Jones will finish 7th overall, 2nd in EPV to Todd Reed in his 1964 MGB. Josh Brown, 2nd in TA2. Again, he was only a couple of tenths off of LeBrun, but he finishes 3 cars back, finishes 8th overall. Stephen Bassett in his Mazda Miata, Brian. Takes the win in the ITB class. He'll finish 9th, with Dave Dearson also in a Miata finishing in 10th. Vince Vaccaro finishes 11th overall. He is in the TA2 class, so 3rd in class. Louis Petitucci will finish 12th. Benny Bish, 13th. Dave got 14th. And Mike Moore will finish in 15th position. All right, so let's do this, Brian. We've got one more. We've got a lot more racing coming up. I think I got the schedule fixed up, Josh. So let's take a look at that schedule. There we go. Hey, look at that. There it is. There is the correct schedule.
There it is.
All right, so we just finished up with our Group 2 race. Group 1 is going to be on track here in just a few moments. And then we'll have Group 3, and that's going to wrap up the early morning sessions for VRG. We'll then be moving over to some practice for BMW Group. We'll check in periodically, but probably not going to have a lot of commentary for that for the BMWs until they have their first race of the day at 10:30 this morning, and then basically, well, yes, I know I have the 2 Group 4 races.
They're going back to back.
We'll fix that up. All right, but what we're going to do, Brian, let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
We'll be back here in just a few moments.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International for Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Club of America's Club Racing. We are now getting ready for our second race of the day, Brian. And this is we saw the medium bore drivers a few moments ago. This is our small bore drivers, essentially for the sports cars here for engines 1500 cc and below. We'll also have our Formula V racers out in this group, I believe, as well. Of course, they've got under 2 liters. I think 1.2. I think there's 1300 cc, if I remember correctly. And then we've got some of the pre-1960 cars out there. I've got a Honda EF Civic hatchback out there.
Is
that
it
one
1500 or 1300?
What, the Formula Vs?
No. The class.
1500.
Is it 1500?
1500. Okay. We got that EF 1988 to 1991 Honda Civic hatchback out there. It's a 1.5 liter motor in that car. So there you go. He fits right in there. And they are heading out. And again, this is going to be a slightly shortened race. Josh, if we can put up the schedule again here real quick, and we will bring that up.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly. As we have our racers out on track now, but there is the new updated schedule. I even fixed those groups for us there.
I was going to say, I just saw that, yeah.
So next up after this group will be our group devoted entirely to Formula Fords. We'll then we'll have our BMW groups going out for a little bit less than an hour for their practice sessions, and then we'll come back with more racing. So we've got this group now out on their pace lap, and going to apologize as we had another cameraman taking early breakfast break here in the Finger Lakes.
Man, you mentioned there's Dunkin' Donuts in town, and they all go running, don't they?
That's right. Well, but that Dunkin' Donuts opened up at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m., Brian. So they had plenty of time to get there.
Technically or not technically?
Well, untechnically. All right.
They should be getting ready to come up. We may be seeing these cars coming through turn 10 here momentarily.
Yeah, so up at the front of the field, we've got Andrew Moore in his FPV, Austin Healy Sprite, Jesse Darrow in a Spitfire, as well as Tom Brown. Tom is also in a Spitfire. We've got Ralph Solomon in his FM Bobsy. That's a sports racer. That's an 1100 cc car. John Clark in the CSV class in his Mini Cooper. And then we've got AJ Ferragonio, and we know him from SCCA Club Racing. He's running an SCCA Spec Renault.
Yeah.
We know AJ from running much newer engine versions with a Ford motor in them, in Spec Racer Ford. Justin D'Antonio in a Sprite. Mac McCormick in a Mini Cooper S, and then Peter McCarthy in his Austin Healy Sprite, Richard Jefferson in his MG Midget. That would round out your front 5 rows, your top 10 cars. And we had 38 drivers in this group, Brian, over the course of yesterday's running. So we'll see how many of these drivers take the green, as I believe they're coming out of turn 11 onto the front straight. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. And look at that group of sports cars head down the front straight now as they make the run down into the 90 into turn 1 here at Watkins Glen International.
I'll tell you what, Moore and Darrow, Brown, they were almost 3 wide. Darrow and Moore, they were 2 wide as they went through turn 1. Brown just a few feet back there coming through. Again, we're still side by side with Moore and Darrow. Coming up out of turn 1, heading up into turn 2 and up through the S's there, Greg.
Yeah, so got a couple of racers. We talked about Ferragonio in his sports Renault, which we can pick out there. The open top car is in the yellow.
Yep.
If you're aware of SCCA Club Racing, where we have the Spec Racer Fords, the chassis are almost identical. The bodies are, for the most part, identical. These had the Renault engines that were placed in the Renault Alliance and Encore, and SCCA moved over to Ford Motors when Renault sold off American Motors Corporation to Chrysler and exited the U.S. market, and those engines just weren't available any longer.
Yeah.
But the chassis have been, and the suspension systems have been largely the same over all these years.
Yeah. I tell you what, again, you still look at, the top half of this group here. We're still, even the back half you can see here coming out of the bus stop and going through there. I tell you what, Greg, we're still going 2-3 wide in some spots where you just don't really see that. You got to get back single file. And again, we apologize to cameras aren't working down in the back half of this racetrack, but I tell you what, we get to turn 10, you've got to start getting back into single file if you want to go anywhere, because at this point, you're just going to kind of go backwards, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're 2 or 3 wide there, or really 2 wide trying to get to certain areas, it's like the parachute program, even with the smaller cars, right? I mean, you've got to really use the draft a little bit, especially around this racetrack, because it's big, and especially when we're going down into the
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, the one thing about this, especially when you look at some of these lower horsepower machines, as we see our first drivers coming out of turn 10 now, and wow, big puff of smoke there on the overrun coming down into the final corner. This is coming into turn 11, which brings you onto the front straight. You know, this track, it's very cambered in most of the corners, allows you to stay on the throttle with maybe just slight brushes to the brake. It makes passing actually very, very difficult, as we've got one driver now who has gone off and pulled his car. Probably a mechanical issue there, given how far off to the side of the track he's pulled, but that's a great thing. He pulled off to the side, Brian, and allows our racers to keep moving, and there may be a local caution out there, but you know, it keeps the course circulating, that they're not going to need to bring out probably a safety car.
Yeah, very far off, almost like the same incident we had down turn 1, like in a certain spot where you're kind of out of the way, and then we can get through the race without having to go through bad spot.
Right.
About 100 feet off of that turn. So, yeah, they're saying now he wasn't running, but he coasted down there. So. Again, early morning lows here, you know, with some of these cars. Again, as you talked about, Greg, with the weather, it's not chilly, right? The sun's really beating down, but sometimes these cars just don't run very well in the morning. Right? I mean, you know, they're an afternoon class, per se, right? I mean, you know, I've seen some of, you know, we've seen these, you know, time in and time out. So
look at this group, Brian, coming 3 wide into the bus stop here, as they're all jockeying for position to get in, as a couple of our sports racers trying to slot in between these, like the Datsun 510 and MGB.
Again, still trying to, you know, right here, this is where you need to get single file. And again, apologize, the cameras aren't working down there that you can see kind of what's going on. But as you come out of this big sweeping turn, you've got to get single file to get down into that boot. Because if you don't, again, that's that parachute effect that's going to come up. No, whether you're in a Spec Renault or not, right? You're still going to have that parachute effect, and that's just going to do nothing but slow you down.
Sure. Now, you know, and after this turn right here, and we had the camera for a few moments there, downhill, what they call the chute here, that goes into the laces of the boot. It's a downhill left-hander. Because of how cambered it is probably one of the more difficult corners to make a pass here, Brian, because if you get out of that groove, it gets very, very greasy. There's a reason why in that section of the track there are probably more tire barriers than anywhere else around here, because cars do slide off the track quite a bit. And then it is a pretty steep downhill run into one of the hardest braking corners on the course, which is that toe of the boot, which you know, you've got the compression coming down the hill, and then you've got one of the quickest rises that you have. You've got you know, especially for these low horsepower, low torque cars, that you really have to dig out of that corner, probably more so than any other one here at Watkins Glen. You know, it's a challenge that you need to and want to be able to carry speed through that corner.
Right. Yeah. And you can see where we've lost, you know, when they were 2 and 3 wide there with those Renault, you know, those sports Renaults. I tell you what, again, they went all the way back with that by losing some of that effect. You know, especially right here, getting down into turn 1. Again, they got a car in between there. We'll pick out who that car is. It's a little hard to tell, but we'll see. But you can see where they get the draft coming off of turn 1 now. And he's going to use that as a slingshot and pass to get up that hill and get up through the S's there. I believe that's going to be, well, that's the 62 there. That's Steve Hanford. And I think the
Hanford
Ferragonio is in that one in the 6th car that he used that slingshot to get back through there up to the S's.
Now, did I see? I think we've had a car that pulled over on the outside of turn 1. And yeah, I think it was right there. I think it was the shape of things to come, Brian. That would be the Triumph TR7 we had there, and that is William Emery driving the number 77 machine, and I think he is the.
In other words,
He
if
was
you've
off
got
there
a
for a moment.
7 in your number, be careful going down into
Yeah, I
turn one
think-
already
exactly.
this morning, right? Because that'd be the second one, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, that light blue TR7's got a bit of a history in recently in SCCA Club Racing. I believe it was raced down in the South Atlantic area. A gentleman that I know, Jeff Young, who raced both TR7s and also TR8s, and most recently ran at the National Championship runoffs in the TR8 with a hard top on it in the E-production class with by far the largest displacement motor, seeing that it had the TR8 had the Buick, I think the Buick V8 in it, whereas the TR7 has a 4-cylinder motor.
Tell you what, Greg, let's pick up, let's recap here at the top, because we've got Andrew Moore in that 79 machine in that Austin Healey Sprite. He's kind of opened up almost an 8.5-second lead now over Jesse Darrow in that 63 Triumph Spitfire.
Yeah.
Where, we saw early on they were kind of nose to tail there and side by side, kind of bouncing back and forth. Now that's pretty much opened up. There you see him getting ready to come through the bus stop right now. There it is. There's Andrew Moore in that number 79 machine. And now it looks like you've got Jesse Darrow's going to be under heavy attack there. Thomas Brown possibly
exactly.
going out of turn 5 there. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to do it. That's in that 64 Triumph Spitfire in that blue machine right there. So we'll see them. Again, it looks like you're going to have Thomas Brown who's going to make that pass over Jesse Darrow in that other Spitfire in that number 51 machine. So again, really got through the bus stop pretty well, getting through there for Thomas Brown.
All right, I'm trying to get the number, Brian. We had a driver that had started putting up quite a bit of smoke at the rear of the car. They were our officials were about to black flag him. He recognized the issue.
Right now,
yeah, he pulled onto the pit lane under his own accord.
I think that's the 77. I think that's the one they were talking about it down in turn 1.
Right.
I didn't bring out the binoculars just yet, but I think that is the 77. They're kind of looking that over, kind of that looks purplish blue.
Yeah. No. That's not the TR7 of Emery. That is.
Oh, we'll figure it out. I can see it. It does look like a 77 from here. They were looking underneath the back, but yeah. I don't think anything was determined.
Looking at the nose of the car, that might. It's not a TR. I can tell it's not a TR7. A little bit older vintage. Yeah, it might be one of our. I was gonna say it might be one of the sprites, but we'll try and get him.
Well, here he is. He's coming down the pit lane right now. It's the 71.
71. Gotcha.
71. So I knew there was a 7.
That is Travis Smith, and it is a Spitfire. He's in the FPV class. So he's going to take that car now back to the paddock. Looks like his day is done, and this session we should be seeing the white flag here with just a few moments. We've got 4 laps in the books. Our leaders, Moore, Brown, Darrow, and I think all the way up to 8th position, all the way up to Craig Seifert, all running on the lead lap with 4 complete working lap number 5 currently. And we just saw the shot of Moore coming out of the bus stop, and there he is coming down out of the outer loop and heading into the boot. Moore just reset the fastest lap of the session in that beautiful 1964 Austin Healey Sprite, turning in a 2:21.95. He is currently, Brian, lapping almost 3 seconds faster than our second and third place racers in FPV, Tom Brown and Jesse Darrow.
And the 71 there, you talked about with Travis Smith, he actually went back out on the racetrack, so looks like they didn't find anything leaking out of there.
Okay.
So, unless he took that hard right and came up the paddock street and down off the pit road, but he did not make that right-hand turn in pit road to go back. But they sent him down to pit lane. We'll see. We'll see if he does complete another lap. But as you said, Greg, we're gonna get 1 to go here next time by. one of our leaders. That's Andrew Moore, and I believe he just now went out of turn 2, heading up to maybe coming up through the S's right now. Maybe I think he may be down on turn 10. Not sure. We'll see, but we'll pick him back up. Yep, getting ready to come underneath the bridge, head down the front straight here. So that's Andrew Moore. So he's going to be working his last lap here. And you're right, Greg. He's that time was 4 seconds slower than his lap prior. So definitely in some heavy traffic. Definitely in some heavy traffic.
Yes. Hey, want to welcome to the chat Matt Nur, who's watching us on VRG's YouTube channel. He says fun stuff. Wish he was there on track, and beautiful sunrise, as you can see. Absolutely, I'll tell you, Mac. Brian and I were helping our cameramen. Some of them apparently didn't appreciate it. At about 6 o'clock this morning, we're actually here on the track surface when the sun started coming up, and it was an absolutely glorious sunrise.
Yeah.
Nice orange skies.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't beat the Finger Lakes region anymore this time of year.
And you can turn, you can look at, our camera shot out of the bus. You can, when we get back to the other side of the bus stop here, down in, I believe at, what turn is that? Right there, that camera right there. I tell you what.
That is the outer. That's the outer loop right there.
The sun is beating on that camera. The camera's focusing on the sun as much. So that focus is definitely going to get a little bit better once that sun gets above
a little higher in the sky. That big white ball that's just to the right of the timing ticker. That's the big orb we call the sun. And so hopefully when it gets a little higher in the sky, that camera will also brighten up a little bit.
Tell you what, we got a pretty good race. I was going to say we got a really good race with our Renaults there between Ferragonio and Steve Hanford in that 62 machine. I tell you what, getting ready to go up through there to complete this last lap. Pretty good battle there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the battle for third. Well, we've got good fight between Donick and Schrader. Those are the two lead Spec Renaults. And then a little bit further back, we see just now coming onto the short chute. That's Ferragonio and Hanford. If you look here, just coming through the bus stop right now, that's the battle for the lead in the B Sports Racer class. John Dunick and Michael Schrader. Dunick, who is out of, let's see if I can get his information. John Dunick, he is out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, and he's got Old Speed Rentals, of course, renting his car. Old Speed Rentals had purchased these Spec Renaults from Entropy Racing about 2 years ago. As the checkered flag is now out on the session, we'll check back in with the sports racers as they come to the front straight. But taking the overall win and winning the FPV class is Andrew Moore. Margin of victory over Jesse Darrow, about 13 seconds. John Clerk will finish third overall, takes the win in CSV in his Mini Cooper as he got around Thomas Brown on the last lap, Brian. So great run for Clerk in the little yellow Mini Cooper, the number 10 car. And Clerk out of Warminster, Pennsylvania, running the Steel Wings machine. So Tom Brown finished fourth, third in FPV. Justin D'Antonio finishing in fifth. I want to thank Justin, who's given us quite a bit of help in getting things together for our broadcast here this weekend. Mac McCormick will finish sixth, second in CSV, then Peter McCarthy, John Dunick, Michael Schrader rounding out the top 10. And the margin there, Brian, on the last lap, if we look at those CSVs, McCormick, let's actually taking a look. Did we have one of the BSRs? No, there we go. So John Dunick with the win over Schrader in BSR, about 45 hundredths of a second. Then Hanford and Ferragonio separated by 1.8 seconds. So still real close racing there in BSR. Richard Jefferson's going to finish 13th overall in his MG Midget. Rob Brownlee Tommaso in his MGA. I remember seeing this car, Brian, beautiful MGA. Had it at the Jefferson 500 this spring at Summit Point Raceway. He is going to finish 14th overall. Todd Wetzel in his Ford Cortina in the British Racing Green finishes 15th overall. Alex Schaefer, 16th. Eric Russell, Baxter Phillips, Alan Kostic and William Demarest rounding out your top 20. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. And as we get ready, our next group up, that is going to be race group number 3. That's going to be our Formula Fords. I think we're going to have a very special guest here joining us in the booth. But let's do this, Josh. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action here from Watkins Glen International.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Rolero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. I'm Greg Ginsberg with Brian Donati, and as I said, we're going to have a special guest, and our special guest here this morning for our Formula Ford session is Denny Austin, who is, I believe, the chief instructor for the Vintage Racer Group. More importantly, long-time racer, long-time Formula Ford racer. And we did find out, Denny, that this is not going to be a race here this morning, that it's going to be a practice or a warm-up session for these racers as they get ready for more racing this afternoon. Well, first off, good morning. Oh, hold on 1 second. There we go. Let me unmute the correct microphone. Let's try that again.
Well, good morning. It's great to be up in the booth again. And yeah, this is going to be a practice session. The guys, the race yesterday afternoon was really 2 one-lap races back to back. And, I'm trying to get the folks calmed down and warmed up a little bit before the Formula Ford Challenge Series feature race later today. They wanted a little more practice, and I think that was a smart move on everybody's part. And hey, we still get to see the cars go around, don't we?
Exactly. So as we have some drivers out, we'll still throw up that ticker in a few moments to try and pick out where they are time-wise, and I'll see if I can get it so that it shows more like a qualifying session and ranks them by times rather than ranking them by position, which is what our ticker on the side of the screen will typically do. Let's see if you can indulge me for a moment here, Denny. I'm going to see if I can make that happen. But why don't you tell us a little about what you do with VRG and a little bit about the Formula Ford group here as well. And you just mentioned the Challenge Series. Probably we can get some information about that as well.
Absolutely. Well, briefly, I've been the chief instructor for the Vintage Racer Group Private Development Program now for about 7 years now, and it's a great program. We only run one school a year, and that's at our Jefferson 500 event, which we talked about earlier this year. We always get a good turnout, and it's been a great feeder program for getting folks into the sport, getting folks into the club. As for the Formula Fords, this is just a great program. These cars are, as you know, just excellent cars. They're a single-seat, open-wheel, 1600cc Ford motors. They're all historically correct from essentially the heyday of Formula Ford. And one of the things that the Formula Ford Challenge Series we have with VRG has been able to get a lot of cars out of garages and onto the track, which is where they belong.
Right.
And what's I think is particularly interesting about our Formula 4 Challenge Series is that it's not just older guys like me and my buddy Frank Del Vecchio, but there's a lot of younger guys with not so much gray hair. My son being one.
Hey, and Frank's son, I think, was racing at the Jefferson 500.
Yeah, that's not his son. It's more of of his. He's mentoring.
Okay.
Yeah, we have proteges. I happen to be related to my protege, Frank.
Frank just takes them as they come in the door.
That's Frank. And Frank is in the car this morning. I think he'll be up here this afternoon.
Yep.
Jordan Mayer will be in the car this afternoon. We got a lot of father-son, senior mentor relationships out there, and so we're seeing. Not that we're seeing fewer gray beards, but we are seeing more. We're seeing more folks with full head of hair.
Yeah, absolutely. That aren't as old as the cars.
That's right. That's right.
And are keeping, more importantly, they're keeping these beautiful machines on track for a longer period of time, so we can all enjoy them. And now, so if I remember correctly, my background, I come of late from CCA Club Racing, where we've got like 1981 chassis or something along those lines, and newer, typically for the national level Formula Ford or Formula F that they call it now, because of the use of some of the Honda motors in there. But if I remember correctly, there's essentially for Formula Ford maybe 3 or so different eras for them. Is that
in VRG, in the Formula 4 Challenge Series, we recognize 3 eras, if you will.
Right.
The first era is the most original, what we call historic.
Okay.
Historic Fords, and they date back to the originals in the late 60s, 66, 67, 68 era. They're required to run steel wheels. They must have outboard suspension all the way around, outboard brakes all around, and in general they don't have the constant velocity joints that the later cars have. And then we have what we call the Club Fords, which was sort of the second generation cars from the 70s. Some inboard suspensions, inboard rear brakes, pervasive use of the constant velocity joints, and they're a little bit faster. Although interesting to note, I mean, you'll see guys like Stefan Vapa in a historic Ford challenging the guys up front, and he should.
Well, right now he's got the second fastest lap time of anybody out on the track.
Yeah, that's not at all a surprise. Then, so those cars go up through the early 80s is generally when Club Ford came into being within SCCA. The cutoff date was a pre-84 car.
Okay,
84 or earlier, and had outboard suspension at one end or the other.
Right. Okay.
And that's sort of a defining feature that a couple of us put together with these cars. And that was sort of a protection against the inboard Renard and Swifts that dominate.
It was a big, a wholesale change in handling and, more importantly, speed. I guess by having those inboard suspensions, obviously making the rear of the car much more aerodynamic.
And the whole car was very narrow, and they were very wide track, and the Swift DB1s. And there are a couple of those out here running with our good friends with the Formula Car Club of America that like to run with us. But yeah, the DB1 was really was a game changer. And to the extent any of those later cars run with us, we call them post-Club Force, PCF.
Okay.
Because, hey, the guys want to come out and play, and they play nice in our sandbox. Come on out and play.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, tell me this, as far as the tires that these cars run on. Now, you talked about the first era cars obviously being on steel wheels. And, I know nowadays, again, from club racing, with the slicks that are on at the national level for current Formula Fords. But as Brian and I were walking through the paddock last night, it looks as though many of these cars are on, I guess, more period correct shredded rubber.
Exactly right. I mean, we in general, slick tires are not accepted in VRG. Now, there are a few exceptions, cars that would be impossible on treaded tires.
Okay.
But certainly, when Formula Ford first came over here, we had deep threaded Dunlops, Firestones, Goodyear tires,
That were
and
probably used for everything, whether it be dry or wet. I would presume.
early on, that could be very true. We now have deep threaded tires provided by Hoosier. There are other folks that deliver them as well, but they're acceptable. But we don't run on slicks. And what's interesting is these tires are certainly suitable for running in the rain, if they're reasonably fresh, and they get good tire wear. They're very controllable, so fast guys will always be fast, but they also are making it a little bit easier for a lot of guys to drive. Late model Formula Ford on slicks is a very knife-edge affair. They're fun to drive. They are great, and if you're up to that, then hallelujah, go for it. And maybe you're on your way to Formula One. But for fun and games, these Hoosier BFF tires are really
nice. They've got enough of the slip angle there that they make the car fun to
they will talk
around.
Absolutely, 100%.
Oh wow.
The guys are looking good coming through the bus stop.
Yes, it's funny. So I was up here for an event in June where, and this wouldn't affect the Formula Fords because I think they're smart enough not to launch their cars 10 feet in the air, that the NASCAR guys had made some changes, had asked to have some changes made to the curbing going into the bus stop over driver's right. They'd actually moved the Armco back a little bit and put these just monster curbs right at the entrance, and it was great to watch the Cup cars go through there because they will they'll lift the inside of the cars like watching the Australian V8 cars. But we noticed as we were going around the track surface last night, somebody had sent me some photos that apparently, so when NASCAR was here last weekend, maybe they didn't like having the high curbs there because they removed them. That they've got like these tiny little pieces over there just to upset the car a little bit, but they completely changed the profile. But it also, I think, in the case of the Formula Fords and for most of the racers, because they moved the Armco back a little bit, it gives some of the racers, especially if you're trying to make a pass coming down the short chute into the bus stop, it gives those drivers that are on the inside a little bit better view into the corner and where that first apex is. It maybe makes passing a little bit easier on entry.
Certainly, passing on entry into the bus stop is a great passing zone. It's an interesting combination of corners that get handled in a particular way. You can sort of late brake run sort of deep into the corner, and it may actually be faster to stay to the inside a little bit than to take the full line around. The most important part of the bus stop actually is the exit. Because it's a pretty good straight, and tomorrow it'll be a very long straight.
That's
after
right.
That. The guys got some special instruction on from observers out there as to what that bus stop was going to be, and it'll be nice when they sort of settled out. As okay, what are we going to be dealing with here next year?
Exactly.
But I don't think any of our guys have run afoul of that particular situation. So, and that's good news.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say, as you count, this is almost a big straightaway coming out of here. I've raced front wheel drive cars for years.
Oh, okay.
And coming through the outer loop here, it's anything but a straightaway. It's it's anything that you can keep the car from pushing off to the wall. I guess one of the advantages of having a light, nimble rear drive machine like these Formula Fords. All right, so Denny, the practice session looks like the checkered flag is out on the session. We saw it, and there we go. You can see with the checker in the air. As you mentioned, Stephen Vappa, who early on,
he's looking strong out there.
Yeah, and he actually ended up putting in the fastest lap time on the very last lap of the session. So turned in a 2:12.2. He was about 0.13 of a second up on Robert Dusek, who had been the fastest driver in the session early on. And then we've got Dan Pianowski and Pianowski is in a Crossley 30F, I believe, whereas Vappa and a Macon and Winkleman for Robert Dusek. Mark Clark set his personal best lap on the last lap in his Crossley, the 1978 vintage Crossley, to be 4th fastest, and Joseph Griffin 5th fastest there. But very you look there as they're just trying to again come to grips with a course, and it's much cooler track surface than what they saw yesterday afternoon. As I think this, given how close time-wise many of these racers are, especially up at the front of the pack, I think we'll talk volumes as to when they go out a little bit later today. And don't want to say race in anger, but
race in earnest.
In earnest. There you go.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I think the guys have been very smart this morning. I think they learned a lot from last night. As one of our novice provisional drivers who is out there this morning, Mike Buttrick, said, the car's cold, the track's cold, and I'm cold. And I said, did you hear that at driver's school? And he said, yes, I did.
Oh, my.
So I haven't heard any flag calls over
no,
the net.
not a one. It sounded like a very clean session.
Yeah, and times are getting better, and everybody's so I think this is going to be a good prep for the guys for this afternoon. And
totally agree.
Very fun.
Cool. Absolutely.
It's going to be a gorgeous day, man.
It is.
A gorgeous day.
It is. All right, so I hear that, as you mentioned, Frank Delvecchio, who was in a car today, hopefully we'll see him a little bit later today and have him on microphone. I'd love to have you up anytime you're, of course, welcome. I know it's a heck of a haul to get over to us here at the track, since we're on the complete other side of the track from where all the action is.
I found a way to get my scooter through.
Oh,
one
really?
of the little passageways over here.
Okay. There's that little baby cut through over by turn 10.
It's not like it's short, but it's better than having to drive halfway to
exactly
Corning to get.
No kidding. All right, so definitely anytime we got a headset for you, and we got well, we don't have any good food. Nobody brought us donuts this time, but we got plenty of water.
Sometimes that's all you need.
That's it. All right, so everybody, that is Denny Austin from the Vintage Racer Group, and we will hopefully have a little bit more from him a little bit later today, and we'll have some more great Formula Ford racers like Frank Delvecchio up here as well. But what we're going to do, we're going to take a few-minute break. I believe up next are going to be some of our BMW racers. We're going to switch over the graphics. We're going to get things ready. It is also a practice session, so we'll poke in and we'll talk a little bit about it. But what we're going to do first, we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Watkins Glen International.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Josh Ashby working all the controls for us here today. We're here for both days for our joint event between the Vintage Racer Group, that includes both the Vintage Racer Group as well as the BMW Club of America's Club Racing, and that is who is on track right now. We're going to have 2 warm-up or practice sessions for our BMW racers. We have 2 different race groups, and so they're going to split the time over the next 40 minutes or so as they head on track right now, and as those racers, I believe, are now wrapping up their out laps right now, indeed. And so we'll see them come across the line and start their first flying laps here in just a moment. The group that's out right now is this group. We've got it down at the bottom of the screen. There you go. We've got the different classes. We've got our modified groups. We have M2 Spec, Power 4, G and H, as well as I, and should be some very good racing today. We've got a nice little M2 Spec class out here today, and if I go and try and break this down by class, we've got 3 drivers in M2 Spec. In B mod, we've got 4 racers, although I think at least one of those drivers may not take the green. Had a little bit of an incident yesterday. Got a nice Power 4 PWR 4 class, 7 racers here this weekend. In C mod, there are 5. In IP, we've got 3. And I think on track right now is I'm waiting to get some lap times in. First racers here. Why don't we throw up put the ticker back on the screen? There we go. As we've got the racers here, starting to see some lap times come in as our first 3 drivers have crossed the line. Matt Stover, Michael Kerner, and Tyler Pappas now across the line, and we'll start to see some additional lap times come on in. And this session here, this practice session, although our timing and scoring doesn't show an end time, it is supposed to be right around 40 minutes total. So we're going to follow the action around let these folks race, or well, not race, let them warm up. They're not racing yet, and we'll give you some of the beautiful action, some of the beautiful shots here from Watkins Glen International.
welcome back. Picking up our BMW, our club racing. Again, we're just a little bit of a practice here, getting ready to wind this group down. We do have one more group that'll come out after this group. We'll go out for, again, another practice, another 15-20-minute practice. And this group here in our C-Mod, Brett Strom in that 846, the E46 machine leading the field with that time 156.997. Corey Deeds in his B-Mod, his M4 GT4, leads that group. Matthew Stover in the 150 machine in his E36 M3. He's going to be second in C-Mod right now with time 2:01.995. So you see a pretty big gap between Brett Strom and Matthew Stover. Rick Black in his E92 M3 in that number 86 machine, sitting there in second right now in that 461. Second now is coming out on this section, so there will be a second session that will come back out, as I mentioned. Kurt Olson in his 221 and his E92 M3, again sitting in third right now in his B mod. So they again picking up some times there, a little bit slower, 2:05.108. We go back down a little bit further, pick up some of the other ones. Liam Harrow in that 532 machine in his E36 328 8th overall, 2:06.945. Ran his fastest lap on lap 3, so pretty much his last lap of the session. Looks like Liam's going to get his best time. A little bit further down, we'll pick a couple other drivers here. Terry Elliott in that 361 machine in that E46 M3, going 2:08.042 again. His fastest lap on the last one. A little bit further down, we'll go all the way back down here and pick up some of the other drivers. Sean McKenzie in his C-Mod and his E46 M3 in 8:39, sitting 17th overall. Michael Wetzel in his let's see, he's got a M2 CSR F87, M2 Spec number 88 there, 2:12.109. So anyway, like I said, we've got the checker flag on this group here. We're going to be we'll pick up the second group when we come back on, but we'll once that group rolls out, then we'll pick them up, give you some more times, and we'll be right back here momentarily.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. I am Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we are here for our combination Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club America Club Racing weekend here at beautiful WGI. Heading out on track now is our second of two BMW groups, and they are out on their out lap currently. This group, as you can see from the bottom of the screen, made up of iStock, JP and KP, Power 2, Power 3, a very large Spec E46 group, and I could get rid of that exhibition list at the end. That is actually got some interlopers, Brian. Got some Porsche Caymans.
Some Steelers trying to get into the situation.
Exactly, who I believe are running in the GTB1 class. That's for our Porsches. So maybe I'll get rid of that whole exhibition next time around. Here as we have racers now starting their first flying, or probably they're starting their out lap. So let me rephrase that. They're starting their first flying lap now as they come out of the 90 here and start to make their way up. It takes, we're talking about almost 3.5 miles around as these racers are trying to get their tires up to speed. The out laps take a couple minutes.
Yeah. So, again, we've got, between the both groups, we've got such a huge
close to 100,
field, almost
right?
100 of these, these
BMW
BMWs across the, across the board. So again, fantastic turnout from these drivers and these teams. It's a lot to go. Looks like we got one car that is going to miss the entrance into the bus stop. Guess he didn't want to pick up the kids this morning, so he's going to go straight. So
we know in NASCAR you have to come to a complete stop there, Brian. But,
well, when we put the camera out, we didn't do that. We had a 10-second penalty.
Exactly. So let's see. It looks like he is going to continue on. We'll see if he picks up some speed as he comes down through the outer loop and continues on, or whether or not maybe he's got some mechanical issues with that car.
Yeah.
I would think here early on, Brian, he probably just outbraked himself going into the bus stop, but we can see he's still a little bit off pace now coming through there. And that is the 323 machine of Merrill McMullen that is having those issues.
Yeah.
And Merrill out of High Bridge, New Jersey, driving 1998 BMW 325. So an E36. He's in the Power 2 class. And good. It's a good field in Power 2, Brian. We have, I believe, in Power 2, we've got 7 racers. In Power 3, we've got 6. When I said we had a big Spec E46 contingent here this weekend, 14 racers in Spec E46.
It's going to be a great race, this afternoon when we get in there. Well, actually, they come back. Well, Group 1, so the first group that went out this morning here, when we come back, They go out, I think, 10:30 and 11, and then these guys come back and do 11:30. It's going to be our last race before lunch, I believe. Get back on the schedule. So again, we're going to see such a great race, like you just said, Greg, especially in the Spec E46 class. It is going to be fantastic, and I believe we may have a little bit of a surprise during the stream.
Well,
we don't see it out. He's not out there this morning for practice, but or he just doesn't have it turned on.
Right, exactly.
We'll see.
But hopefully we'll have some in-car video from one of our racers. We'll see if we can bring that to you a little bit later today.
We're going to take you around Watkins Glen International Raceway here this afternoon, this morning, and really even tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow he does the Enduro. That would be fantastic, especially if he shares the ride. Be able to go in and watch a driver change right from there. And everybody's seen a driver change. Just think if you and I were to go in and do a driver change.
Gosh.
It'd have to be a mandatory 25-minute pit stop.
Hey, want to thank, we got sitting in the chat, Brian, Jim Karamanis with the Vintage Racer Group, who's the race director for the Jefferson 500 event at some point this spring. Says, we're not being on track with my VRG family. Race fast, safe, and fun. And he says, great coverage from us is always on. Thank you, Jim. We appreciate it. We got Rose Lorente, who says that we're a little bit too quiet. Let me see what we can do here, Rose. Yeah, you know what? You are absolutely right. So I will take care of that and boost up our volume as well. You're absolutely right, and I think I know exactly why that happened. Let me see what I can do to make that work. All right, Josh, what we're going to do for a moment here, you're going to have to bear with me for a second. I'm going to do a little messing around here. And let's see what we can do. And I apologize, everybody now getting a black screen. I'm going to try and fix some things up here. Talk about stream of consciousness. What we're going to do, we're going to come over, going to bump our gain up, and we're going to go up maybe about 24 dB. Let's see. That is going to get us a little bit higher, almost there. One more second. One more second. I swear we're almost fixed up. And thank you again for letting us know about those technical issues. I want to make sure that we don't have big problems like that. So I'm going to bump us up a little bit higher.
I think that's when we were working with the in-car camera yesterday during their practice sessions when we were setting up, and it ended up being that we were we wanted to go a little bit.
I think actually part of it is because of the levels that we're sending the PA system here at the track, Brian. So all right, so let's go back over. Pick a corner, any corner, Josh. There you go. And now you're going to see us. We're going to be a lot louder and coming into the door there. So Rose, tell you what, if you can put in the chat, let us know if things are better now, and hopefully everything will be in much better shape.
Figure out by the end of the day, she'll be coming in here just saying, "Hey, can you just turn it down a little bit?" But
we didn't like listening to you.
Much. Yeah, exactly, right. We've been known to be told that. Again, I've been watching some of these, when we were watching some of these corners with these BMWs, and I watched a little bit, especially at the bus stop there. And we've got a few guys really overdriving right now this morning in that corner. And what it does, obviously, is it throws these heavier cars completely out of whack to try to get to the exit right there at the end of the bus stop. And you can see on your camera right there, Josh has got it, where you've got the looks like the V or looks like the diamond there. That is actually for the NASCAR. That's where they would do their double ups when they get ready to come back to green when they run the short course. But I tell you what, you really want to get right on top of that. And I say on top of that, you really want the car to kind of straddle right in a little bit in between there, maybe even throw you out a little bit over to driver's left. Some of these I see getting an entry, Greg, they just can't get off the corner. And so what ends up happening is they're in the center of the racetrack. That binds the car up and you lose speed. And if you've gained all that speed through the first half of the, kind of the timing loop, the sectors there, well, then you lose it and you're almost throwing away the whole back half of the racetrack.
Right.
So, again, sometimes it's better to back up a corner, and I would consider this a corner. Back the corner up with these heavier cars. Worry about getting in the corner, and then, worry about getting off the corner rather than getting in the corner.
And we have, starting to head to the grid right now, Brian, our sports racers. After this warm-up session for our BMW racers, we're going to be going back to another Vintage Racer Group session, and this is going to be a split session between our sports racers, and I believe what we're going to actually have is a split start for this race. At least this is what we saw yesterday afternoon with our sports racers, some of the low, I think, T340s in SCCA Club Racing, used to be known as Sports 2000. And then we will have our big bore racers as well. Some of the bigger tin top cars. I think we saw some Trans Am era Camaros and a lot of big iron out here for a track that is I really, whether it be those S2000s or whether it be the bigger GT cars, this is a track that's just built for them. Very, very fast, and something that again, with very heavily cambered corners, absolutely a glorious thing to watch. And so they'll be up next.
Yeah. Some of these we saw earlier in the year when we were down at Summit Point. So some of these we've seen, and I kind of like the old style Camaro. That's the racer. It reminds me of the old late model stock series, for the circle tracks, and getting out here and running these here on on a road course. On a road course like this, I'll probably stand up, even though we've got blinds so that we can
try to keep
so that we're not
down
going blind in here. I will probably stand up to be able to watch turn 1, especially coming out of 9, where our cameraman has decided to take the whole day off.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully we can get him back after lunch. Yeah.
Maybe have to go down there and tickle his feet a little bit to get him to wake up. Maybe
is that what we do?
Sleep
We tickle
from
his
the breakfast sandwich. You just tickle his feet. Get those cameras back up, but I can look out here with the binoculars out of 9 and out of 10 and really see some good racing there, as well as definitely 1 and 2. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty excited about watching all these. I'm really excited about watching this group of close to 100 BMWs in both of their races, not only today but tomorrow. Kind of look up some of these times. We'll look. Phil Wirtz in his number 958 in his E46 330 Ci. He's leading that large Spec E46 class right there with time 2:12.089. Then Jonathan Adams, he's going to be second, 2:12.885. So about 0.8 of a second drop the back.
But Brian, Jeff Quisenberry in the number 8 machine, he's only 77/1000ths off of Adams' fastest time. So very, very close at the front there. Sean McGowan just about a second back. All of these racers are really matched over 3.5 miles within just a couple tenths or sometimes a couple hundredths of one another. A matter of fact, if we look at the top 7 drivers, only separated by about 3.5 seconds amongst them. If we look at that Power 4 class, the top 3 drivers, Emmerich Steller, who has a lap time of a 2:06, 5:58, about a second clear of Andrew Palumbo, who's the second fastest driver, and then Keith Promozic, and again, 3.5 seconds separating them. Here we go in the iStock class. Charles Benoit in his, actually it's probably Benoit, in his E36 M3 with a time of 2:18.99. And he's got only a quarter of a second on Nicholas Soma in E36 at 325i. Lauren Van Riper about 2.5 seconds back from there. In Power 2, Vin Chow with a fast lap of 2:14.46. That's 2,900, so about, let's say, 0.3 up on Besik Minade, who is in an E46 M3. Jacques Paneton, third fastest, about 2.8 seconds back. As I believe, Brian, we are likely
getting ready to see the checkered.
Yeah, we'll probably see the checkered flag here in a lap or so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're looking for that lead car that was coming through there that, kind of went out first. I believe that's going to be Andrew Palumbo there.
Palumbo.
So they're probably looking for him. So, again, Andrew Palumbo, in that Power 3 class, sitting second in that 24. In that, again, another E46 M3. So,
yeah. So Brian, as I'm looking at the VRG group that's going to be heading on track next. Of course, we talked about all the Lolas, the Sports 2000 cars. We talked about some of the first gen, or probably second gen Camaros that are going to be going out. So late 60s, early 70s Camaros. And then I'm looking, we've got a couple of Plymouth Barracudas. There is an early Ford Mustang. We have also a Datsun, looks like a 260Z, not a 240Z, in the old red, white, and blue livery, also painted up with a 33. Very apropos number there for Mr. PLN, for Paul Newman. But looks like a great group of cars are going to be going out here in just a few moments. And then there's a white Camry right in the middle of them all. Not sure, and not a vintage Camry. We're talking like a 2022, 2023
and
Camry.
that silver Camry.
Yeah.
Well, and look, they got to play too.
Right.
They're going to do whatever they can do. I think that is going to be where we'll probably have this group does a split start. Right. So we put our sports racers up front, then kind of our big bore and our fast and medium.
The Camry, by the way, that is one of Watkins Glen International's pace cars.
Right.
The Interloper. Actually, those are the Caymans that are in this group here.
Right.
Yeah. As the sun is starting to rise, and and again, look at this shot coming into the bus stop. There's that little bit of haze in the background by all the mountains in the back there, but for the most part, Brian, not a cloud in the sky, just blue skies here. Absolutely gorgeous, late summer, early fall day here in the Finger Lakes.
I tell you what, if you're watching the stream and you're either part of a family where a driver is here or a crew's here or whatever it is that you're not here, you need to really come take in the scenery here. Around this area, around this Watkins Glen area. Fantastic sights, not only in town, but even out here, just by sitting up kind of where we are, but you can climb,
so much
come up
to do.
So much to just kind of hang through and do. Pretty good restaurants, couple good restaurants around. Seneca Lot's doing really well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, lots of falls go and take the heights up by the Seneca Falls or Montour Falls, hang out at Lake Seneca. It's such beautiful country. There are so many wineries and breweries around here. Just a beautiful, beautiful place to be. All right, checkered flag is now out on the session. There you go. As our final cars come across the line, including Scott Ryman, Brian, in the number 177 Spec E46. Scott, the chairman of BMW Club of America Club Racing. And we've been working quite a bit with Scott to get ready for this weekend. I want to thank him and the rest of his team. And, of course, he's out there enjoying his race car and enjoying this wonderful racetrack. So we'll quickly take a look here at Spec E46, where, again, Phil Wirtz was your fastest driver with a time of 2:11.427, about half second on the rest of the field here at the end of the session. Jonathan Adams in the 004 machine with a fast lap of 2:11.924. Both of those racers set their fastest laps on the last lap of this warm-up. Jeff Quisenberry, third fastest. Sean McGowan, fourth fastest. Dan March. And we know Dan March, he races in SCCA Club Racing in the Touring 3 class with this very same E46 BMW. He was fifth fastest. We move over to Power 3. Emmerich Steller, your fastest driver with a time of 2:06.55, just about exactly 1 second up on Andrew Palumbo. And then Keith Promozic, another 2.3 seconds back from there. Mankin Mo, fourth fastest. Alan Lewis, fifth fastest. In IS, Michael Soma with a time of 2:16 flat, about 1.45 seconds up on Charles Benoit. Lauren Van Riper, third fastest. And then finally in Power 2, Vin Chow, your fastest driver, a 2:14.466 the time, with Besic Minade 0.29 seconds, so we'll call it 0.3 of a second back. Then George Pizzullo, another 1.1 seconds back from there. Chow and Pizzullo in E36 M3s, and they bookend Minade in his E46 M3. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a couple seconds here to get set up for our next VRG group. So we'll be back here in just a few moments with racing action from Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. It is the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Club of America's Club Racing Group here out on track this weekend at beautiful WGI. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we've got Josh Ashby with us here as well, pressing all the buttons, giving you all the great views and making up for all of our recalcitrant cameramen and women that are around the course. And Brian, we're moving back to Vintage Racer Group mode for race here, and this is scheduled to be I believe, a 30-minute race. We'll verify that in a moment. Actually, I'm showing it as being a 20-minute race. So we'll see here as we have two different groups of different types of race cars heading out on to the track. We've got our Sports 2000 racers and a very nice contingent of them heading out, and then we're also going to have our big bore racers in the Sports 2000s, primarily made up of Lolas, but we do have out here, I believe, at least a couple Swift DB2s in the field as well, and I think we've got a Carbier CS2 as well, and looks like we're already having possibly having an issue with one of our sports racers here, just as our GT cars are now heading on track, and they'll be gridding up as well. You can see we've got some first-gen Camaro. We've got probably a second-gen Camaro. We've got a first-gen Firebird out here. Some C3 Corvettes out on the track, and some BMWs. And I should also mention, Brian, as we see, and heading there, that beautiful white BMW E30 M3 owned by Christian Berzins, who I think was just up at Lime Rock for the Vintage Festival a couple weeks ago with a lot of former World Challenge cars. He was racing door to door with a couple of our friends like Petey Cunningham and a couple other folks there, but Jim Karamanis was just telling us that at VRG's next big event, which is the Turkey Bowl, held at Summit Point Raceway just before Thanksgiving, they are going to have a group specifically for modern BMW race cars. So hopefully we're going to see some of our BMW Club of America racers come and join us for that event. And there's actually Christian right there in the white E30 M3, beautiful machine. Some beautiful older Datsun 240 and 260Zs. Interesting to see the Alfa Milano out there, the four-door Alfa. We saw that in a GTV6 trying to get up and running the last group. So beautiful variety of machinery out here for this, again, what should be a 20-lap race. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and pick up when we see our Sports 2000s come out of turn 11 and get set for the green flag, we'll start to pick that up. We'll at least get the start of the sports racers, and then we'll try to loop back and get the start for the GT cars afterwards. And again, the GT cars primarily what we call big bore cars, Brian, but knowing that we've got some of the 2.8 liter or so straight six Datsuns. Obviously, the E30 M3 is, I think, a 3 liter. Actually, it's smaller than a 3 liter. The E30 M3 was a 4-cylinder car, not a 6-cylinder car. We're calling them the medium bore drivers, and that has nothing to do with the stories that they tell at the end of the day or the end of the weekend.
Exactly. Right. Looks like our sports racers are just now getting ready to come out of turn 10, be headed down into turn 11. So,
hey, we've got Irvin Greven here in the chat, coming all the way from the Netherlands. Apparently, we're better. We're more entertaining than him than the folks out in Singapore, because I think the Formula One race started about 30 minutes ago. All right, let's pick up that field of Sports 2000 racers now coming out of turn 11 and in and onto the front straight.
Nicely bunched.
Yeah, very nice. And then the second pack just a little bit further behind. Starter is looking over the field. And there you go. Green flag is in the air, Brian. And we are racing here at Watkins Glen. Look at those S2000 machines all heading down towards turn number 1. And also, look what it did to our camera on the front straight there as it just started moving around. As we've got 3 cars diving down to the inside, trying to get that launch out of turn 2 as we now watch the GT cars, and led by that beautiful Chevrolet Camaro heading down into turn 1. That is James Glass, a 1970 Chevy Camaro, as they lead the field down through turn 1. And it looks like everybody has made it through turn 1 safely. So let's jump back and look at our Sports 2000s. They should be heading up towards the bus stop now.
I'll tell you what a great start with Henry Payne V and Brett Garnett and Rob Sherwood. Those three really kind of took off. Here they go. You're going to see them. And I tell you what, Greg, that it looks like that's going to be Henry Payne V and Henry Payne. He was in the 90 that are going to end up getting tucked. We're going to go through this again, where we're going to have Payne and Payne going through.
Yeah, we saw this at the Jefferson in the spring. So we've got the I always wonder, Henry Payne V, does that make Henry Payne his great grandfather?
I was going to say if somebody's in the chat, because we didn't get it really when we were covering the Jefferson to VRE there at Summit Point. We kind of went through this round and round and round. I'd kind of like to know, because again, Henry V the Payne, I'm sure is the younger driver. Right. Then you've got Henry Payne. Where does that fit in? Because that's a great story if it is. And we've had individuals say, I've been racing so long that I'm racing with the great-great-grandchildren, and this could be the same story.
Right. Well, it was interesting, Brian, when we had Denny Austin up a little bit earlier, and he was talking how it's great to see generational racers coming up and racing some of this older equipment. And so we've got multiple generations of Paynes. We've got the Gnerts, as we said, we've got Brent, who's up at the front of the field. We also have Brian in the field a little bit further back. Brian is racing one of the Swift DB2s, and Brent is in a T90. So very different chassis there. And then, of course, the multiple Paynes, and we also have Sam Payne.
I was going to say, let's not forget Samuel Payne in that number 16 machine.
Yeah, and so Sam is in a Lola, and Sam might not actually be in the field. He may be with some joystick controls on the pit lane, because he is an autonomous vehicle engineer during the week when he's not out at the racetrack. So he may be flying by wire.
Well, I know that there is a person, and I did see the hands moving, so you're right. But that doesn't tell the whole story. He could be sitting down there.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, Greg, we were talking about, as we were talking about the Paynes and kind of moving up through there, our overall leader there in the number 37 machine of our second group, I think that's actually the 137 maybe in there. He's actually caught the back half of
the Sports 2000s.
Yeah, our 2000s, right, exactly. So, again, going to already start to work through that field coming through there. But, again, pretty good battle here going through. There's the BMW that you were talking about early on. He's kind of in a battle there.
Christian Berzins.
Christian, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And so, we talk about the Camaro of glass. He has then a couple seconds back now, Scott Kissinger, who's in the Black Datsun 240Z, Brian, the number 202 car. Mm-hmm. He's got Joey Beaujolais, Janetta. He's got the Corvette of Chris Homer. All these cars within a couple car lengths, and then Kevin Farnham in his Trans Am, the first gen, the first gen Firebird.
Right.
So really close racing here at the front of the field in the GT cars. Now we did have that one machine come down the pit lane, Brian, that we saw smoking when it left.
Yeah.
When it left. Let's see if we can get the number on that Sports 2000.
Looks like that's the 24.
The 24 machine. Okay. It came off the pit lane smoking fairly heavily. That is Lee Brahim in his Lola T89. And looks as though that car is probably going to sit there for the duration of this race.
Going to tell you what, our Camaro's there getting ready to head down the front stretch now. I'll tell you what, this is the perfect weather. We were talking about it earlier, Greg, with Kevin Farnham in that 137 machine. Perfect time weather-wise to get the most out of that, especially with our 2000s. We got another S2000 or another 2000 on pit road. I can't see the number there. They're looking down inside the.
Yeah, he's all the way down at the end of the pit lane. They're checking him over. We'll try and pick up the number on that.
Looks like the 85 maybe. So we'll pick that up there. I believe 85.
Yep, you are absolutely correct. It is the 85 of Angelo Savoia in his 1980 Tiga SC90.
Yeah.
And he is running in the running in the HS2 class, basically
Right.
the Sports 2000 class.
Yep. A couple cars have gone maybe one or two off, and we'll be able to pick them up. We'll pick up those numbers. Here comes the.
It looks like the 85, and it looks like the 85 coming at a good clip down the pit lane. I think he's going to rejoin the action, Brian.
Yeah. I think he may have been one of the ones that I was getting a call on the radio that earlier on may have gone like two off and then ended up coming down the pit lane.
Okay.
To do that as our S2000 now they're starting to head down, finish their fourth lap here. Again, still Henry Payne the fifth leading over Henry Payne, and then you've got Rob Sherwood in the 05. That's third. John Thompson sitting in fourth. That's in the 14. Brandon Weber. That's your top five in our S2000.
Yeah, and so the two Lolas at the front, a Carbier second, back to a Lola T91, and then a Swift DB02 Brandon that has Brandon Weber behind the wheel. Again, the Sports 2000s historically and traditionally are the Lola T90 or T91, T89 chassis,
Right.
but look how close these two very well matched Lolas are.
Those are
right
actually
up
the
front of
Paynes.
field.
Those are
Yeah.
actually the Paynes, and that kind of working their way back through the field, coming up through the bus stop, and then as they come through the outer loop here, I tell you what, they got a good run together, able to get by that slower car coming through there, and just that's going to propel them a little bit faster when they get down into that boot. So those two, again, we've seen this before between both of them. They stick nose to tail, get it all the way to the end of this race.
All right. Sounds like one of our racers has called an early end of the session, Brian. The 82 machine, that is John Mitchell in his Alpha GTV6. And this is the car we saw
yesterday
in the paddock.
Yeah.
Looked like he might have had some clutch issues with that car. And we'll try and pick up what corner he pulled off at. But looks like that machine has come to an end. We saw both the GTV6 and the Alfa Milano coming to the grid together, and the GTV6 was having some issues getting rolling from a slow speed here.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, getting a couple calls there. So we do have that out of bounds kind of area here, So
yeah, if you look there as the cars exit turn one, the NASCAR guys, that's open season over there for them. But the VRG folks and also the BMW Group have asked the corner workers to call in when drivers go completely over the exit curbing on the outside of turn one, because it allows drivers to open up the corner, to straighten out the wheel, get the power down a little earlier, and get an advantage coming towards the S's. And so we'll maybe keep track of that some during the weekend, but most of these racers know they've got to keep it behind the red, yellow, and blue curbing.
Yeah.
The beautiful Sunoco curbing here.
Yeah. Greg, we talked about that 85, Angelo Savoia. He has now come back down pit road, made the right-hand turn, so back to the paddock. So his morning session here, or his morning race, looks like that's going to end his day. So tell you what, if we can, let's find out where our overall leaders are. Henry Payne the 5th and Henry Payne the 13 and the 90, the two Lola T90s. You'll be able to see them here momentarily, but we've definitely got, looks like we got one car. Sorry, we'll go back to that here in a second. We got one car that may have gone off there.
Yeah, it sounds like over by the bus stop, over by the inner loop, we've got a car off.
Yeah, I'm not seeing where
maybe we can see the local caution.
Yeah,
I believe
he's probably over
behind
to the far
our ticker.
left. Yeah, maybe a little bit there.
Yeah, so there's a local caution over there, passing through the bus stop.
So there's our overall leaders. That's Henry Payne the 5th. They're just now coming out of 10, heading down 11. They're going to be headed down the front stretch here again. They've opened up really a second over Rob Sherwood in that 05 machine. So again, now they're going to go side by side. It looks like that's going to be Henry Payne in the 90 that's going to make that move on Henry Payne the 5th. Yeah.
for the first lead change that we've seen since the start of this group, as we're showing about a little bit under 10 minutes remaining here. So move there. I'll tell you though, Brian, as we had, as Josh was showing us, and here come the Paynes now towards the bus stop. We'll see if there's another change of position. There we go. Looks like, is that Henry Payne the fifth that jumped back to the lead from the outside there?
No, that's Henry Payne the fifth. But then let's throw in Rob Sherwood, right? Rob Sherwood right there on the back gearbox there of Payne the fifth. As they came through the bus stop, we'll pick them up when they come out of the outer loop here. But I tell you what, Greg, they got into some heavy traffic trying to get through there. Plus, you've got the standing yellow,
right?
Going to come through our larger, larger class, our big bore, our fast medium bore cars of the larger size. They're going to come through that, especially when they come out of the boot and head up into turn 9 and turn 10. So we'll be able to see, when they get through there. But tell you what, pretty good battles going on all the way. So, Josh, let's go ahead and pick up turn number 2 right now. You got a couple cars coming up through there, actually coming out of 1. There's the 68. We've seen that before. That car just doesn't handle very well.
Right, and that's what we were talking about, running over the curbing on the outside of turn 1, and so we have the corner workers calling that in. Yeah, just could not get the front end of that car to rotate or to turn in and get the nose to grip. But what I was going to say is a little bit earlier, Josh showed us a great camera angle coming through, coming out of 10, going into 11, the final corner, as some of these bigger GT cars were actually making passes on some of the Sports 2000s. And when you see them together, the size is just shocking, I guess is the best way to put it.
Tell you what, let's pick up camera. Let's pick up getting ready to come up the S's. Here comes the Paynes, what we were talking about a moment ago. There you see, that's the 05 there, Sherwood. So they're already passed by that. Yeah, we'll pick them up here. But I tell you what, Sherwood has closed the gap down to under a second, and I have a feeling, Greg, that's because when they went through the lap traffic last time, the Paynes themselves as a whole, right? We'll say the 90 and the 13. So we'll technically call them the 113 because you really got to add them together.
So here's the interesting thing here, and as we were watching Henry Payne the fifth, who's running second, and Rob Sherwood, who's running in third, is Henry Payne the fifth was coming down all the way down driver's right towards the bus stop, and then Sherwood was following him. There's a local caution there.
Yeah.
There's no passing that's going to be made going into the bus stop because of that local caution. We saw Henry Payne, our leader, open up the corner, come in, enter the bus stop all from driver's left, and take a traditional line in there. And whereas both Payne the fifth and also Sherwood, they were going and impacting to their detriment that entry into the bus stop, so that when they get past the incident, they're not carrying as much speed as our leader out of there. And we saw it there on that last lap through. They've now lost almost almost 3/4 of a second to Henry Payne over 2 laps. It's all in that one corner.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, it becomes a struggle when you're trying to get through kind of, lap traffic, and then you've got the standing yellow down there, and you've got everything else. You take unorthodox lines. Here they are coming down in turn 1, so you can see that Henry Payne in the 90 has opened up a gap by 2 seconds over Henry the fifth. Well, that sounds weird to say, but he's opened up that gap along with Sherwood now as a second back. And Greg, I have a feeling, it goes back to what you were talking about, as it looks like now that standing yellow is removed coming through the bus stop. But when you take those lines and you're trying, obviously not to pass under that yellow flag.
Right, and now the yellow has been withdrawn, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. That yellow flag has been dropped. But at this point, trying to get through there, and you've got some clean track. This is where I think Sherwood's a little bit faster than Henry the fifth to get through there. That just sounds so weird.
Well, you know why it sounds weird. So Erwin, who is checking in with us from the Netherlands, he says in the chat that it says in Europe we only use it for kings and emperors.
Right.
Charles III, William IV, Philippe the sixth. Here they race in cars.
Yeah, right. Correct. That's why I said it does does sound a little odd saying Henry V. But again, we'll get more clarification because I'd really like to know. I think that's an interesting fact. We went through that all through the Jefferson, so here we are seeing them again. But you take the unorthodox line to get in through to the bus stop, trying not to make that pass, but still not trying to lose any ground, on the competitor in front of you. Because if you do, then it opens up, a gap that you have to try to overcome. And again, with 4 minutes left to go in this race. You got to do everything you can to stay on top of them.
Right.
So
we were talking about the multi-generational racers, specifically the two Gennerts. We've got Dennis and we've got Brian Gennert. Dennis is the father.
Yep.
Okay, and Brian is the son. Brian's out of Haymarket, Virginia, and he says he's been racing for 19 years, Brian, and used to race with his dad in SCCA. They ran in the national championships back. His dad ran a Sports 2000 back in the 70s, and they both raced in the Playboy Endurance Series back in the 80s. So
great series to run back then, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, again, all of them, all the sports racers, when you come up, if you're coming up on some traffic, you got to do it. It looks like here they come now again, getting ready to come into the bus stop and through the inner loop there. I tell you what, Greg, it is. Payne the Fifth is really starting to close ground on, and there it is.
Oh,
it
there's
looks like we may have a
new leader.
Let him go. I think he may be off. I think Henry Payne in the 90 may be off pace, Greg.
Yeah, they were coming up on one of the Ginettas, Brian. I think that might have been Beaujolais that they were coming up on, but actually that was Martin Hale's Jaguar XKE E-Type, and definitely let out of the throttle. Now the next time our leaders come through, Brian, they're going to get the white flag for one to go. So not a great time. Well, never a good time to give up the lead.
Yeah.
But our leaders now, we'll see them coming out of 10, going into 11 here in just a few moments.
Yeah, that just seemed odd. I don't believe he was wanting to let him go, but I think you're right. I think that Ginetta happened to be in that zone, and he had to get harder on the brakes than he really wanted to.
Yeah.
And when he did, the car just got a little bit loose in the rear end. And basically, he just really had to come completely out of the throttle with fear of running into the back of that Ginetta. Now, they're coming out of turn number 10 right now, heading up into 11. So they should be pumped through
Here they come to us right now.
Right, and so it looks like it maybe, again, I think that just happened to be where they were, that Ginetta was in a bad spot. There they go, the start-finish line.
White flag in the air, one more lap.
Yep.
11 more turns, 3.5 miles.
0.3 of a second, so let's stay with them. Let's follow them around where we can, because here they come down into turn 1. Again, it is about a car length between them. The gap is opened up on Rob Sherwood, so I think that car may be going away a little bit. That car's not able to keep up with them. But again, when you get them in the draft, that's a huge deal. They're going to be able to pull away. Now, when they come up out of the S's and they start to come up through the up into the inner loop there, into the bus stop, they're going to come up on some lap traffic or some traffic back end with our larger group here, Greg, that they're probably going to have to contain with down when we get to the boot. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that until they come up out of turn 10. But I tell you what, by the time they get down there, they're going to have to, especially going around and coming up in turn 8, they're really going to end up having some lap traffic. It's really going to be somewhat of a challenge. So the next time they come through, we'll pick them up, especially coming out of here. Here comes a lot more of the groups that are coming up through there, and I have a feeling that the Paynes will be coming momentarily up through out of 9 and into 10, and I believe this may be them right there. No, that's not them just yet.
Well,
so
right.
I tell you what, I'm going to look through the binoculars here. We'll be able to see because I can see out the window now that the sun is gone. And I tell you what, we'll see how close they've gotten. Unfortunately, with that, with our turn 9 camera. But here comes the group that was in front of them. They haven't caught them just yet. They're just now coming up through there, and here they come right now out of 10. So,
yep, here they are now, nose to tail again, trying to work through some of this larger GT track. Oh, jumping down to the inside! What a move there on one of our GT cars coming into the final corner and coming to the line. Checkered flag in the air, Brian, and it is Henry Payne V taking the win over Henry Payne. Margin 2 seconds. between the two Lolas. Rob Sherwood is going to cross the line less than a second and a half back from there. So great run there as we watch that red and blue number 05 come down and trying to make his way through the GT traffic after the checker going into 1. John Thompson will finish behind Brandon Weber. Brandon Weber 4th in his Swift DB2. John Thompson 5th in a Lola. Then Nick Fonte, then Sam Payne, Mark Combs, and Mark Clark, with Max Whitaker taking and rounding out the top 10 for our Sports 2000s. If we move over to the GT cars, let's start to work our way through here and see what we have. I believe Joey Beaujolad in the Ginetta G12 was the first of our GT cars. Takes the win in the DPV class. He finished ahead of James Glass in his Camaro. Glass finishing second of the GTs, takes the win in APV. Taking the win in BPV in his beautiful C2 Corvette, the 1964 machine of Chris Homer, finishing 20th overall. Then we had the Pontiac Firebird, the Series 1 Firebird, a 1967 vintage, taking the win in Trans Am. Then the Datsun 240Z. I almost created a new model, Brian. Yeah. Scott Kissinger, pardon me, takes the win in the CPV class. Then we had in his 1986 Porsche 930, Damon Jose, and takes the win in APH. And then Michael Dubé at Trans Am in his 1973 red Camaro. As hateful as that car looked going through the 90, going through turn 1, Brian, great run for him. Yeah. And I think he takes the win here finishes second in Trans Am to Kevin Farnham. And then Christian Burgeons, he'll take the win in ITB in his 1987 E30 M3. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our next race. This is going to be I think we're going to see our first race of the morning for the Formula Fords. We saw them out for their warm-up session a little bit earlier. We got to talk to Denny Austin. Now, for our next session, we're going to be lucky enough, honored to speak to another Formula Ford racer. He was out on track for that previous session, Frank Del Vecchio, so he'll be joining us in just a few moments when we come back with more action from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Club of America Club Racers. We'll be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the Vintage Racer Group, joined by the BMW Club of America and their club racers. And heading out on track, we saw their warm-up or practice session a little bit earlier today, but we've got our Formula Fords heading out on track. And because, well, what we do is, Brian and I, we don't know what we're talking about, so we bring up people that do. Joining us in the booth here today is Frank Del Vecchio, Formula Ford racer with the Vintage Racer Group and a mentor to many other Formula Ford racers. How you doing today, Frank?
Well, we're doing good. We went out this morning. I got to drive around for a while.
And how was the track?
Track's good. It's going into turn 9. The sun's so strong that you can't see the turn. I've got 3 layers of tape on my visor. It's still I'm squinting.
Well, that's why we don't have that camera up and running right now. Just blinded our cameraman on the first thing this morning when you guys went out, and we're still trying to recover. We've got our first Formula Ford race of the day. And now, was there a race yesterday as well, or was it all qualifying and practice for these gentlemen?
There were 2 races yesterday. Unfortunately, they were cut short.
Okay.
Cars had problems. Somebody blew a motor. A couple of guys spun off. We had a crash in the toe of the boot by literally our fastest Formula Ford racer.
The pole spinner,
It was Jed King. And in an RP24 Royale, he had a suspension failure to put him into the wall.
Yeah.
So those races were kind of cut short. We're kind of hoping we get a full race today.
Yeah, and that's always the challenge here racing at the Glen. There's not a lot of margin for error, whether it's you racing door to door, wheel to wheel with another racer, or if you have a mechanical issue. Not a lot of places to safely pull off around here when that happens, and unfortunately, because everything is contained by these blue bushes, as we like to call them, the blue Armco, it's kind of hard. So let's go over to our start cam here, and
we're going to watch them.
Oh yeah, here
watch
they go.
them come out at 10 right now. They're coming into
there
10,
we go.
So we'll pick them up, and then we'll do it. Actually, what that does is, without as you talked about, Frank, with Jacob King not on the pole, that actually puts the 0 of Tim Hannon up on the pole, and I have raced many times with Tim, and he is
in a go-kart.
Basically kicked my butt every time. So I'm assuming he's going to be close to the same thing here, because he will race everything.
Yeah, so we've got Anthony Caracappa, I believe, on the pole with Tim Hannon. Doug Beatty, Stefan Vapa there on the front row as well, and I think Dan Pianowski, pardon me, as well, as the green flag is in the air. There you go, and very quickly the starter went and put that flag back away. And look at this, 4 and 5 wide, Frank, as our racers head down into the 90 for the very first time. And, so you said, and I think Denny said the exact same thing, you all have been, whether it be racing or whether it be spectating or whether it be announcing races here at Watkins Glen International for decades, right?
My first race here was in 1970. I was in a Lola T200 banging wheels with Skip Arbor.
Oh, my.
Neither one of us finished, by the
way. Just the start of a long and storied career for, well, at least one of you. Here we go as the field makes their way through the bus stop, through the inner loop for the very first time. All pretty much getting single file. Looks like one driver there coming down the inside towards the back of the field. But what beautiful views here at Watkins Glen International.
It looked like Panowski got into the lead.
I was going to say, it looked like he made a great jump as they were coming down into the bus stop. So Pianowski in his Crossley, that's the orange and blue machine. And we've got some stragglers here, it looks like, towards the rear of the field. And we'll jump back to that front pack here just a little bit. I'm not sure what happened with this group that they're starting a little behind. Oh, so Denny is telling us this, and he talked about this when the practice was going on. This is the Formula Car Club of America. They had a separate start a little bit further back in the pack, and so trying to keep them separate for there because they've got a separate race series which is going on. So we'll check in on them periodically as they are out on track, as our leaders should be coming into turn 10 momentarily. There we go, and we'll have hopefully have a camera up over by turn 9. Here this afternoon, as the field now coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight to complete lap number 1. And let's take a look there. We'll throw up the ticker. We'll be able to track the order for you. And sitting at the top of the field, you are absolutely right, Frank. Dan Pianowski taking the early lead at the end of lap 1, with Tim Hannon running second, Stefan Vapa running in third, and with Vapa in a Macon machine, an MR7, Doug Beatty running in fourth in his Crossley. And then we've got Robert Dusek rounding out the top 5. And of course we have, so we're showing in the Lucky 13 car, Frank, running 11th overall, Frank Del Vecchio. I'm sure that's not you. Who's actually behind the wheel of that car right now, or should we not be letting the VRG officials know?
No. I've been mentoring this fellow Jordan Mayer for about 5 years. We took him to racing school down at Jefferson 500 5 years ago. We taught him how to shift a standard shift car in my Honda, and he has become just one heck of a racer. My car isn't really the best. We do motors in Glenn Taylor's garage. They're not Quicksilvers and they're not Ivies. And he's out there running in 11th right now, and I suspect he'll move up a little bit too.
Well, we saw that at the Jefferson 500 too, right? Frank was up in the booth with us, and we kind of looked at the timing and scoring, and we looked over at you, and we looked at the timing and scoring, and then finally we got it straightened out that it was somebody else. And he has progressed more and more and more every single time he's getting in that car.
He's just one heck of a race car driver, and 33 years old, of course, they're braver than us old guys.
Of course.
Yeah, correct.
The 79-year-olds, we don't push as hard as we used to.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's right now, taking a look, there's a pretty good battle going on the racetrack here, especially in the top 3 spots with Pianowski, Hannon, and Vapa there. Again, you've got Hannon in that different machine, but I tell you what, really kind of staying nose to tail as much as they can here, and now throw in Robert Dusek and Mark Clark. Really, your top 6 are kind of nose to tail throughout. Again, utilizing the draft as much as possible. So, Frank, let me ask you that question. How much, as I would assume that it does, how much does that draft, especially on a wide open track like this in certain areas, how much does that really help?
Oh, it's fantastic. The one nice thing about these older Formula Fords, they poke a big hole in the air and a big vacuum behind them so that you get 1 or 2 cars ahead of you. And even if you don't have a motor that's as good as them, you get sucked right up to their gearbox and you can do a slingshot by. So we see that along the straightaways all the time.
Yeah, so, and you know, as we've been talking, we're going to add Denny into the conversation here. You know, I guess as we were talking, Denny, during the session this morning, you know, I guess some of the later models, some of the newer Formula Fords where they, you know, they really went and streamlined the rear end of the car, probably making, I'm sure there's still the ability to draft off them, but probably not poking as big a hole in the air for the trailing cars. For these older machines, especially the ones with the outboard suspensions, I would think as you come up through the S's and start to make that run towards the bus stop, you've got a pretty good pull there by the end of that run.
Well, like Frank was saying, drafting is just amazing, particularly with cars like this that have very limited horsepower. So the opportunity to get a few extra miles an hour at the benefit of the guy from the guy in front of you can make all the difference. And interestingly, the older cars are actually reasonably slippery themselves, primarily because they're actually overall a bit narrower than some of the Club Fords. So.
Yeah, except for the Swift. You know, I owned a Swift, and that thing was so fast down the straightaway.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it was very boring to drive. It went every place you pointed it.
What fun is that?
No fun at all.
Yeah, and actually,
you might as well be on a roller coaster. A
lot of people don't understand that we run very hard tires. We run a hard treaded Hoosier tire, and that tire makes you drive the car. You're driving sideways.
That's what Denny was saying earlier, is that you've got a lot of slip angle. The car is moving around, and there's a lot to, as opposed to the car going where you point it, the rear end not stepping out on you mid-corner. There's a lot more to this where you're constantly having to dial in corrections pre-apex and post-apex.
And we see Tim Hanna is now leading the race. He passed Dan Panowski. And Tim used to run a power slide car. And he just bought this car, done the last couple of races.
Really?
Yeah. So this car is this is really a new car for him.
Looks like Jordan's moving up. He's in 11th, right behind Mike Kraus in that aerodynamic car, the Eldon Mark 10, that beautiful blue car.
Very fast car down the straightaway, by the way.
It can be. It certainly is. And that would.
And Leon is just ahead of Mike.
Right. Correct. So there could be a good three-way race shaping up. We saw 3 abreast going into turn 1 here not long ago. The last lap.
That'd be still my heart.
Your young protege was part of that mix.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I was looking through some old photos. 10 years ago, I was up here in the broadcast booth doing the NASCAR race with Mike Paz. We did that for a bunch of years.
So speaking about our new leader, Tim Hannon, in his Crossley 35F, he's been racing now for, only 40-plus years. I think 42 years, multiple top 10 finishes in karting, and the 2023, I guess this would be the Formula Ford Championship Series. He listed as FFCS. Is that
correct?
Did I get the acronym correct? And he was your 2023 champion. He says he's generally been crushing souls and sipping tears in his game. At least he's got a good humor about it, right? Yeah, that's what he said, Powerside Motorsports.
Yeah, he's only been racing for what'd you say?
42.
42 years. He's a newbie compared to Denny and myself.
If he keeps us up, we'll take his rookie stripes off.
That's right.
Don't you burn those? You don't just take them off, right? and Dan Pianowski, who he had taken the lead from. And by the way, Pianowski now dropping back into 4th position. Stefan Vapa now moving up in the 2nd. In his Macon, and then Robert Dusek sliding in the 3rd. I was to say Pianowski, who just dropped back, has also been racing himself about 45 years, and has a number of NYSRC championships to his name. And and that Tim Hannon, he said, is heading to just handed to me that he's heading to Indianapolis to race in the CKNA Karting Championships, Karting Nationals, October 10th. So just a couple of weeks, going to be switching disciplines from the Formula Fords over to the smaller little chassis.
So, Denny, how many years you got behind the wheel?
6, 7.
Yeah, something like that. No, I started in 1969.
Yeah, me too. So that's 55 years. Not bad.
Yeah. Got my first Formula Ford in 1971. Been an open wheel guy ever since.
I bought my first Formula Ford in '69. It was in the second ever Formula Ford race in the United States. It was held at Lime Rock on May 10th, 1969. The first race, I think, was the week or two before at Willow Springs. And by the end of the year, if you didn't send your entry list in on time, you got on a waiting list. That's how many Formula Fords were bought in 1969.
Well, one of the wonderful things about the FFCS really is that it's bringing all of these cars that were back from our day, Frank, are coming back out and running and doing great things and looking probably better than they did when we had them. At least the guys clean them up a little bit.
All right, so we've got now just a touch over 8 minutes, I believe, remaining in this race with Hannon, Dusek, Vapa, Pianowski, and Clark, your top 5. But I'll tell you, nice little battles going just a tiny bit back from there. Joseph Griffin and Doug Beatty. Griffin in his Lotus and Beatty in his Crossley for 6th position. And I think when they crossed the line to complete lap 5, they were all of about 2 or 3 feet apart. And we can see how closely matched some of these racers are here.
I noted that Stefan Vapa put a good clean pass on Dan Panowski going into turn 1 into the 90, and it looks like Jordan has passed Kraus and is going to be closing or attempted to close in on Leon.
And those are famous battles, by the way. You know, Denny and I are sitting up here, and the kids we mentor are running our cars.
You're running your cars, exactly.
All right.
Oh, look at this is their side-by-side coming out of the bus stop. All right, getting word that the next time our leader, who at the moment is Tim Hannon in the number 0 machine, next time our leader comes by start-finish, they'll see the white flag. So 1 lap remaining. So now I guess a little bit more than 1 lap remaining. So we'll see that here in just a moment. But look at, I mean, these battles, you know, I'll tell you, and I think I mentioned this at the Jefferson, because the Jefferson was the first vintage event that I had ever run, and I always had the impression that you didn't necessarily see a lot of, you know, wheel-to-wheel racing because drivers were more worried about the state of their cars than racing wheel to wheel. But some of the battles that we see out here in the Formula Fords in particular, here we go as Hannon crosses the line. We start our final lap here from Watkins Glen for our Formula Ford race. The racing that we have seen, I mean, we saw it in the Sports 2000s a few moments ago, really quite spectacular as these racers are battling for position up until the checkered flag comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 46 Formula Fords, so that, you know, no matter where you are in the field, you're racing somebody.
Right.
That's good for us old guys that are, you know, back in the field a little bit.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, we used to be in the front. But
well, it looks
not so much anymore.
It looks like Jordan has passed Leon. And
yep.
I see that Mike Agnifilo has passed Joe Griffin. And Panowski has repassed Stefan Vapa.
Stefan Vapa, exactly. So Agnifilo, and I think I have some information on Mike Agnifilo here, driving that number 20 machine out of Woodbury, Connecticut. Was the RCCA champion in 89 and 90, SCCA Northeast Division champion in 1993, 05, and 06. And
yeah, that's a beautifully prepared Van Diemen
RF81.
Yeah.
Looks like Leon may have repassed Jordan going through the bus stop.
He said, and interestingly enough, so the Van Diemen is his very first race car. He says that he bought it with a $5,000 bank loan at 18.5% interest back in 1986.
I did the same thing in 1969.
Right.
I got a $1,500 bank loan for a street car and bought a Lotus 61 for $4,400 when I was making $6,200 a year as a teacher.
Well, he said he was 20 years old at the time. So hey, I'm glad he had his credit built up by then. But I don't know if that was necessarily
it just makes perfect sense. You know?
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense now, 30 years later, or 40 years later.
Well, they should be coming to the flags. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Here we come. As our leaders come out of turn 11. Wow, dropping a wheel into the grass. They're trying to straighten things up. There you go. Checkered flag is in the air. And Tim Hannon is your winner here in our Formula Ford race in his 1979 Crossley. Dan Pianowski works his way back up into second position in his Crossley 30F with Robert Dusek and a Winkleman finishing in third. Stefan Vappa will drop to fourth, I believe. Yes.
I'm just congratulating Frank Delvecchio for his magical win over.
There you go.
Over Denny. So our kids crossed the finish line, nose to tail, side by side.
Oh my!
And
I could see right there. So I'll get there in a second. As Mark Clark finishes fifth, Mike Agnifilo sixth, Joseph Griffin seventh, Doug Beatty, and then in the battle of the booth. And your driver's name again? What does he?
Jordan Mayer.
Jordan, that's right. Jordan will finish in ninth position because Denny had to make very sure that to let everybody know that you guys weren't biological father and son, Frank. So Jordan will finish in ninth. Denny's son Leon will finish in 10th. Glenn Brooks will finish 11th. Mike Kraus 12th. Ira Nesbitt will finish 13th. Alan Tossler will finish 14th. Ron Baird will finish in 15th. And I was wondering, Ira Nesbitt driving the 555 machine, because we've had a steward in the Northeast, the SCCA, John Nesbitt, who I believe came down from Ontario, and also I know drove I think drove Formula Continental, so I didn't know if they were related or not. I'm gonna have to ping either ping Ira or maybe ping John. But that is going to wrap things up for our Formula Fords here. Next up, everybody, and both Frank, Denny, want to thank you for joining us. And again, the offer is certainly open. We're going to have another race here for Formula Fords, I believe, at around 1:40 today. And of course, tomorrow at about 1:30, I think, tomorrow afternoon. And so you are more than welcome. Please, we absolutely love it, and enjoy having you up here. Hopefully we'll see you soon. But next up, we're going to be switching back over to the BMWs. They're going to have their next race. This is going to be our group, BMW Group 1, and they're going to be on track, I think, probably in around 7 or 8 minutes. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with some BMW Club of America Club Racing action here from Watkins Glen International, and we will be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you can win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. It is the Vintage Racer Group, and now on track, the BMW Car Club of America Club Racers. And Brian, as we have our first group heading out on track, I believe, this is a bit of a somber moment as we are going to have what is known as, or this group is going to have 2 pace laps. And I believe we're going to have what is known as a missing man formation here for a very special person, not only to the BMW Car Club of America's Club Racing program, but also to some other organizations as well. And that is Dean Croucher, who is former national steward with the BMW Car Club of America, and actually the national competition steward, passed away, unfortunately, here in early June. And Dean, who joined the ranks as national competition steward back in 2007, he decided to step away from the program now about 3 years ago, as serving in that position for 15 years, and stayed on with the program. After that, he was actually Club Racer license number 24, Brian.
Ooh,
so
wow.
Joined the BMW Car Club of America very early on as part of the New Jersey chapter, where he had been their race chair for many, many years, and served as the North Atlantic region's representative on the BMW CCA Driving Events Committee for over 20 years. And, unfortunate that we did lose him. He was also a longtime national steward with the Sports Car Club of America. And he is survived by his children, Beth, Tim, and Abigail, grandchildren, Stephanie, Daniel, Kira, Sammy, great-grandchildren, Phoenix, Finley, Eli, Melanie, Coraline, and also Forrest, as well as Dean's sister, Donna Nelson. Has several nieces, nephews, cousins, and friends as well. Dean was, in addition to his club racing exploits, Brian was a veteran of the United States Navy, and proudly served his country for many, many years, and we will miss him greatly. Of course, he is predeceased his parents, Burdette and Beatrice Croucher, and of course, he is survived by his loving wife, Meredith, who also works many club racing events. They were married for 38 years at the time of his passing. So, again, very sad to see Dean go, and our racers on track now honoring him, as looks like we've got a race underway. Brian, I thought we had the other one more lap to go, but we are also joined up in the booth here today by BMW CCA racer Scott Sterling. Am I correct?
No, Bob Albert.
Bob Albert, there you go. Hey, at least I got the names right.
Wrong organization.
Wrong organization too. Yeah, I got everything wrong today. But Brian, we're underway racing here from Watkins Glen.
I'll tell you what, Greg, they were 2 wide. They were 3 wide, almost 4 wide going into turn 1 as they come out of turn 2 and head up to the S's. They're still 2 wide. There's really not a lot of room there. As you start to get marbles in there, these cars are not going to handle really well as they start to head into the inner loop. And I'll tell you what, that looks like that's going to be the 846 Brett Strom. He's actually going to take off and pull away by about 10, 15 car lengths over the 800 there of Todd Brown and the 86 of Rick Black. But I tell you what, they're still unsettled halfway to midway through the back of this pack. And I tell you what, they're still trying to get too wide and still trying to get back single file, as that is really the only way you're going to be able to make up some ground on this group.
Yeah, indeed. With these very closely matched machines, and again, with the exception of going down into the toe of the boot, not a lot of very hard braking opportunities. As we've seen, certainly going into the bus stop, a great passing opportunity there. You may be able to eke out a pass going down into turn 1, but still very, very challenging. As we're going to see the majority of our field now coming up out of the boot and into turn 10 momentarily, and I think we're starting to see him now, Brian, come that way. So we'll try and pick them up, and here they come, and I think we've got some of our CM machines, primarily E46 BMW M3s here at the front of the field, coming across the line. And as we complete lap number 1, let's take a look at the order here. We have Brett Strom in the lead with Todd Brown running in second. They are both in the C-Mod class. And then we've got Corey Deeds, who leads B-Mod. He is sitting third overall in his F82 M4 with Rick Black running just behind in fourth. He's in an M3. Also, I think that's an E92 chassis. A couple more of our C-Mod drivers. Peter Agapoglou running in fifth, and then Marshall Papadopoulos running in sixth. I think I may just skip fifth and sixth for the rest of the race there, Brian. Kirk Olson seventh, Jared Randall, and then we've got our Power 4 racer, Ryan White, our Power 4 leader, running ninth overall.
I tell you what, Greg, Brett Strom in that 846, in his E46. I tell you what, he has just taken it by storm and really pulled away. And I think a lot of that has to do with the drivers behind him, Todd Brown, Corey Deeds, Rick Black. They started out too wide. They couldn't get settled in on that first lap, and that's actually allowed Brett Strom to propel himself to that big 4.5-second gap lead that he's got over Todd Brown in that C-Mod division. But I tell you what, Greg, it's almost to the point where you've got Corey Deeds and Rick Black. They're kind of closing it down. That's 0.5 of a second after that first lap. Look for Rick Black to make some moves now that he's gotten back up and he's back in behind Corey Deeds. They've settled that for right now. As this race goes on, you could see Rick Black try to run down Corey Deeds. They start to come out, come through turn 10 now. I think we got one of that lead car there, not the red and the black one. That's actually Brett Strom. There was another car a little bit ahead of that got a really late start that really kind of struggled right off the start. And got moved all the way to the back. They're actually going to come up on the back bumper of that here momentarily. But there you go. There's Brett Strom now going into turn 1. You can see the difference in the down the hill and the camera angle that comes down through there. We got one car that's going to go really, really wide. Yeah, and then all the way through turn 1, and we're going to go through. We'll try to get this back up. Looks like we lost a little bit of signal. We're trying to get Frank McClanahan's.
Yeah, I think we're going to try and get his live feed up here in just a moment, as we do have an in-car. But, Josh, why don't you keep – there we go. Looks like we got it maybe now. There we go. As we're going to jump on board with Frank McClanahan, who's running a little bit further back in the field right now, Brian. I just wanted to I thought we might have had some issues.
16th right now, so.
Yeah, 16th, and in that Power 2 field, he is currently running, let's see if we can pick up the current spot there for him. Actually, I'm sorry, not Power 4. Not Power 4. He's actually leading the M2 Spec class right now, Brian, and he's got almost a 7-second advantage on Sean Brown. But I figure this is a great opportunity for our viewers at home to get a feel for what Watkins Glen International looks like And here now we can pick up where our cameras haven't been working.
Maybe we could switch back and forth between him and our cameras.
Yeah, exactly. That is the chute or turn 6. And then here's one of those heavy braking zones. And it is a hard dig out of the corner here over at the toe of the boot. Now, yesterday during practice, Frank actually had 2 drivers get together directly in front of him here coming out of the toe. But you could see how much straight line running there is and how much the draft can really help here, especially with so many of these BMWs with such large wings on the rear. Those wings, certainly they're going to help keep the rear end planted on the cars that run them, but it's also going to put a pretty big hole in the air for the racers behind, and you can see how much ground that Frank was able to make up on the drivers ahead of him.
Well, I'll tell you what, right when we came onto this shot, Greg, the 361, that's Terry Elliott right in front of him. And I tell you what, Terry Elliott really locked it up going through the inner loop, getting ready to go through the bus stop. So you can see, really what's going on and what he's dealing with as a driver as he gets into that Power 4 battle. A little bit further up ahead of him.
Yeah.
But again, you can see the downhill. Now, the camera doesn't really do it well here, but when you look at our camera shot, you really see the camera angles that really come through there and that he has to deal with.
Yeah, and
here
you can see here where the car kind of, how it leans into the corner, and here is probably the flattest section of the track right here. But Josh, let's switch back to one of our other outer, and maybe we'll track them coming into the bus stop now, and you can see how tight it is. There is McClanahan right there, just left our screen, just ahead of the yellow BMW there. So we want to thank Frank for providing that in-car video, and we'll bring that back periodically.
Frank, yeah, we'll check back in there. But I tell you what, it's amazing to see, if you've never been here, as we talked about earlier this morning, amazing to see the different angles and the different elevations of this racetrack. Down from the, coming down into turn 1, going down, making that right-hander. Then you're kind of coming back up the hill into the S's, and then you're coming back down the hill again, heading into the boot there, especially when you get down the bottom, and then coming back up. When you get to the top of the toe there, that really ends up becoming a pretty big battle right there. I believe this is one of the cars that kind of went through. Here's the second place car. I believe that's Corey Deeds in the 762. Rick Black in the 86 there. A little bit further back, you're going to see Peter. I don't want to mispronounce his name.
Peter Agapoglu.
Yep. And then
who's now running 4th, second in CM. So he's made up a number of positions, Brian. I think the last time we checked in, he was running in 7th position.
Greg, we may have some contact there in turn 1 between 2 of the vehicles. We'll look to hear that call coming in. But this green car that coming right at us now has his 4-way flashers on. Good call by that driver, knowing he's got a problem. We'll try to get the 2 numbers on those. There was a little bit of contact going into turn 1.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble getting them. We'll try and get the numbers as soon as we can here. And unfortunately, I don't have color coding information here. Let me. All right. It sounds like it's a 025 machine, which is the green car that was involved there, and we'll see if we can get the number of the other entries, and it is the 241, 025 and 241. The 025 is Amir Faramand in his B-Mod machine. He was running 10th at the time, and then the other car, the green car, is the 241 machine.
I'm wondering if that actually is the 24 machine, because they were nose to tail.
Yeah, Tyler Pappas in the also B-Mod.
Yeah,
and I believe they were running at the time. They were running 4th and 5th.
You can see
in B-Mod.
Sorry, Greg. You can see in your camera right here, and Josh has got it on. He's got some right front damage to the front when he goes to pull out. You'll see some flapping of some. Sheet metal there or some underneath of the car, but I think he's going to wait for this last car to go by, get through the bus stop, and then pull out in behind them. But it looks like he's going to stay
you go.
far drivers left. But you can see.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's just going for that crossover road there to go back behind the wall. So obviously, looks like his day is done. By the way, Brian, I want to thank Emmerich Steller for joining us on the BMW Club of America Club Racing YouTube channel. He says great coverage and a beautiful day for racing, and we definitely concur. It is glorious out here today. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. This is the first call to the grid for VRG Group 2. Please start heading to the grid. VRG Group 2 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, so the 025 Amir has made it back to the pits, and I think you're right, Greg. As we talked about, I think that was the 24 because he's dropped all the way back down. So that was Tyler Pappas in that white, and it didn't look like it was front damage when he made that right-hand turn. It actually looked like
from the
right
the
rear. It looks like rear damage.
Okay. All right, so if we go and we take a look, and of course, the ticker, what we try and do is we try to color code all of the different classes. And so, for example, the C-Mod class is in red. The B-Mod class is in white. The Power 4 class is in orange. And we'll show you the individual classes on the right-hand side of that ticker here in just a few moments as we rotate through. But Strom, Deeds, Black, all completing 6 flying laps, and now starting number 7. And change in position, Brian, for second in C-Mod as Todd Brown in the 800 car gets around Peter Agapagalu. And that moves the 288 car back to 5th overall, 3rd in C-Mod. And Ryan White still leading Power 4, and he's got a bit of an advantage now over Sirapathi Haputantri. About 11 seconds separating first and second in Power 4. David DeJesus about 1.2 seconds back from there.
Yeah. Starting to get some pretty good battles. Looks like the 025 there, Amir's going to get ready to come back out. Looks like he was just coming off the pit lane as when we were picking up our camera 2 shot out of there. So it looks like he's probably going to fit back in here somewhere. Again, going to be a couple laps down because he definitely went in the pit just to have some individuals check out that car just to make sure that it's all good to go. Came down pit road and went back out. So I want to pick him up. I think he's coming down into the inner loop right now. He filtered in. Looks like we do have one of our Porsches out here, Greg. So right there, coming through the inner loop, going to head down. If not, that is a BMW with a Porsche front end. But I don't think I don't think they line up and fit very well.
No, probably not. Hey, so Brian, we talked about Todd Brown, who just passed the 288 car, moves up to 2nd in C-Mod, and I think running 4th overall. So Todd, who's been racing for 30 years, he's got 5 BMW CCA Club Racing National Championships to his name, podiumed in his 3rd professional race ever. And again, it's fun when we see racers from our hometown. He's from Culpeper, Virginia, and much like me, got his start behind the wheel on the racetrack at Summit Point Raceway's Friday at the Track program. It says he was a motorhead from age 6, so very, very cool to see that. And he says he also owns historic race cars, so hopefully we'll see him out for the Turkey Bowl at Summit Point Raceway in just a couple weeks. I think the November 13th and 14th, and they're going to have a group specifically for BMW racers. So hopefully we'll see him bring something out.
Be nice to add that group, there. I think we can get quite a bit, especially like you said, we've seen some individuals from, Woodbridge, from Haymarket, from Culpeper. So, within an hour and 15-minute drive, depending on traffic, depending on the time you leave, it could be 4 hours, headed out to Summit Point. But again, go straight out 50 and 17, come out that way to 340 and come in.
All right. And, I just noticed Steve Ficacci mentioned in the chat that our ticker is just absolutely flying through names, and I think a lot of that has to do with how many people are on track right now. So what I'm going to try and do, Frank, your wish is my command. I'm going to try and slow it down a little bit here, because I think some of the names were set to rotate every 2 seconds. I'm going to double it to 4 seconds.
There you go.
So hopefully, as we step through, it'll make a small change. And
so you got more.
Right down at turn one, and a couple more cars
contact
coming together. I said, going into the bus stop's a great place to pass, but making those passes down at the 90 is awfully hard, and that's because drivers, you've got to come all the way down the inside. If you're the car being overtaken, it's a delicate dance there, because it's very hard to see the cars that may be coming up your inside. Turn one, the 90, is probably one of the most heavily cambered corners here on the track, and so it's always a challenge there that people they'll come very deep into the corner. I don't want to call it a dive bomb or anything.
Sure,
it's not a dive bomb,
right.
but the car being overtaken just doesn't see it coming many times.
You've got so much momentum because you're going down the hill, right? And you've got to. We talked about this earlier on. Sometimes you have to back that corner
and the
up.
track's 5 cars wide there.
Right, and you have to try to back the corner up. You just can't, right? There's so much momentum that you just go a little bit deeper.
You can see here, Brian, how wide this corner is.
Yeah.
And it is about 5 cars wide when you come down to the apex. It's and you can see how much they drop below the level of our camera there. And it's just very tough to get a good sight line sometimes on other cars. So I think, Brian, the 846 car, Brett Strom, who is our current leader, he's going to get the white flag this time by. So let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for VRG Group 2, please head to the grid. VRG Group 2 racers, please start heading to the grid.
Yeah, Brett Strom now getting through some of that lap traffic as they head out of turn 1 down into turn 2. Again, setting some pretty good fast lap times here. Still kind of in that mid 157 ranges. Pretty much the entire race. I was watching his overall pretty consistent across the board for these laps. So with this timing, he's probably going to get about 10 laps in the books. There he is coming out of the inner loop, going to be getting ready to go to the outer loop there, and then down through the boot, coming through. So again, still setting some pretty good lap times, pretty good pace. A little bit further back, Todd Brown. We talked about it where he dropped back a little bit at the beginning of this race, Greg. Now he's moved all the way back up into second place
overall
so
in that 800 car.
Yeah, he's made that pass over Corey Deeds in that 762 machine. So
that puts our 2 C-Mod cars up at the front of the field. Unfortunately for Todd, he's got about 40 seconds that he's got to make up at about half a lap. I think that's going to be a little on the difficult side. But look at this battle now coming out of coming out of the inner loop, Brian. And who is that? Is that
may be
Deeds in black?
It could be. That could be Deeds in black right there, because 0.3 of a second, which means black made up some ground because he was back. Like I said, when they went by the start-finish line, turn 1, it was 0.3 of a second.
All right, our leader Brett Strom coming to the front straight, should be the 3rd car in line here. And there you go, checkered flag is in the air, and he just crosses the line. That's the blue BMW, the 846 machine of Brett Strom. That means the 2 drivers just ahead of him, Brian, they're going to get one more lap to battle it out here. And I'm fairly certain, judging by what I'm seeing here on the clock, that was most likely Johan Neiman and JP Tracy battling in the IP class, battling it out for 7th position. In IP, they're going to have about a little bit less than 3.5 miles to fight it out here to figure out who's going to take that higher position.
Well, Johan Neiman last time by, the lap before, went really wide in turn 1, went exited those track limits, I guess you can say. So we'll see what stands up there, but definitely went wide. Over the rumble strips there in turn one. And, Greg, they ground the asphalt just to the left of those rumble strips in turn one. So it's almost a double rumble
right.
strip. It does. We run over that.
Saw some photos of that last night.
We ran over that this morning when
right.
we were putting out the cameras and basically had to make a right-hand turn.
It will
very bumpy.
Yeah, it'll certainly unsettle an F1 or a Dodge 1500 pickup. That's for sure. I'd imagine that a smaller BMW would have some issues as well.
At speed, no less.
That's right. We had a hell of a lot more in the way of sidewall on the tires to soak some of that stuff up. That, and we were only doing 5 miles an hour.
Correct. No, thank you. Do not want to be this part of the racetrack.
That's right. All right. So as more of our racers come across the line, let me give you a quick rundown here by class. And we will start off with C-Mod and our overall winner, Brett Strom. Todd Brown finishing second. Peter Agapagalu will finish in third. Jared Randall fourth. Liam Haro will finish in fifth. Scott Glennie will finish in sixth. Sean McKinney will finish in seventh. Nick Zaccateria will finish eighth. Matt Stover ninth. And Marshall Papadopoulos will finish in 10th. If we move over now to, let's go over to B-Mod, where Corey Deeds takes the win over Rick Black. Margin of victory there, Brian, 36 hundredths of a second. Kirk Olson will finish in third. Amir Farahman will finish in fourth. Tyler Pappas retires early. He'll finish in fifth. In GTB1 for the interlopers, the Porsches, Rich Diasis will take the win over Michelle Herron. In M2 Spec, our camera car, and hopefully we'll have some more in-car from him. Actually, tell you what, let's go over and take a look at his cool-down lap, Josh. As we got there we go. Let's move over to Frank McClenahan. He takes the win in M2 Spec. Margin of victory over Sean Brown, about 8.5 seconds. Michael Wetzel will finish in third. In Power 4, Ryan White takes the win by 13 seconds over Sripathy Hapatantri. David DeJesus will finish in third. Terry Elliott fourth. Jason Santlofer will finish in fifth. And then let's move over to IP, which I believe is our final class. David Woodward taking the win. Joe Neiman will finish in in the 888 car will finish second. Ryan Agnew will finish third. David Somo finishes fourth. James Keown will finish in fifth. All right, so what we're going to do, going to take a quick break. We've got our VRG racers coming out next. It's going to be our mid-bore machines racers 2.5 liters down to 1,500 liters. 1,500 liters. That would be a lot. 1,500 cc. There we go. I think I got it right now. They'll be out on track next. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back with you here in just a few moments from Watkins Glen International. Actually, hold on 1 second, Josh. Don't do it yet. I got some change. I got some fixes I got to put in. Oh, yep, there we go. All right. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Stay with us.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. It is the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club America Club Racing here today, and heading out on track now, Brian, for their pace lap, and henceforth their race is our VRG, we call it mid-bore production. It's basically for cars over 1,500 cc up to 2,500 cc. Yep. For those of you that only know cubic inches, that's 15. That's 1,500, 1.5 liters and 2.5 liters. So, not that I think that's any big help.
Unlike your 1,500 or your 1,300 liters that you mentioned earlier.
Which is essentially like a tank engine. Yeah.
Flying around this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Put out 3,000 horsepower. All right. All right. So let's take a look here at some of the players that we have out on track. And we're seeing, and I believe we saw this group earlier for, I think, actually, Brian, this group here, we saw very first race of the morning.
Yeah, they went out, very first one, because they got delayed a little bit from yesterday.
Right.
For their race, so they moved it back till this morning. So we're going to go back out again a little bit, and if I'm not mistaken, they're going back out again later today,
exactly.
Where they have the combined group of groups 1 and 2. So that'll be later on this afternoon, definitely after lunch, probably roughly between 2:10, 2:15 is when we'll start there. But we're going to combine both of those races, both of those groups, I should say.
All right, so fastest driver in the previous session of taking the win in his B Sports Racer Lotus 7 was Baxter Phillips. That's a 676 car. Chris Domingo in the number 71 Lotus 7 was finished second in that early race, and then it's all Lotus 7s all the time here at the top of the field. Todd Reed in his took the win in the EPV class. Tom Upshur finishing fourth in his CPV Lotus 7. It's not until we got to Cliff Murray, who finished fifth in the number 72 machine. Cliff racing a Devon Porsche, the 1958 machine, with William Bartlett jumping back in with a Lotus 7, finishing seventh. And then we had David LeBron in his TA2 Alfa Romeo GTV. And that was a great fight that we were watching for a while there between David LeBron, who finished seventh overall, and Vince Vaccaro in his 72 Alfa. And I'm going to have to check with Vince. I had known for quite some time, it raced in a number of my iRacing leagues that I was covering, and also was racing, I believe, in Spec Racer Ford in the Northeast Division of the SCCA, Chris Vaccaro. Mm-hmm. And I think they may be...
they're related there?
Be related, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I know they're just now coming out of turn 9, so they'll be coming into our camera spot here momentarily out of turn 10. So pretty much lined up from what I can see from here. So as they come through turn 10 now, you'll definitely see they'll start to line his packs up. Greg, and we talked about this earlier on. I noticed this yesterday. Kenny Williamson in that 27 machine, in that Elva Courier, got a great launch when the green flag came out. Same thing this morning with Tom Upshur in that 41 machine. So we'll see whether or not those two drivers can do it again.
Starter looks over the field, and we're green, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Watkins Glen as those little Lotus 7s head to the head down in towards turn 1, head towards the 90 for the very first time, and you watch these tiny little cars fan out, and of course, Brian, you look at it in the Lotus 7s, which have been the fastest cars in this group. These are the cars, and they are the antithesis of fast racing at Watkins Glen. They are not very aerodynamic.
Right.
You know, they've got the big fenders on, essentially they look like motorcycles, but they've got the big fender flares on the front.
Yep.
The drivers sit over the axles. They are, you know, they've got a long hood, but they put such a big hole in the air, and they just will run out of speed here coming up towards the bus stop. And this is where I think a lot of the other racers and a lot of the tin tops will probably have an advantage as we see them drop down into the bus stop for the first time. And I believe that is Todd Reed.
Either Todd Reed or Baxter Phillips got a great start there.
Reed's in the red, the red 92 Lotus 7, much later vintage Lotus 7. And he jumps out to the early lead as our racers took a look. One of our Alpha GTVs, I think that was Vince Vaccaro, actually takes a look to the outside coming out of the bus stop and heading towards the outer loop.
And we got one car that's definitely going to make that turn, that right-hand turn, through the inner loop there, through the bus stop. Looks like that's going to be right there.
That's one of our Alpha.
That looks like
Alfa
number
Romeo.
4. That looks like the 4, if I caught that right there. So.
Yeah, actually, that might be the 4. I think that's the 44.
That's actually Michael Lawton in the 4.
Okay, that is. Oh well, that's going to be problematic because Michael Lawton is the race chair this weekend, Brian, for the Vintage Racer Group.
Maybe he has decided to pull it off the racetrack. Yeah, he's going to come back and check on everything. But you know, I talked right when we got to the start of the racing action here with Kenny Williamson in that number 27 in that Courier. Again, gets a great start, moved all the way up into 4th place as they went through turn 1. By the time they came up the hill out of the S's, Greg, he had dropped all the way back to into that 8th, 9th position again.
Okay.
And was kind of being swallowed up by some of these other cars that started in the back. So we're going to have to wait and see. But as we get going through here, we'll see where he pans out after the first lap. But we definitely started to open up the gap here on this first lap. And yes, that was Todd Reed. In that Lotus Super 7 at number 7. It made that turn, or made that pass, 2 of them going into the bus stop.
Indeed, and just got word that I think it's the 277 car, Brian, just pulled off course. That's Jeff Baer. In his MGB. Jeff had a great run this morning.
Actually, he did not. Actually, this morning, he was the one who pulled off drivers right.
Oh, that's right. Going into turn 1.
Yeah,
that's right.
So, again, that whatever that problem was.
Well, he had a great run down to turn 1.
Yeah, whatever that problem was has reared back up and happened again.
Jeez.
But he got a little bit further this time.
That's right. He had a great pace lap, Brian.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look here as our racers now making it through the bus stop. Great. Oh, look at that little white L there coming through. Beautiful, beautiful machine.
That may be Kenny Williamson. I think. Is that Williamson in the 27 in that Courier?
Yeah, I believe that is.
Again, just doesn't have the straight line speed as these Lotuses do. So again, that's where where we're talking about. We noticed the big jump all the way to the front, and then ends up coming back, kind of swallowed up when he gets up the hill to the S's. So
well, we talk about how this is a speed track, Brian, and in the end, yes, you can make up for a little bit where you're a little bit down on power by using the draft and having cars pull you up to the corners, but in the end, this is they know it is a power track.
Right. Yep. No. Absolutely. So. Sorry.
All right. It sounds like, Brian, we've got a local caution down by the toe of the boot. And sounds like coming out of the boot, we've got a car that's pulled over driver's left, apparently missing a wheel, missing a rear tire. We don't have a car number. We'll take a look at the order and see what it is after some of our drivers pull through. It is a dark green machine, which will help us out a little bit.
We're narrowing it down.
And I've got a very good idea.
Cliff
I believe
Murray,
it's
maybe?
Cliff Murray in
Yeah,
the number
'cause he's
72
dropping way back.
Porsche. Yeah. And so it looks like his days now. We're trying to get, I think Race Control is trying to determine if he's far enough off course to hopefully be able to just keep with the local caution and not need to go to a full course caution here.
Yeah, and I do believe you're right. I think that is going to be Cliff Murray because he's dropped all the way
through
back.
the order.
Yeah.
Yep, indeed. And I'm going to see if we have some information on Cliff. Unfortunately,
I don't believe that we do.
I don't know. Yeah, and the call's coming in that he's in a pretty safe position right now. So it looks like we're probably going to leave him till the end of session. Now, great battle going on a little bit further back in the field. We'll try and pick them up here. It's this is the battle for the lead in the BSH class. We've got a yellow BMW 2002 and a much newer vintage machine, an E30 BMW. Actually, I take that back. No, it's not a BMW. It's Gerald Bolschel in his Datsun, and actually in a BMW. I'm sorry, as our timing and scoring is jumping around, and I think that's who we've got right. Nope, not a yellow one. That's actually towards the back of the pack where we've got, I think, the Nissan, the Datsun 200SX. But we'll try and peek in there. Margot Ote, the last time they crossed the stripe, had about a 3-car length advantage over Steve Hirschenreiter in those cars, and again, very tight running here. We were talking in TA2, and this was actually a fight that we saw early on, Brian, in the morning session. In TA2, it was David LeBrun and Vince Vaccaro, both in the Alpha GTVs. They spent a number of laps nose to tail. They are not nose to tail right now, about 12 seconds separating them. But Josh Brown in his Volkswagen Golf, the red and black Golf, and there he is coming through turn 10 right now, just ahead of Josh, Josh Brown. Brown and Vaccaro have been swapping positions the last 2 laps, and that is the battle for second in class. And a great little fight there is, one car has the advantage, it looks like, coming out of the boot and coming out of turn 9, and then that Volkswagen, it's got some torque and it's got some top end and is able to pull away on the straights from the Alpha directly behind. Thanks for picking that up, Josh.
Yeah, looks like we've got some passes potentially under the yellow, Greg, down there, coming through there. So again, you get going down into that hill, right? You get going down there, and it's tough to see. And, you talked about Brown and Vaccaro. I tell you what, there is a gaggle behind them coming through the bus stop right now, a little bit further back.
Yeah, let's take a look here. We've got the Miata of Bassett with, and that's in the ITB class, Kenny Williamson in his Courier, who we saw a little bit earlier in the white Courier. So it looks like he's kind of, how do we put it? He's basically, he's found where that car belongs, I guess. We've got the MGB of Marcus Jones and David Dearson in his Mazda Miata, all in pretty close proximity. Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, BMW Group 2 racers. Looks like most of you are making it to the grid already, but if you haven't started heading to the grid, you should do so now. BMW Group 2, please start heading to the grid.
I think we had Russ Rosenberg missed the entrance into the bus stop, went straight. So I believe that is going to be the 5.3, I believe, the 2002, the yellow and black BMW. He's continued on, but wasn't able to make the entry. And again, he was kind of, in another gaggle of cars there, just not able to get slowed down to make that quick little right-hander into the bus stop. Had to go straight. So, and I think we're going to see that more and more, Greg, as we start to get into the the larger cars. It gets very difficult when you have somebody to your right, to your driver's right, to get in there. We talked about that earlier. We said we needed to get back into back into single file in certain parts of this racetrack.
All right, Brian, getting word that, we got about 5 minutes remaining in this race. So I know we have up on our ticker.
Yeah.
If you were able to see the ticker. Let me bring it up. There we go.
Yeah. It says 14 and a half minutes, but I think we're
take our word. It's less.
Short. Yeah. Let's say we're gonna cut it down at 5 minutes. So looks like the groups are getting between 6 and maybe 7 laps.
Right.
During this morning session, and then as we get to probably the afternoon, we'll get right back on schedule. And again, as we talked about at the beginning of this race, we're gonna combine groups 1 and 2 through there. So
nice little pass there, Brian. Just coming through the field, it was David Gott in his 1962 Triumph TR4 and Stephen LeBrun in his Alfa Romeo GTV. Looks like the Alfa got the measure of the Triumph coming out of the bus stop. Nice little move there. Again, when you look at how different these cars are as far as capabilities, as we've got the white flag in the air now, and so Baxter Phillips in his Lotus 7, here we'll see him come down in the turn 1 momentarily. He's got just one more circuit of Watkins Glen International for this race, but it's so interesting to see, Brian, the cars that do have the top end speed at the end of the straightaways, and then the ones that are much better handling cars through things like the bus stop and going down through the toe of the boot, where you need to be, and especially here at turn 1 at the 90, where you need to be able to get the car rotated.
Yep, absolutely. Got to be able to get it in there in order to excel that off of the corner, to keep that momentum and keep that power going up. But I tell you what, we're talking about the 1 to go here. Baxter Phillips, Chris D'Amico, and Todd Reed. They were within a second of all 3 of those drivers. Yeah. So D'Amico 0.6 of a second back, and then Todd Reed was 0.4 back behind that. But I tell you what, it's closer than that. It's within a car length of each of our top 3 drivers. So we'll get them coming through here. Some of the other cars, you talked about Josh Brown and Vince Vaccaro. Vaccaro now getting in front of Josh Brown as they come out of turn 2 and head up into the S's there. In that Romeo, in that Volkswagen GTI. But, we talked a little bit further back with Paul Stinson, Harvey Park, Steve Bessett, Marcus Jones, Kenny Williamson still in there, and David Dearson. That is a gaggle right there. They are really trying to battle all the way through, all in different classes.
Yeah, Stinson in EM in his Lotus 23, beautiful little coupe, little racer. Then Harvey Park and BPV in a Ginetta, in the yellow Ginetta.
Right.
We saw the white one earlier. Then with Stephen Bessett in a modern day machine, Brian, a 1999 Mazda Miata, Spec Miata. Marcus Jones in his MGB, Kenny Williamson in a Courier, in an Elva Courier. As we're waiting here, starter has the checkered flag in hand, and there go the Lotus 7s through the field, where Baxter Phillips runs the fastest lap of anyone, Brian, on the last lap. He had something to prove there as he took fast lap away from Todd Reed, who held it since pretty much the second lap. Baxter Phillips takes the win in the BSR class and finishes first overall. Chris D'Amico will finish second overall in CPV. Todd Reed finishes third. He's in EPV in the newbie, the 1992 Lotus 7 versus the 1961 and 66 cars of D'Amico and Phillips, respectively. Tom Upshur in a 1962 Lotus 7 will finish in fourth, second in CPV. Taking the win in TA2, David LeBrun in his Alfa Romeo finishes fifth overall. Your winner in FPV in a 1962 Lotus 7 is William Bartlett. Vince Vaccaro will finish second in TA2 in his Alfa Romeo. Josh Brown will take the bronze in TA2 in his GTI. Paul Stinson takes the win in EM in a 1963 Lotus 23. Harvey Park will finish I believe, takes the win in BPV, if I'm reading this correctly. Pardon me, it's not Harvey Park, it's Hervey Park, in his 1965 Ginetta. Then Marcus Jones in EPV finishes 11th. Stephen Bessett will take the win in ITB. In a Miata, finishing just behind him, also in a Spec Miata, will be David Dearson. Then Kenny Williamson in his DPV. Elva Courier finishes 14th overall. Stephen LeBrun finishes 15th in his BPV Alfa Romeo. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's take a couple-minute break. We'll be right back with more action from Watkins Glen International. Coming up next is going to be more BMW racing. It's going to be our last race before lunch. It's Group 2 for BMW CCA Club Racing. We'll be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So I highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts. Or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we have out on track right now our last race of the morning, Brian, and it is BMW Racers, and you can see there down at the bottom of the screen, we've got our very large Spec E46 field, GTBI, ISKP, JP, Power 2, Power 3 as well. It's going to be a split start here, and I'm fairly certain that we've got the Spec E46 machines up at the front of the field with the, I think, the ISJP KP machines back behind, and you know they want to put the Porsches all the way at the back. Right? Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to have 26, scheduled to go out 26 is going to be, or scheduled to go out 26 cars in the Spec E46 class. So.
And so this group, we saw them out for a warm-up this morning, Brian. They did race yesterday during the afternoon race, the last race that they took part in. Phil Wirtz took the win in Spec E46 with Ben Hostetler finishing second, Jesse Clark third, Robert McInerney finishing fourth, Jeff Quisenberry finishing fifth, and then Jonathan Adams, Greg Hartman, Rich Brainerd, Joe Fuchs. That was your top 10. Probably that's 9. Let's add Matt Stover in as well. That would make 10 of your Spec E46 racers. Emmerich Steller was the fastest racer in the entire group. He finished 20th overall in Power 3. Took the win in Power 3 with Andrew Palumbo finishing second in that class. Keith Promozic finishing third in Power 3. In Power 2, Vin Chow taking the win with Besik Manadbi finishing second. In iStock, Gordy Wagner taking the win. William Mello Jr. finishing second. Nicholas Soma finishing in third. And should mention, Brian, that we've got Natalie Soma.
There we go.
That's Nick's daughter. She's in the chat right now. I want to thank her for joining us here for all the action from Watkins Glen International. And then I believe we moved down a little bit further. I think we had a Soul Racer in KP. That was Bob Martin. He only completed one lap yesterday. We'll see if he makes that car out today. As the field now coming around the final corner onto the front straight. Starter looking over the field. They look very well lined up, Brian, still as they're coming out of 10. And there you go. Green flag is in the air, and we are already 3 wide here on the front straight as all of these BMW E46 machines now start to fan out and come down into turn 1, into the 90 for the first time, and look right up at the front of the field. I think that's Phil Wirtz and Jesse Clark side by side, door to door, as they come down into 1. Ben Hostetler, who was sitting in, started off at row number 3, was slotted in right behind him with Robert McInerney and Jeff Quisenberry.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think Jesse Clark's going to be able to one that's going to get that jump on there, Greg, as that car came out of turn 1 with a momentum of speed all the way through there. We'll see if that is exactly what has happened. But as we come through the inner loop here, again, still 2 wide behind. So still fighting early on to try to get settled in. You want to get single file through there, especially with these cars, because if not, it's going to be a problem trying to get through there. You've got one car that a little bit further back kind of gave up the corner on entry, and that's really going to hurt him, as that's going to drop him all the way back towards the middle to the end of the pack of this field.
All right, Brian, we're going to move back over to turn 1 now, as we've got the second group that just took the green flag, as they are starting to make their way through, and already, for the most part, well, at the front, now nose to tail, but still 3 wide as they come into the S's. A very difficult challenge. We'll follow them in there as we see them heading up the hill, and now finally starting to fan out there as they make their way around. And I believe that those are the Power 3 racers: Andrew Palumbo, Emmerich Steller, Greg Michelli. Then we also have in Power 2 Vince Chow. Those racers, along with the IS and KS drivers, heading up through the field. Or probably not KS, but KP.
Right. So again, these guys starting a little bit further back. Looks like we got one car that may have gone off somewhere at 9. Looks like he may have continued, but again, little struggle getting through there. As our first group of our Spec E46 is coming through the start-finish line now, and again, that's Phil Wirtz. He's going to lead over Jesse Clark, Ben Hostetler, then Robert McInerney, and then Rich Brainerd. That's going to be your top 5.
That's right. And I would say, and Wirtz is operations manager at one of our great sponsors, Bimmer World.
There you go.
Brian, he's been racing for about 10 years now, and he's been part of the Bimmer World's Champ Car Endurance team for a number of years. Took the win. It was part of the win that they had in the 24 hours of VIR a couple of years ago. Apparently, he's been with Bimmer World now for over 17 years.
Wow. He'll be retiring soon.
Yeah. Yes. That means there's a position for me, man. All right, and Jesse Clark, who is sitting currently in second position. He's in the 2001 330i. Been racing now for about 20 years, and he is. I don't think this is accurate, but he lists his occupation as astronaut, Brian.
Well,
we may have somebody tell me that, yes, he actually is. He is running for the Tilt Creative and Production Bimmer World Flim Flam Speed Team here this weekend.
There you go. About a little bit further back here. That's the 745, Greg Hartman, Dan Marchin at 116, about 0.8 of a second, but that's not even really the tail. I mean, it's less than that. And then we get a little bit further back. Looks like we've got.
Yeah, it sounds like, Brian, we've got a car that is off the pace down in the boot, especially as this group is going to be heading down towards the boot here momentarily. Did we get the number on that car?
I think it's the 2-0.
The 2-0 machine.
Could be Sean Dwyer.
And they sounds like he's out of motive power at this point.
Yeah, we'll cover him with a white as it goes out there.
Yeah, so that is, you mentioned Sean Dwyer, E46 driver. He was running 14th overall after the first lap, and 14th in E46. All right, so that car now, realizing it wasn't going to get back to the pits, did pull off into the grass.
Yeah, and you can see Sean Dwyer dropping all the way down now. as our leaders come by the start finish line. He did not. So the second group that'll come back by through there, they will put him even further back. But again, not able to. Again, another car coming out of turn one, going a little bit wider than the track limit. So.
Want to welcome to the chat some folks on the BMW Club Racing channel. We've got Scott who says "Go Jim G," and I would assume that he is talking about James Graham, Spec E46 racer in the number 461 machine. And Brian, unfortunately, when that number 20 car came to a stop, had two wheels still on the pavement. So we are now going to a full course caution as we've got another car. Looks like that it has gone off over at the bus stop. So we will be sending some emergency services vehicles to that machine soon enough also.
Yeah, we're going to go to a double yellow here right now. We'll get everything done. You can see there that we did have one little small incident coming through the inner loop there. Looks like we did get a thumbs up there, so that's a good sign. We're going to go through there just so that we can pick up those cars through there. Again, the Sean Dwyer machine really coming up the hill out of turn 7. Again, as Greg was mentioning there right before we went, is that we have two wheels on, so not in a great spot. We need to get him moved. We'll get him back, and everybody will come in behind the pace car. Again, we're definitely going to go the full 20 minutes, but hopefully we can get them cleaned up here rather quickly and get them moving along. So again, we'll run down our leaders right now. Again, in our Spec E46, Phil Wirtz. That's your leader in the 958. 77, Jesse Clark is second. Ben Hostetler is third in the 296. The 102, Robert McNerney in the 102, and then Rich Brainerd is going to be fifth, a little bit further back, sitting there. As we look at our other groups there, Vin Chu in our Power 2 group, 824, he's leading. Bezik Manabe, the 46, is second in Power 2. Mark Thomas is third in that 67 in Power 2. We go a little bit further back here. We look at our IS group. Gordy Wagner is sitting in first, leading right now in the 36 machine. The 368 is William Malott Jr. And then in the third position is the 707 of Nicholas Soma. We look at Power 3. Emmerich Steller is leading. That's in the 10 car. The 24, Andrew Palumbo, sitting in second. And Keith Promozic in the 072 is in third in that group.
Yeah. So obviously we saw there the car off over at the bus stop over at the inner loop, Brian. That was Michael Rubin in the 527 machine. Okay. He was running, I think he was running 12th at the time of the incident in Spec E46, and appears that his day is done. I believe that full course caution came out for the car that we have for the car in the boot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think what possibly could have happened, and I'm not going to speculate on this as well, our group starts to do. I think there may have been obviously some contact as he saw the double yellow first.
Right.
Coming through the inner loop, the other car did not, and so I think that could have been just a product of, just kind of seeing the double yellow first. Again, another spot where you can't see that flag station right there until you're really up on it if you're behind somebody, right?
Indeed.
So definitely just a product of racing, and really not much either one of those competitors are going to be able to do anything about it.
So, Brian, we have a lot more people who have now chimed in the chat on the BMW Club Racing channel. Want to welcome, we've got Lisa Farrell Martin, her hubby, Bob Martin, out on track currently. And where is Bob currently? Where are you, Bob Martin?
Well, hopefully he's in the car.
I would hope so. Exactly. Also have here Marty Williams, who's here with Spec E46 racer John Williams.
Bob Martin, he's leading our KP. I think he's the only one in that class.
He's our sole KP driver. Yep. John Williams currently running 15th in that very large Spec E46 field. Good initial race for him. He started 17th, Brian. He's now up to 15th. So he's been picking off at least one car every single lap. Great run for him. And then we've got Heather Brainerd here in the chat as well. And we've got Rich Brainerd, who I am assuming that they are attached in some way, shape, or form. Rich Brainerd currently running 5th in Spec E46.
And again, I was going to say again, Greg, where we had the gaps there, it wasn't a big gap between each of those. It really through the top 5 was less than a second and a half apart, barely 2 seconds. That's going to bring the entire field back together. So once we are able to get back to green here, should be a pretty good race, especially in that E46 battle.
That's right. We've got also have in the chat right now Judith Bornstein. She is here cheering on Vin Chow out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, driving the 824 BMW Power 2 machine. Beautiful yellow and black E36 Coupe, beautiful car, representing Slipstream Racing. So I want to thank you for joining in as well. And I want to thank everybody for showing up. We've got Riley in the chat voting for Jim G. And so that would be, who is that, Brian? Jim Graham, who we talked about earlier. I think we've got Riley and somebody else from that team here as well. Oh no, that is Riley Plays. We talked about that before. We've got Josh Tabor in the field looking out for Phil here as well. Now that they know that we're giving everybody shout outs, Brian, they're all jumping into the chat. Thank you. Well, we got a little bit of time here. Exactly, we've got some time. So I want to thank you all for joining in and joining us here on both the BMW Club of America Club Racing YouTube channel, as well as VRG, the Vintage Racer Group channel. And so here, Brian, maybe we should have a competition real quick. I'm gonna hit one of my magic buttons here. I'm gonna go and say, hey, go ahead, and if you haven't already subscribed to either one of these two channels, certainly do so and click on that like button. Right now, I've got 24 likes on the VRG side, only 15 on the BMW side.
I thought, man, you had more shout-outs than you do that. So this guy's got to start clicking that button.
Exactly. So time for you to go and all you BMW folks, go ahead and hit that big thumbs up, hit that like button. Oh, there we go. We're up to 16 now, so I got at least one more. But you guys got to catch up to the vintage guys here. And
well, I think we have a contest going on right now.
Oh, we should. Well, we're up to 19 now. You see, just a little bit of encouragement goes a long way.
Little kick.
And hey, I want to welcome, and this is great to see James Clay in the chat. And thank you so much, James. And hope you enjoy the coverage here from Watkins Glen. And I hope to see you in your next race for the team there. Thanks so much for joining us, James Clay, I believe, from Bimmer World. So also we got Iris and Kaylee Hartman here as well. So thank you much. Again, we are under full course caution here at Watkins Glen. Now this race is scheduled to go 20 minutes. We've got about 6.5 minutes, or a little bit over 6 minutes there. You can see it on the clock, 6 3/4 minutes remaining on the clock. And then again, this is going to be our last race before lunch. Josh, let's do this. Can we throw up the schedule screen?
There we go.
Just to give you an idea of what we've got coming up. So again, this will be the last race before lunch. When we come back, we'll have 2 more Vintage Racer Group actually 3 Vintage Racer Group races, and then we'll go back to BMW Club Racing again right about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll then have a special memorial race for Dave Panas. I believe that'll be the Historic Racing Group and MG Racers, and then we'll wrap up the day with this very race group getting their final race of the afternoon here a little bit after 4 o'clock today. All right, Josh, let's go back to some live action.
Okay, pick them up coming out of the outer loop there. You got them, kind of stacked up there. And it'll probably, freeze up here and there, but we're going through that there until they get back around. But again, this just kind of shows you can see they're starting to spread out a little bit. And I think that's when, once we get past the incident scene, it's kind of slow, and then you're able to pick back up, get back up to the pace car. So, Greg, as you were talking about it, just, this is where as a driver, you come out, you run 3 full laps, and then you get to, you get to a double yellow. You got to really sit back and go through the whole process of basically starting over, right? You've got to, you got to slow yourself down a little bit. Got to slow your heartbeat down a little bit.
That's right.
Because it was picking back up. Get through here. Continue to get heat in tires and in the brakes, because you don't want them cooling off, because once they start to cool off, it's going to take you a lap and a half to get it back up. And if you're battling for position, especially where we have in our Spec E46s with Wirtz and Clark and Hostetler, you got to keep everything there, because that race is going to definitely come down to the end. So you just got to take a step back, kind of figure out what's going on, understand what's going on with your car. This will allow you to make some changes later on where you can, but just kind of, just regress a little bit.
Well, I don't know about regress, but regroup maybe would be.
Yeah, I guess that's the word. That's really the word I'm looking for there. Regress. But.
Yeah, we don't. If you've made up positions here in the first portion of the race, you don't want to give them all back. Yeah. There you go. All right, so it looks like we've got the 527 car, Brian, back to the paddock.
Okay.
So then the question becomes the car that was disabled down in the boot.
I think he's already back. I saw them towing them back as you were going through the shadow.
All right, so lights are still on the safety car. So we've got at least one more lap under caution here. And we see what the issue is. Josh, if we can go over to that inner loop camera for a moment.
Just real quick. We can show you that they're
doing some tire wall repair over there, getting that ready. So that's I don't want to say that's the holdup, but
I think
hopefully once
we're done,
they wrap things up there.
Well, I think
hopefully,
we're done.
Oh, look at this!
We're
checkered
done.
flag is in the air now, so looks as though this race is going to end under caution. And so that's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry, folks. Let's do this. Let's go and we'll run down the order here. We'll wrap it up by class. We'll start off with our Spec E46 racers. And Brian, as we had only about 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
If we got that by the time they came around, it would run a little long. So let's do this. Let's look at Spec E46 first, where Phil Wirtz will take the win. Jesse Clark will finish second. Ben Hostetler will finish with the bronze. Robert McInerney fourth. Rich Brainerd will finish in fifth. Jeff Quesenberry will finish in sixth. Jonathan Adams seventh. Greg Hartman, Dan March, Matt Stover will round out your top 10. And again, what was a very large field? Actually, 25 cars took the green today in Spec E46. In GP, Frederick Londware, your sole racer, he completes all the laps. And then in IS, Gordy Wagner takes the win in his E36 M3 over William Mellett Jr. Nick Soma, we've got somebody who's going to be very happy in the chat there. Nicholas Soma will finish in third in the 707 machine. He's not in an M5 or not in an M3. He's in a 325i. Chris Benoit will finish fourth. Francois Metivier will finish in fifth. In Power 3, it's Emmerich Steller with the win. And I believe he had the fastest lap of the race once again, as he did yesterday afternoon. Emmerich Steller winning over Andrew Palumbo, with Keith Primozic finishing in third. Greg Papazian will finish in fourth. Greg Maselli rounds out the top 5 in an 11-car field. Bob Martin, your sole KP driver here today. And let's see, I think we've got one more class to go to, and that is Power 2. Where Vin Chow takes the win in his E30 328i. Besik Mananbe will finish in second, with Mark Tomei finishing in third. And great interview with, we have the quick, as we run through all the commercial breaks, I think we've got a small interview with Mark. Very, very animated character there. Greg Pizzullo finishes fourth, and Miro McMullen rounds out the top 5 in Power 2. All right, so Brian, we're going to be breaking for lunch here. Going to be back, we think, around 1 o'clock. We will update the return time on the screen as to when we are going to be coming back. I'm going to set that clock for the moment at 1 p.m. Let me set that up right now. And so stay with us, keep the stream on. If you like the commercials, certainly take advantage of some of the great advertisers and their services that are helping bring you this production here this weekend. Without them, we couldn't bring you this live coverage of the BMW Car Club of America's Club Racing or the Vintage Racing Group. And we'll be back in just about an hour.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International. It is the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club of America Club Racing here at WGI, and I want to welcome everybody back from lunch. And Brian, I'm happy to say that not only is it still gorgeous here, wonderful conditions here at Watkins Glen International. A couple of our cameramen got back on the job apparently.
Yeah, we got 2 of the 3 went down there and tickled their feet, and they turned around and came back to work for a little while.
That's right. Even though it's gotten a little warmer, it's risen about 10 degrees since when we went racing here early on this morning. All right, we've got our next group heading out on track, and as you can see there at the bottom of your screen, it is our sports racers, the S2000 cars, as well as our big bore racers. We saw them out a little bit earlier today, and this is, I believe, their 4th race of the weekend, Brian. And by the way, we've got a special guest here with us this afternoon, joining us from, he's one of our BMW Club of America drivers, and that is Mark Tomas, Good afternoon, Mark. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's great to be here at Watkins Glen.
And talking to you and your wife before we came on air, you've been coming to the Glen for many years.
Many years, yes. Originally as a student, you
Okay.
know, and then eventually through racing.
Ah, excellent.
Well, you're young, so it can't be more than 3 to 5 years.
Only about, I don't know, about 28 years or so.
Yeah, right.
All right, so let's see here. So we've got the group. They're out on their pace lap right now. And Brian, let me take a look here and see if I could get some information on their previous session as they were around. They went out earlier today, as I mentioned, and had their third race of the weekend. And this was the race between the Paynes.
Right.
Henry Payne the fifth and Henry Payne.
Right.
So I guess it's Henry Payne the fifth is probably like his great grandson, possibly. In their Lolas, they took first and second in the VS2 class for the S2000 cars in their Lolas. We had Rob Sherwood finishing in third in his car Beer, a couple seconds back from there. John Thompson finishing just behind Brandon Weber, who finished fourth. Thompson finished in fifth. And as we moved over to some of our GT cars, we had at the front of the field, if I move back through the long list here, it was, I think, Joey Bojalad in his Ginetta G2, finishing just ahead of James Glass in that beautiful yellow 1970 Chevy Camaro. And then we had the C2 Corvette, the 1964 Corvette Coupe of Chris Homer, winning DPV, APV, BPV, respectively, and then Kevin Farnham taking the Trans Am class in his first-gen Pontiac Firebird. And so we've got the drivers here. I'll get around. You know, Brian, I kind of like when everybody knows who we are all day long. I'll get rid of that.
They know who we are by now.
Yeah,
Hopefully they know who we are.
I'll see if I can get rid of that.
As they come out of 9 and they start to come up through turn 10 now, I tell you what, you're going to see a pretty good start. And Mark, Greg and I were watching this, especially the first two rows between Henry Payne and then Henry Payne the fifth, Rob Sherwood, and John Thompson. Great starts off the line, especially in these sports racer cars. They get down into turn 1. They can go 3 wide as our larger cars, and as well as your BMW class. You got to be protective in there. You can't really go 2-3 wide in there.
All right, started looking over the field real quick. Mark, I'm sorry, and the green flag is in the air for our sports racers as they fan out 4 and 5 wide. We're going to have our GT cars coming up very, very soon. We'll go and get that start as well. But, Mark, is this not a beautiful view, watching all these machines come over the hill?
Absolutely beautiful.
One of the Paynes did not get a good start, and I think that may have been Henry Payne, the Henry Payne, as he dropped as they got to the start-finish line, Greg. He dropped all the way down to 7th.
Oh, wow. As our GT cars now come down into the 90, into turn number 1, we saw that Ginetta Coupe first of Bojalad, first to come into the 90, and then right behind we had the red Chevy Corvette of Chris Homer, the C2 Corvette, as they bring the field. It looks like everybody now has made it through turns 1 and 2, and there you go. We only have one of those multicolored S2000s, Brian, at the front of the field, and you said it. I believe it is the 13 machine of Henry Payne V, who's dropped back to around 6th or 7th position.
Yeah, I don't know if Henry Payne, in the 90 machine, I don't know if he missed a shift on the start or that car just didn't get up to go, had a little blurb. But they kind of, Sherwood, Weber, Thompson, Garnett, and Fonte, they kind of gobbled him up, per se, and kind of really went around him as they got down into turn 1 up on top of that hill.
All right, and looks like we got our cameramen back, Brian, but they're a little stuttery here this afternoon. We'll see if we can get that fixed up.
Little connection issues down in the bottom, so it'll be much better later on this afternoon or even tomorrow when we do the short course.
Exactly. All right, so we should have our racers now coming here momentarily up out of the boot and out of into turn number 9. Hopefully that'll work. Hey, look, there we go. There's a cameraman on the job. And already a bit of a breakaway up at the front with our 2 racers. So that is Rob Sherwood and the other Payne. I think it's the number 90 car.
That's Henry.
Yeah, Henry Payne. They're at the front of the field. They're kind of be coming onto the front straight. to complete lap 1. No, and I got it completely wrong. It is Henry Payne V, the 13 car, and Brent Gernert there at the front. And again, multi-generational race families here, Brian, at the front, as Brian Gernert back in 10th position right now at the end of lap number 1, and Sam Payne up in 6th.
So I got to ask you, Mark, how many times have you sat and watched this view and watched the cars come at you? Because you're usually in the car. You don't get to see this view.
Exactly.
Now you can see where they're making the mistakes. Now when you go back out here later this afternoon, you got the advantage.
Exactly.
So, Mark, how long have you been racing with BMW Club Racing?
Actually, since it got started, which I believe is about 28 years ago.
Okay.
I came from SCCA, and when BMW started club racing, that was what I wanted to do, and it's been a very, very exciting time. It's, people are so nice. Everybody gets to know each other, and it's a real camaraderie there.
Yeah, so absolutely, and so you run in the PWR 2 class, correct? And so tell us a little bit about what that category is like, and the type of car that you would typically find in that class.
Right. In PWR2, actually, we have quite a combination. We have an E30 M3 like mine. You have a bunch of E36s,
okay,
and you have E46s.
Okay.
And so it's all based on the power to weight ratio.
Oh, okay.
And that's currently kind of the lowest class in PWR.
Okay.
There is a PWR1, but we don't have any sign-ups for that.
Okay.
So, but it's been quite exciting, and the whole PWR saga, if you want to call it that, since it started 2 years ago, has been expanding exponentially.
Oh, wonderful. So it's a power to weight class. So obviously with the E30 M3, you probably end up having more power because, well, I guess actually less power because you're lower weight than everybody else. But what kind of modifications do you or do you typically see made to cars in that category, in the PWR category?
You can do pretty much everything you want as long as you meet your horsepower.
Okay.
Your minimum weight and the modifiers. We have 3 modifiers. One is for aero.
Okay.
One is for type of tire, and one is for transmission.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's basically you can do whatever you want.
Okay. Now, do you have to stick with the stock engine, the engine that came with the car from the factory, or could you put a different? I would hate to think that folks with an E30 M3 would be swapping out that glorious four. So he looks at me like, well, I'm a Honda guy, by the way, so I like small displacement 4-cylinder motors.
I wish I still had the S14 engine, but I've gone through about 3 of them.
Oh, yeah.
So now I actually have a tuned down S52 engine.
Okay. Yeah. So have one of the inline 6 motors and
correct
and detuned. So certainly
that's correct. Yep.
Much safer to run and much less of a chance of going through one of them, let alone 3 of them.
And much less expensive.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'll absolutely bet it is. Oh my! All right, Brian. Real quick, let's check in with the action here with our VRG Racing Group.
Yeah, I tell you what, Henry Payne V and Brent Gernert, they are having one heck of a battle, as you've seen on the camera shots here in that 13 and 76 machine. The last time they came by, especially now coming out of turn 10 and be headed down the front stretch, you're going to see they were side by side trying to get through there. Through turn 11. Across their finish line. Here they come right into your living room, into your computer, wherever it is you're watching. And I tell you what, Henry Payne V gets down the front stretch a little bit more, which tells me he's getting out of turn 11 a lot better than Brent Gernert is right now. And so what happens is that helps him get down into turn 1 with that gap, where Brent Gernert is turning around and will get better coming up the hill through the S's. And up on top of the hill. We'll see how they get through the inner loop here in through the bus stop. But I tell you what, Greg, that is one heck of a battle. We've also got some of our bigger bore cars now, again, starting to come in to the back half of this S2000 battle. But I tell you what, Brent Gennard is not going to go away. He's going to take that unorthodox line through there. Mark and I were just sitting here, pointing at the camera there. When he came through the exit of the bus stop, doesn't go as wide as Henry Payne V there does. That car seems to really be able to turn on a dime on that short little turn.
Yeah, that's a very interesting turn. And definitely passing possible.
Yeah, without a doubt. Of course, for me, you come out of the bus stop, and I'm, like I said, Honda guy. As I'm always trying to fight for grip through the outer loop and try to keep from having the front end push off into the wall, I have to be cognizant of that. I can carry a lot of speed through the bus stop on a very short wheelbase little Honda CRX, but then it completely flips on its head as soon as you exit the bus stop.
And he literally means flip on his head. But no, I'm kidding.
I've done that at many tracks. Not here yet.
Here they come now. They're just now coming up the hill. They're out of turn 9, headed down into 9, and getting ready to come out through turn 10. Tell you what, the front half of this racetrack, that is where you saw that too. Mark was just about ready to jump through. Brent Gennard is running the heck out of that car because that back end is all over the place, coming through that little short chute right there, getting into 11. And I think he realizes, I'm not as fast as Henry Payne is right in there.
Right.
I've got to continue to be faster and better. So pushing that, as I said, they're now coming into the back of the larger Group 4 in there. So they're going to have to battle through that. We saw that, Greg and I saw that earlier on, where the battle when they had both of the Henry Payne V, and Brent Gennard earlier on this morning. Having a big problem.
All right, Brian, we're going to try and check in here in the battle in Trans Am in TA between Kevin Farnham and Michael Dubé. Farnham is driving that beautiful white Pontiac Firebird, first generation Firebird, and then we've got the little red Corvette, the C2 Corvette of Michael Dubé. Last time they crossed the start-finish line, they were separated out by, I'd say probably 2 car lengths, about a second separating them, and I think, take a look here, I thought they might be coming up through the S's now, but we'll try and track them here momentarily as time is starting to run down here on this race.
Yeah, it looks like we got just right around 10.5 minutes, and the battle up front is getting even more intense than it was before because, as we talked about, you've got them coming back up into some of this other battles going on here, and you've got to be able to work around all that all the way across the bottom. But I tell you what, the driver on the move that I was watching, Greg, and I don't want to continue to jump on this, but that is Henry Payne. Henry Payne is actually right on the back gearbox there of John Thompson the last time by. Now they dropped a little bit further back.
All right, and Brian, you just tracking coming through the bus stop here. Looks as though the red Corvette of Michael Dubé. I was looking for the red Camaro. Pardon me, of Dubé, but it looks as though there we go. That's that battle that I was looking for, coming through 6 between Farnham and the Firebird, Michael Dubé in the red second-gen Chevy Camaro, the '68 car, as they now start to make their way down into the boot. They should, and we'll see if that toe of the boot camera can pick them up. I don't. There they go. Oh, for a moment there, we got it. So we'll pick up with them here in just a few moments as starting to pick up. Heard a call come in from one of our corner stations of a car that went off course. And James Glass in the yellow Camaro, Brian, only managed a single lap and then pulled that car off to the side.
Yeah.
And he is away from traffic. So Mark, tell us a little bit. When was the first time that you raced here at Watkins Glen?
Oh, that's kind of a.
I didn't mean to make it.
Go back a number of it. Yeah.
He just took his shoes off.
Probably maybe about 20 years ago, something like that. Yeah.
And so the first time you took to the course here and had the blue Armco on either side of you, how did you were you fearful? Did you attack the course? How did you approach it the first time?
Let's put it this way: I was very respectful.
Yes.
I think that seems to be the consensus. No matter how many years you've been here, as soon as that blue Armco went up, this track got very
narrow.
respectful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but it's something you eventually get used to.
Sure.
You know, so it's all about mindset and experience.
I think we have our next. You want to call that next group?
Yeah. Tell you what. Give me 1 second. I'm going to make a call to the grid for our next race group here. Attention in the paddock. VRG Group 3. If you could please start heading to the grid, you're going to be on track in just about 20 minutes. VRG Group 3, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Yeah, it's funny, Mark. I started off before I started racing doing track days, and my mentor, his name was Dave Parker, used to race in the Mid-Atlantic. Used to race in CCA Club Racing, in improved touring, and in H production, primarily in Volkswagens, Golfs, and Scirocco's. And he came up here for the very first time to run a race, and did his first qualifying session in the morning, got out of the car, and he looked fearful and scared, and it was the very first time I had ever seen. I always looked to him, for inspiration and for encouragement. And for the very first time, I looked at him, and it's as if he didn't know what he had just experienced. And because he was in a low little Volkswagen and had the Armco almost even with his head, that's like all he saw, and he went out and raced, but you could tell that it really, he approached this track very differently than a track that has 20 feet or 30 feet of runoff on the side here. I mean, this track, with the exception of where some of the runoff areas are, like here coming out of 10, incredibly high-speed corner, turn 1, obviously, the heel of the boot, it's an intimidating place.
No question about it.
Tell you what. Sorry, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. No.
Well, actually, I had a couple of years that I couldn't come over here, and I had to get used to it again the first time I came back.
Yeah, it takes some time to, as a racer, you're always trying to find trying to find that point where, you've got the onset of braking, the release of your brake foot when you're getting on the throttle for each and every corner, trying to optimize your entry to each complex. And, you're at a lot of times in a lot of race courses, you're working up until the point where, you've kind of gone over the edge a little bit and you dial it back. I always, when I would come back here, this is the place where I'm always cognizant that if I go over the edge, I won't have the opportunity to back it back up a little bit. And so you're always a little bit more reticent here, I think, than a lot of other places.
Yeah, it will bite you.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And we've seen this now from a couple of racers here this weekend. I mean, it's inevitable that it happens.
I'll tell you what, let me give it a little update in here real quick.
Sure.
So it looks like, and we may have some problems with the timing and scoring, Greg, because looking at the cameras on track, Brett Gunnar seems to have pulled away from Henry Payne. They're showing Brian Gunnar down into
8th
position, but he is actually leading this group over Henry Payne, Rob Sherwood, then Brandon Weber. The last time I saw on the cameras, Henry Payne has dropped all the way back, really looking at it next to 90, which is Henry Payne. So Henry Payne, the 5th, and the 13 machine, is actually coming back into the clutches. So I'm not really sure what's going on from a timing and scoring perspective, but on track, they are coming up nose to tail. So they are right there coming out of turn 9.
So it may be a transponder issue, Brian,
could be,
as we're showing the Gunnar car a lap down currently.
Yeah, correct.
So we'll probably see him place back in manually after the session is done. Our timing and scoring folks, they do look at that and actually manually track the order of each car coming across. Very limited size team here in timing for both VRG and for BMW CCA. So we'll probably see that change made after the session. But now look at this as he steps to the inside.
And he did that earlier. Again, I believe that's the 90. That is the Henry Payne there.
Right. That had dropped back very early on.
Right. Really gets down into turn 1 a lot better than, again, I'll say it, Henry Payne, Henry V. He really gets a lot better, into turn 1 in the 90 than the 13 does, and I think that actually helps them get by him. So we'll see them come through the inner loop here one more time. But you can see the gap there that the 90 car has, or actually the 13. So the 13 got back around the 90. So again, when you got similar paint schemes like that, it is really hard to tell on which car is which. But the 13 got really deep into turn 1. And I was watching the TA battle there a little bit too, Greg, with Michael Dubé and Kevin Farnham, and I think Kevin Farnham is starting to open that up a little bit. Based off timing and scoring, it says it's about almost a minute gap, but I don't believe it is that full minute gap. So,
yeah, and so John Russell, who made mention that Michael Dubé does not have a Camaro. That is absolutely correct. He is, and I think we correct ourselves at one point that he's, or probably doesn't have a Corvette, that he is driving that second generation number 68 Camaro, and Dubé has driven both in NASCAR and also done some SCCA Pro races. The car itself has quite a bit of provenance, having been an actual Trans Am machine and also having raced IMSA back in the day.
I think there was a call with him spinning because he is now 2 laps down, and I have not seen him come back through on the cameras. So he may have pulled it. It looks like he is broken. Kevin Farnham now leading over Gilbert Grable in that 122 machine, and that would explain that 53-second gap there when that happened. So it looks like he broke as we go down in turn 1. And Greg, here it is. This is that gaggle that we've been talking about pretty much all race long.
Brandon Weber right there in the 40.
Yeah, see, that's a perfect shot right there.
Yes.
So now it looks like Brandon Weber is probably going to be your leader there going through that shot there.
Well, let's take a look as he's sitting in second right now, but he gets a very good run out of the S's and into the bus stop. It takes a quick move, comes across the nose to cover Rob Sherwood in the red 05 machine directly behind, but it's Henry Payne the fifth, then Weber, Brandon Weber, Brandon in a Swift DB2, where Sherwood is in the Carbier CS2, Henry Payne the fifth, Henry Payne, and as well as John Thompson, all in Lola, either T89s or T90s.
Right. Again, we'll watch them come up the hill here. But I tell you what, that is a battle that's going to go all the way to the end. All the way through. Looks like we've got about 5.5 minutes left in this, so we'll have to see whether or not who's going to come out on top of that battle. Again, that's a battle that's kind of gone. Even this morning, I think they were already there with Rob Sherwood, both of the Henry Paynes, and John Thompson wasn't too far behind that either. Should be getting ready to come out into turn 9 now, or coming out of turn 9. There they are. There's the back half of them coming out of turn 9. They'll be coming into turn 10 right now, and again, they're going to be stacked. Again, Mark, if we were talking about this, and we were getting ready to point to the camera here, they're coming up in the back half of this field. They're going to have to negotiate all the way through down the front stretch. This is where they're going to get to them, is in turn 1.
All right, Brian, here coming through turn 1. That's Greg Smith in the blue number 66 Mustang. I wanted to point out because he's having a good run in TA. He started off in 39th position overall, works his way up to 33rd here in this group. It's a great run for him as we now go back to this battle here in S2000. And we're starting to see as they're once again working their way through some of the GT cars, starting to split them up here with just a couple laps remaining.
Well, I tell you what, those two GT cars, Henry Payne the fifth made quick work of them going down into turn 1. Was able to take that car, that Lola, and basically turn that thing right down into turn 1, hugged the corner there, and got by both of them in the center of the corner. And now you can see some of them are having problems getting through there.
They're getting bottled up behind some of the GT cars, and unfortunately, there's just nowhere for them to go.
Right.
So Mark, real quick. So you said you've been racing now for 24, 25 years thereabouts. What did you start racing? I know you said you came from SCCA initially. What was your first race car?
My first race car was a 320 from the 70s.
Okay.
And I was racing in ITB.
Okay.
In SCCA.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you've been a BMW man since the very beginning.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Has that just been a preference all the way growing up, or just something that kind of happened and you said, you know what, I'm sticking with it?
Well, I grew up in Belgium. So actually, my father was a GM dealer at the time in the 50s, Chevrolet and Opel.
Yeah.
So I was not really a BMW guy then, growing up with Opels. But once we moved to the U.S., that was the car I was going for.
Your wife is behind you going, uh-huh.
All right, Greg, it looks like we're getting the one to go here. So Henry Payne the fifth, he's going to lead Brandon Weber, and then Henry Payne, and then Rob Sherwood, John Thompson. That's really your top five there in that S2000. And again, we talked about this. Look at how well, and he didn't do it that time, but he is still getting through. Now we're going to go 3-4 wide coming out of there. We're like...
This man in the silver Jannetta does not know where he needs. Well, he knows where he needs to be. The problem is that there are 4 sports racers all around him right now, not making his job easy. And that is Joey Bojalad who is leading the DPV class currently, and he's running 18th overall, Brian, including all the sports racers. So he's got a lot of speed. Just can't compare to a Lola T90.
I tell you what, though, that was a great line just to be predictable, to come out of there and get up through the S's and just kind of hang. Now you're going to come up onto another one. Whoa. Here they come. So again, we are going to have one heck of a battle, especially when they come out of the boot down there and up the hill out of 9. We're going to get a great shot of that coming out of when they come out of 9. Because that's really where I think the race is going to be won or lost right there between those 4, because I think that they're going to run up on some other...
on some more traffic,
cars,
exactly, just in the last couple of corners here. As we see some of our leaders, as you said, making their way through and up to turn 9. Let's take a look. We should see our leader, Henry Payne the fifth, here coming up momentarily to start, and that is not him. That's a little bit further back in the pack.
Should be coming up right in behind here.
Yeah.
And again, I have a feeling they're all going
there.
to
There they all are. Uh-oh. And Mr. 914 getting out of the way. That was Chris Kazi in the 166 APH car. As our leaders now coming out of turn 10 for the very last time. It is Payne and it is Sherwood, and it looks like Weber has maybe dropped back position. Checkered flag is in the air, and indeed, Rob Sherwood will take back second position from Brandon Weber. Henry Payne will finish in 4th. John Thompson 5th. Mark Combs will finish in 6th. Brian Gennert will finish in 7th. Nick Font, Chris Whitaker, Mark Clark, your top 10. And as we start to look at some of our GT cars that are working their way through here. Looks like Devin Giedra will take the win in CPH in his Datsun 240Z over Michael Daly. In HS2, it is Maxwell Whitaker taking the win in his Tiga over Matt Kane. Tom LaCosta in his Lola T492 finishing 3rd. Angelo Savoia finishing in 4th, and that's actually in our HS Historic Sports Racers. In DPV, Joey Bojalad takes another win in his Jannetta over Jordan Beal and Porsche 914-6, Dario Cavallero and Fred Boney. Unfortunately, didn't take the green there. In ITA, Tom Bork in his Datsun 280ZX takes the win over John Mitchell's Alfa Romeo GTV. In BPV, Chris Homer with the win over Stephen Early, with Victor Corda finishing 3rd in class. In APV, James Glass, again, only completes a single lap, and he was the only driver in the class to take the green. And then in CM, Daniel Galon in his Beck 904 GTS, I guess Porsche takes the win. In Trans Am, it's Kevin Farnham in his Pontiac Firebird, the white Firebird we saw out there, taking the win over Chris Gable in the blue 65 Mustang, the 122 car. And then we had Greg Smith in the blue number 66, 1966 Mustang. And, of course, Michael Dubé, unfortunately, in that 68 Chevy Camaro had some issues, finishes 5 laps down. In CPV, in a Datsun 240V, I did it. That's the second time I've said that today.
That's exactly
240Z, right. Scott Kissinger takes the win with Stephen LeBrun finishing 2nd, also in a 240Z. In APH, Damon Yost will finish with the win over Chris Cossey. Jost in a Porsche 930, Cossey in a 914 six-cylinder. And then, as we mentioned, Payne, Sherwood, Weber, Payne, Thompson, Coombs, Gennert, Font, Clark, Merriman in VS2 or in the Sports 2000s. All right, so Mark, as we wrap things up and get ready to race here, you have some time behind the wheel coming up today. You are going to be on track. I know you didn't need me to tell you, but you're going to be on track this afternoon at 4:15, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And so we're going to be looking for your E30 BMW. What color is your E30?
It's a silver with the BMW race colors.
With the blue and red. And if you ask me what shade of blue and what shade of red, I can't tell you. But definitely look for it out there. I want to thank you and your lovely wife for coming up and joining us here today.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. That is Mark Tomas. He is racing in the PWR2 class in BMW CCA Club Racing. And I want to thank him for coming up. We're going to take a quick little break here as we get ready for our next race. We have coming up in just a couple of minutes our Formula Fords once again. And they're going to be going out for, I believe, their third race of the weekend. And we should be joined by another great guest. I think Frank Del Vecchio will be back with us here this afternoon. So stay tuned, stay with us, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We build the this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS. And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International for the Vintage Racer Group and BMW CCA Club Race. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and joining us once again in the booth here for, it means it must be time for Formula Fords, it is Frank Del Vecchio, and our Formula Fords, Frank, they're heading out for, I guess, what is their third race of the weekend.
And this is a feature race. This is the feature race for this afternoon. Tomorrow we do the short course, so it's completely different. So this is the race you want to win. This is for all the marbles.
All right. All right, so we have heading out, believe, and let me double check here. I believe we've got somewhere along the line of 46, 47 Formula Fords that were registered. We know of at least a couple that won't be making the field here today, but we'll get you the rundown here in just a few moments. If we take a look at the results from our last race, Brian, when this group was last out. It was Tim Hannon taking the win over Dan Pianowski, with Robert Dusek finishing in third. Stefan Vappa finishing in fourth with Mark Clark, Mike Agnifilo, Joseph Griffin, Doug Beatty. Not Frank Del Vecchio, but
Jordan Mayer.
Jordan Mayer,
Yep.
exactly.
Yep.
Edging out over some guy with the last name of Austin, over Leon Austin. My understanding is that there were some back slaps and maybe a little money exchanged here after that last race. All right, so here we go with that beautiful Toyota Camry safety car. Wake up, cameraman. Bringing the field through turn 9, and just look at the size of this Formula Ford field. This is spectacular.
That's always a nice sight right there to see. Should do that. We watch for them now to come out of turn 10, and I'll tell you what, Greg, you've got it. And Frank, I'll say the same thing. If you want to get in front of this group, you've got to do it pretty much on the start. I mean.
Well, it's pretty chaotic at the start. You watch them go to turn 1, they go into turn 1 5 wide sometimes, and let me tell you, it's chaos. I've been there, too many times. Somewhere around, 300 plus Formula Ford races.
That's why you're up here and Jordan's decked down in the car.
Don't say that.
No, because he doesn't want to have to do that anymore. He wants to be up here. He doesn't want to have to go in there 4 or 5 wide. I agree with him. I completely understand. You don't want to be in a spot where you're 3, 4, 5 wide, and you have individuals that haven't done it. So
I still love it though. I was out there this morning, and I'll be out there again tomorrow.
Yeah.
At least once. I'll let Jordan do the rest of it.
Go out there, wet the whistle, get what you need to get, and then pass it along.
I couldn't tell there, Frank, if there was one driver that had his hand up in the air and off the driver's left, letting cars by, but I think it was actually a camera mount on the roll cage.
I'm not so sure. I think that might have been Beatty. He was having trouble with his motor.
Okay.
And it just wasn't putting out power. So let's see where he is now, because he was up pretty far and it looked like he dropped back.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now, and I think, is that the 47 car?
Yeah.
The white machine down there towards the rear. I'm trying to. It's the 47 machine. That's Doug Beatty.
Yeah, Doug.
Off the pace. Yeah.
He was having trouble. We actually helped him clear his carburetor before he went out, and the carburetor looked good. He couldn't find what was the matter with the motor.
Mm. Well, it looks like his problems continue on. Obviously, not a carburetor, and we'll find out if he's able to limp it back to the pits or if he has to pull that car off track side. Luckily, here, knowing that he's having a problem, he could probably find a nice safe spot to pull that car off and out of the way that it wouldn't bring out a local caution. As we've got the field now coming up out of the boot for the very first time. And it sounds like Mr. Beatty's still under power, just albeit a little slowly.
Yeah, very, very slow. Probably trying to do everything he can to work that thing back to the pits.
All right, as the field comes out of turn 10 for the very first time, sitting up in the lead is the Winkleman of, it was the Winkleman of Robert Dusek. We thought Stefan Vappa, though, in the number 97 machine. He is currently our leader, as our timing and scoring folks have corrected a little mistake there. Daniel Pianowski currently running third in his Crossley 30F. Tim Hannon, our winner from this morning, in the number 0 machine. He is currently sitting fourth with Mike Agnifilo fifth.
Tell you what, Stefan Vappa getting a great run on that last lap, or really on that first lap, kind of coming through out of turn 9 all the way up to turn 10. and through the start-finish line. But here we go, guys. We're going to go 2-3 wide on entry into the inner loop there, into that bus stop. They get single file, 3 cars back. That looks like that might be Banowski and Clark that may have jumped in there like that.
It looks like Tim Hennon passed Vappa. Yeah, going through the S's. Vappa in a historic Formula Ford. He's got we run Club Ford and historic Ford.
Right.
Historic Fords run the steel wheels.
Right.
But basically, they're the same car.
Same cars.
Yeah.
Back half of this field now. Sorry, Greg. Back half of the field now coming up through there, getting up into through that inner loop. Again, those guys going to try to work everything they can, get single file coming through there.
And just got word that the 47 car did make it back to the pit lane. So we should have the rest of the field here all nice and clean and green as our leaders come out of turn 9. And I always considered this one to be one of the most difficult corners here at Watkins Glen. It is practically the only corner that isn't cambered. It actually is a little bit off camber, and because of the entrance, there is such a tendency to turn in early there that you're always seemingly fighting to keep it off the wall. Driver's right to come out of there.
Yeah, you always feel like you could have gone through there faster.
Yeah.
But you really can't.
No.
If you go there too fast, well, you make those marks on the blue wall on the outside, and there's plenty of them.
All right, and to renew their rivalry here up in the booth, we've got Denny Austin joining us once again. So thank you for coming back up, and welcome back, Denny.
Happy to be here. Wanted to make sure our proteges got off the grid okay, and they did just fine without my help. So here I am.
So here you and believe me, it is a long way to get to us in the broadcast booth here from the grid on the other side of the track. But looks as though both of them are doing quite well right now. We've got the 13 machine up in the 7th position, and looks like Leon in the 45 is up to 9th.
Yeah, it looks like Jordan has passed Joe Griffin, which is no mean feat, and he's got a really good lap time for him, 2:11, moving right along there.
Yeah, Joe Griffin is driving his Lotus 69 this weekend. That's just one of the finest Formula Fords that's ever been made.
You all were mentioning turn 9 and the adverse camber. It's interesting the way that works there is as you approach that turn, it's uphill, so the car has a little bit of downforce, a little bit of weight to it as it goes in, as a turn in. But once you've turned in, all that goes away, and then on the outside is that blue wall, which is also known as the Wall of Champions.
Yes. The only difference is they don't put a banner on it like they do in Montreal. Right?
No, they just leave tire marks on it until the next NASCAR race, and they paint it. Of course, tomorrow we won't be using turn 9.
Exactly.
We'll be hustling right straight down into
taking the short chute out of the outer loop and right through here, and we should have another camera up so we'll be able to catch the cars starting that short run.
Yeah, last week NASCAR was here, 100,000 people. You know, some of the beer cans are still out there in the field. They haven't picked up yet. Yeah,
we saw that. And a matter of fact, we had somebody in the YouTube chat ask if anybody knows whether these types of events are open to the public for spectating. And I know this weekend here, unfortunately, this event is not open for spectators. But many other
unless you know somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
If you know somebody, you get signed on.
Yeah, I mean, a number of VRG events at a number of tracks around the country are open to spectators. Same with BMW Club Racing as well. So the best thing that I could suggest to you here is, if you've got an organization that you would like to come out and watch, certainly call ahead if it's if advanced Wilkins syndrome, if you're interested in seeing events here at Watkins Glen International. If you go to their website, typically they will post up on the website the different spectator events that you can come out to.
And for VRG, just call Denny Austin at his home, preferably after 9 o'clock at night.
Don't say the phone number. Don't say the phone.
I have a 1-800 number that forwards to Frank Delvecchio.
I bet you do.
Our top 4 are really having a good good knockabout out there. Tim Hannon is not getting away from anybody, and Stefan Vapa, who is one of the smoothest drivers you're ever going to meet, and Robert Dusick, third, known as Trey, by the way.
Okay.
And Dan Panowski are really going at it, and Mike Igniflo's not letting them get away either.
No, certainly not. And we can see that red number 20 machine slotting in back right behind that lead group of 4. Agnifilo currently running 5th in his RF81 Van Diemen. Hannon just reset the fast lap, by the way. Of course, it was only 0.02 of a second faster than Stefan Vapa that last time around.
Stefan has been was telling me during lunch that he's been working on getting a good run through turn 1 in order to get a good run up the hill, and trying a higher gear and all that sort of thing. But he needs the draft.
And I think we were talking about this earlier, that he was a little down on power, but certainly getting a better exit through turn 1 to be able to get the run up the hill is, I think, paramount to getting a fast lap here.
We got some passing setting up right now. It looks like Agnifilo and Panowski tucking into. Maybe that was a back marker, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that, I believe, although an Agnifilo just reset the fast lap, by the way. While we mentioned that on that last lap, as they completed lap number 4. Real quick, gentlemen, let me make another call to the grid for our next group, because we don't have many racers up here. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. VRG Groups 1 and 2. If you're going to be taking part in our combined race here, please head to the grid now. VRG Groups 1 and 2, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few minutes.
So, gentlemen, I'll ask the question whether or not when we go to the short course tomorrow, as opposed to having to boot, how much of these setups will change at all, if any?
We're not changing gears. We're driving the car no matter what. We're going for it. Yeah. Although we're going to enter turn 10 faster than we ever have before.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, agreed. And the long straight is still the long straight.
Sure.
So you need the same top gear.
Okay.
Probably the only thing that won't change, well, that we don't do on this course, on the shorter courses, use second gear like you would down in the toe of the boot.
Because you don't need to dig out of it. You don't have a corner that you need to dig out of. Sure.
Yeah, most guys are using third gear through turn 1. So.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting.
So we know Jordan's family is listening.
Are they?
Yeah, they love your broadcast. They get the whole family together. Jordan's mom was here yesterday.
Oh, wonderful.
And she's an ex-Rachi model, so that the grid nearly stopped, and just took their attention away.
Well, that must worry Jordan tremendously if he's losing all the attention that easily there on the grid.
Maybe she could distract the top 5 a little bit.
No, let's not go there, guys. Please, let's not go there. All right, let's take a look here as we now have. Well, we've got about 13 minutes on the clock, so we're about halfway through this race. Pianowski just resets fast lap, and as you mentioned, Tim Hannon not getting away at this point as we watch these racers, and look how tightly packed a good portion of this. This is going to be.
Oh, it's getting tasty out there.
Yeah, that was a. I don't know what to call that, but I wouldn't have wanted to be right in the middle of that.
That really helped him though, because they stacked up, going into the bus stop, and slowed the rest of that pack slowed down a little bit, so they didn't crash into each other. And Tim looked like he picked up about 4 or 5 car lengths just in that one move right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He got by that slower car before getting into entry there, and that just helped him get all the way through the bus stop and really all the way down through the next couple of turns. But again, now that he's out there by himself a little bit, he's got that gap. Those next four get back in single file. I would assume that they would.
Here's the problem. The problem is always getting somebody to work with you,
right?
Because nobody wants to work with you.
Right.
And so you end up slowing each other down, and the leader gets away.
Yep.
Well, coming through 9, he certainly has stretched out a bit of a lead.
Yeah.
The guys that work the best together are Jordan and Leon.
Yeah.
They have run nose to tail pretty much every place we go, and they know to line up behind each other and use each other for the draft. They just make it work.
Well, that's because their instructors, their providers have been working together.
They're providers.
At the same thing, right? We've provided you with the knowledge of making sure you understand that's the best way to do it.
And Frank, to your point, they just both got past Mike Clark. So they're up in 7th and 8th now.
There you go. And getting word right now that when our leaders come by the next time, they will get the white flag. So the race is starting to wind down here.
This is the big one.
Yeah.
Well, the Formula Ford Challenge Series party this evening, the barbecue, should be great fun.
Where is it located? Because, we're nothing if not hungry.
We're always hungry.
It's in the garage, and if you don't eat 7,000 calories in that, it's unbelievable how much food they have and how good it is.
All right, well, we may have to find our way over there, Josh, Brian.
I'll know how to get there.
That's right.
Agnifilo looking really strong in 3rd. Steven dropped back a little bit. Trey Dusic's had a good time. Is maybe closing in on Steven a bit.
Yeah, so Dusick, so Dusick started off on the front row, has fell back to 5th position right now, but it looks like he's kind of settled into a nice little groove there. Been running very consistent lap times. I think as this whole group has been incredibly consistent, running in the low, the high 209 range, low 210 range here, putting in very good lap times. And has been very, very tight as, again, our starter now looking out over the edge of his bridge. And, again, the next time our leaders come by, they'll get the white flag.
Yeah, trying to pick up where they went. I don't see any of them on the camera.
Yeah, they're coming through. I think coming into 10 now, Brian. Yeah,
Yep,
they're coming into the final corners.
Yep,
there we
they
go.
come now. Yep. There is Tim there. I could tell by the gold wheels.
We've still got a race for 3rd. But,
great race going on right now for 3rd between Agnifilo, Vapa, and Dusick right there.
Joe Griffin probably, Dusick got by Stefan. Got by Stefan Vapa. Joe is probably strong for 5th, I think.
5th position, yeah. And so as now Mike Agnifilo sitting up in 3rd position, having picked up that position from Dusick on the prior lap.
Yeah.
And, not sitting so far out of the money right now. He's about a second back from Pianowski and about a second up to Hannon at this point as we watch them come into the bus stop now for the last time. About 7-8 car lengths separating. 1 from 2, 2 from 3, but Agnifilo, he's got to really worry about Dusick now right behind him there.
Dusick's not giving him any room.
No, not at all. And Dusick just reset his personal best lap the last time by, turning in, as I said, they were running high 209s, low 210s. He put in a 210 flat.
Joe Griffin, Jordan Mayer, and Leon Hodges-Austin are sort of locked in a last lap battle, it appears, for arguing over 5th position. I haven't seen them on the track yet, but their times are really very close to one another.
Just the way it's supposed to be, Denny.
That's right.
You're supposed to go out there and race nose to tail and side by side. And, that's what Formula Ford's all about. And we race close. And
I've told Brian, even just like the last couple of years at the SCCA runoff, some of the best races that I have seen by far are the Formula Ford races. In a lot of cases, because they are young, up and coming kids right out of karting that are looking to move up through the Formula car ranks. But it's racing where you don't give any quarter and you expect 3 or 4 passes and changes of lead per lap. Absolutely some great fights. Our leaders now, talk about changes in position per laps. Our leaders come out of the final corners and coming across the line, taking the win. Although Pianowski retook the fast lap of the session on the last lap, no consolation. He picked up almost a full second on Tim Hannon on the final lap, but could not get around. Hannon will take the win. Pianowski will finish second. Mike Agnifilo will finish in third, who manages to hold off Robert Dusek at the line. So Dusek finishes fourth. Stefan Vapa only 0.7 of a second back from there in fifth. And then let's take a look. Frank and
Jordan Mayer.
I would say Frank and Denny. Jordan finishes in sixth, and Leon finishes in eighth, with Jordan Griffin splitting the difference.
Yeah, Joe Griffin. Yeah.
That's a good finish. That's a great. That's a lot of good times. We're laid out by the top 8 guys. You get around here in 209, 210, 211. You're cooking.
Yeah, and like I said, it was very consistent. As you take a look, not just from driver to driver, but lap to lap to lap, variations of only maybe 1 to 2 tenths every single lap. Another wonderful race.
I don't recall hearing any particular calls for incidents,
No,
yellow flags,
not
or
at all.
Nor I.
And
Nor I.
That's maybe what differentiates Formula Ford and Vinny today from Formula Ford as it was.
As I was just mentioning, when you have young up-and-coming racers, it invites close wheel-to-wheel racing, but it also invites, unfortunately, wheel-into-wheel racing as well. All right, so gentlemen, let's wrap things up here for our Formula Ford race. We've got one more VRG race before we go back to the BMWs. And we will see the Formula Fords tomorrow, I believe, at right around 1:30 for their race, 1:30 in the afternoon. I believe they'll be on track early on for a practice and qualifying session for the short course. We're not going to be streaming the qualifying session in the morning, so you can come up here and talk. Just nobody's going to hear you except us. But obviously, we'd love to have you back tomorrow afternoon as well for more racing action.
Yeah, I think I can make that. We want to make sure everybody gets off the grid. I certainly want to participate. We're going to have to talk a little bit about strategy and whatnot.
We'll do it.
The morning one. Just, we say we will.
We'll get it. We'll get it done.
And then we got a long drive home.
Yes, we all do. All right, everybody. That was Denny Austin and Frank Del Vecchio, and I want to thank them for joining us here this afternoon. We're going to take a quick little break. We've got one more VRG race before we break back to BMW action here at Watkins Glen. And we'll be back in just a few moments.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, shoe Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts. Or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you can win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. It is the Vintage Racer Group and BMW Car Club of America's Club Racers here at WGI. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. We've got Josh Ashby pushing all our buttons here today. And Brian, this is going to be an interesting one, as we've got somewhere around the lines of 65 racers. I've put down at the bottom of the bottom of the screen that it's VRG Group 1. It's actually VRG Groups 1 and 2, and I'm just not smart enough to figure out how to make our titles combine the two groups. But we're gonna have we're not gonna have a split start. We're gonna have a single safety car that you see there.
65 car train.
And the worst thing could happen is they'll all end up piled up over in the on the outside of turn 1.
I mean, we still have cars coming off the grid.
Yes.
We have some cars that are in coming through the inner loop there, coming through 5, getting ready to go to the outer loop, and we've got some that are literally just now coming off the grid. So, again, it looks like our last car now just got off the grid.
And there he goes. It comes over the radio. So, Brian, this should be very interesting. Of course, we've got our gaggle of Lotus 7s that we've seen race in very close proximity all day today. We also have here the TA2 Alphas that we've seen out here. We've got the Spec Miata, I say Spec Miatas, the ITB class Mazda Miatas, which just happen to be Spec Miatas. What else?
There's a plethora of cars and groups in here now that we're going groups 1 and 2. I mean, we again, this is actually really cool. I mean, I've seen enduros in cars like this. That this is the 65 car enduro for these for an hour and a half to 3 hour enduros. So.
Well, we are showing currently, and I don't think this is accurate right now, Brian. As our ticker I was looking at our ticker rotating through, looking at our timing. Somewhere there are 89 cars technically registered for this group. Don't think we have nearly that many.
There is 89 that are registered that were supposed to be on here, but we had of the 65
I think around 65, and we'll track how many there are. But as I'm looking before we put it up on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Our ticker, when it goes through, it's going to rotate through 89 cars, many of which are not out here today, but there's still obviously quite a number of them. All right, let's see. We should have our safety car, the Toyota Camry pace car. They're coming out of the boot momentarily. And I love this, as we were talking with Frank and Denny, and they referred to the exit of turn 9 as the Wall of Champions. And as we just have a couple seconds waiting for the pace car, as you can see, all the dark markings on the tire wall, driver's right coming out of turn 9, where you can see, that was kind of the trajectory.
Yep.
And more importantly, you can see all the skid marks drivers left as they've tried to avoid hitting the wall on the right-hand side, and inevitably end up hitting the wall on the left.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so pace car now bringing the field out of turn 10. The back of the field still down in the boot by quite a distance.
Yeah.
Lights are out on the pace car. We'll be going green this time by.
Which means you're going to have cars that are going to be taking the green that are going to be in the back still coming out of turn 10, Greg.
Well,
so
that's the plan. As the green flag is in the air and we are underway, those racers farther back in the field, they're going to see those yellow flags drop. They're going to start racing long before they get to the start-finish line, as the field now makes their way down into turn 1. And again, all of our Lotus 7s here coming across the line. And we'll pick up our leaders here in just a moment, because honestly, from that distance, I can't tell them apart.
So far, so good. It looks like we're going to hopefully get all 60-some cars through turn 1.
As they are gingerly blowing through turn 1, getting on the throttle to start their way up the hill.
Yeah, the 76 is smoking.
Which we see there all the way at the back of the field. now, and that is, it's actually a Formula V, Brian, so I would expect it to smoke some.
I would be worried if it's not.
Right, but I wouldn't expect it to be smoking that much.
Yeah, that's a bit much there on that machine there. So that's Mike Conklin in that number 76 there. So again, yeah, again, you expect the Formula Vs to smoke a little bit here and there, but not as much as that. We'll see how long Mike Conklin's able to participate in this event right here.
And Brian, I was just watching coming out of the bus stop, Michael Kurtz driving the yellow number 51 DPV Triumph TR6. He was pushing that car hard through the bus stop on the opening lap. Matter of fact, here he comes around the outside of turn 7 right now, and the rear end just had this beautiful power drift on it coming out of the corner, and just love to see that. As we know, those tires, a full treaded tire that don't have a ton of grip to begin with, are still very, very cold, and just what it took to get that car straightened back up after it made its way around. All right, sounds as though the Formula V, Brian, that 67 car, has pulled the car off track, and looks like his race has come to an early end. All right, as our leaders come out of turn 10, cross the line, complete lap number 1, Brian. It is Tom Upshur in his CPV Lotus 7. Your leader, Harvey Park, in his Ginetta G4. Second across the line, William Bartlett in his Lotus Super 7. Third, Andrew Moore in a Sprite, running in 4th, I think. Because I'm looking at my timing, and it's not even showing me the top 2. It's starting off at 3rd position, Brian. So, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Mine keeps blinking, so.
Yeah, it sounds as though our folks in timing and scoring might be having some connectivity issues. Well, we'll try and get the information. But just so you know, you're seeing exactly what we're seeing on our systems here.
Maybe they're using our same cameraman we had this morning.
That's right.
I tell you what, though, for the top 3 right there, even whether it's not 3rd, 4th, or 5th, Tom Upshur, Harvey Park and William Bartlett. I tell you what, that's a pretty good battle going on right now up at the front of the field. As everybody else starts to get single file again, those front 3 are starting to pull away from a good 65 car train. That's actually pretty good. Beginning, 3 of those Lotuses sitting there. Well, one of them is Ginetta, so we'll have to see about there.
That MG midget just got a whole lot of curb on the exit of the bus stop and sent it flying through the air and landed. I'll try and get the number on that in a moment. So, Brian, it looks like we have probably somewhere along the lines of 57 drivers that took the green for this race. I'm going to save you all the pain and agony of you listening to me run down 58 through 89, who are the drivers that did not take the green. But so far, a great fight there. Yeah, so it looks like up at the front of the field, as you can see, we have 3 Lotus 7s. And so for whatever reason, we're missing the top 2. And we'll try and get, maybe we can see the numbers when they go by here on the front straight. We'll see if we can pick them up.
I think Tom Upshur is the first. Now it looks like it's going and starting to work its way back. Now it says that he's in second. It wants to put somebody up in the front. I think it wants to put Tom Upshur in the front.
Yeah, the problem is, but now we don't have a person in 3rd position.
Yeah, well, I think I wouldn't worry about the left-hand side. I think the names and where they are right now, I'm almost pretty sure that's where they are.
Okay.
A couple cars really getting wide coming out of turn 1 there. That you want to talk about exceeding the track limits that we have down there in turn 1. I can guarantee you they not only exceeded it, Greg, but they went above and beyond it as they went. And I think that was just more of, got down into turn 1. That car, neither one of those 2 cars just wanted to turn at all. There's our front 3 right there. I do believe the first one is going to be Tom Upshur.
Yeah, I think the red one right behind that may be William Bartlett, but it might be Todd Reed.
Ah, yeah, good point.
That's what I'm wondering, because I don't see Reed listed as one of the cars out on track.
Or
but
it could be Andrew Moore. Could be, could be, because I'm showing Andrew Moore.
Well, no,
William Bartlett,
it's not a that car set is not a Sprite.
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's
not
a Lotus
Sprite.
7.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's William Bartlett and it's a red and the silver. So maybe there's some silver on it, because I know that Bartlett's got a red.
Right.
A red nose. So it could be Bartlett sitting in there. So we'll jump back and forth again. I think it's some connectivity issues, but I tell you what, good battles really all the way through, right?
So I was just watching, Brian, and I think they're heading down into the boot now. The two BMW 2002s, they're in different classes. We've got the yellow one, that's the 188 car, Margot Ote, and then we've got the blue model, that is Bob Ball, and they were just absolutely nose to tail that last time around.
Yeah, I think they just now went through the toe, so they'll be coming up out of 8 and then heading up into turn 9. You'll be able to see them here in a couple minutes coming up through there. But it looked like there was a car that had gotten in between them at this point down there. So.
Yeah, and let me correct myself real quick. It's Margot OT that is in the yellow number 88 machine. Real estate agent. She's been racing for 30 years. And I think she got started. Her father got her into racing. Her father raced as well. And she said she's done the one lap of America and raced all around the Northeast. And of all the racetracks that she's ever been to, WGI, Watkins Glen, is her favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. That's 79 red. That's Andrew Moore.
Right. Having some issues getting that car turned in, as you mentioned, over at turn 1, running very wide over the curbing on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about this pretty much all day long. You get going down that hill and you end up picking up more speed than you actually, have because of the downhill. And, you get to a certain point on the racetrack and, okay, here's where I'm supposed to get on the brake. You go through stuff. Well, you got a tug or a pull from, the car in front of you, and now all of a sudden you missed your braking point. Well, now that car's not going to turn, right? That car's just going to get so tight no matter what you do to it. And you can't really get on the brakes even harder, because if you do, the back end's going to catch back up with you sitting in the driver's seat. So you have to make sure that you continue to go all the way and continue to be as smooth as you can.
Speaking of smooth, there are those two BMW 2002s. Looks like Bob Ball has gotten around Margot Odie. Right behind them, we've got one of our Spec Renaults. And let me see if I could pick up which that is. I believe Steve Hanford in the 62 Spec Renault, and then Peter McCarthy just behind in his Austin Healey Sprite. But looks like they're having a fun little race out there.
Yeah, continuing to keep going around. I tell you, you get mixed up into some of these other traffic, and it's some of these other groups, and you don't really want to get into into their battle,
right?
But just the speed that you have, or they start battling. I got a couple lockups there from our front three: Tom Upshur, Harvey Park, and Justin D'Antonio. Well, Justin D'Antonio showed up on my screen for a moment. I'm not sure if that's exactly who that is. It may be William Bartlett, but I'll tell you what, Greg, those three went down in there, and they got hard on the brakes going in turn 1. So again, you get that draft momentum coming through there, and that gives you that pull. You're faster into where you're normally.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so it gets hard, and you really got to slow the car down, especially when you have track limits like this, like we have this weekend. Because if you get out on those other rumble strips and get further, you've got to get back in line, because if not, there's more rumble strips to the left of that in turn 1.
Well, certainly, and and at turn 1, there is, we say how most of the corners here are very heavily cambered. Turn 1, you can see from our camera how much it drops down, that it's like a cliff on the outside there, but there is a very definite groove that you want to get that car into. If you don't get it into the groove at turn-in, it's going to spit you out outside the curbing area over there into that off-track area. So always very, very difficult entry. And certainly if you carry too much speed, if you are still trying to get your braking done as you need to turn into that corner, that front end is just going to push on you.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the wheel turned to the left so hard, and that front end is just going to wash right out, and you have no way but to let it go and try to collect it, because if you try to steer even more into it, like I said, the back end's going to come around, and that's when you're going to spin there. So you don't want to fight it. There's that battle you were talking about with Ball and
OT, and then we've got another BMW 2002, looks like coming into that little fight, and I believe, let me take, you know what it is OT and Ball had actually moved up. They started to make up ground, Brian, on Colby Schindel. Schindel is the first of the blue BMW 2002s there. He's running in the TA2 class. So this was one of the, I think one of the Trans Am or RS 2.5 cars. Then we've got Schindel behind, then the Spec Renault of Hanford, and then it's Bob Ball that is sitting right behind that Spec Renault.
Getting some calls across the radio here about some non-favorable moves by drivers out there on the racetrack. And again, that could be a product of what ends up happening is you get two groups that aren't really used to racing with each other.
Right.
At certain racetracks. I'm sure at some point they've all raced with each other at some point, but when you get this many different race groups, classes in between with the 58 car field, you're going to get drivers you've not raced before, and so you're going to make the move expecting that individual to really, not be where it needs to be.
And indeed, and I think what we just heard was a driver who had spun their car. And at a lot of race courses, if you go off, there's a lot of open area. You can see the corner stations very easily. When you're not, even if you are in a very, very small little British car here, and pick up that corner station, and the corner worker is going to help guide you back onto the race course in a safe position, in a safe manner. And the problem you have at Watkins Glen when this goes around, you look at a lot of these cars, they are quite a bit lower than the Armco that surrounds them. And a lot of times, one, you don't have a good sight line to a corner station. You don't have a good sight line to be able to see what traffic is coming up on you. So you may not go and rejoin at a great time.
Yeah. Again, trying to bounce back and forth here through, got 9 is, we got one car spun in the middle of turn 9 here. You want to jump on that camera there, Josh. Spin in the middle of turn 9. There you go. And so now,
and a couple cars have gotten together.
Yeah. Let's go to turn 10 here. Let's go back over to turn 10. Watch them there.
And that one, I'm fairly certain, is going to bring out a full course caution here, Brian. Let me do this. We're just about, and there we go. We are going to a full course caution. We're about 15 minutes away from our next race. Let me make a first call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for BMW's Group 1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. BMW CCA Race Group 1. You can start heading to the grid. Your race is next. All right, and Brian, we're going to be going to a black flag now where we want to try and get all of our racers off the race course. Looks like we're going to have quite a bit of activity over at the exit of turn 9 here in just a moment. So let's go. We're going to run down the order here. In the meantime, I'm going to try and break things down by class. In the CSV class, it is Mini Cooper, your leader currently. John Clerk with Mac McCormick second, also in a Mini Cooper. Alex Schaefer in a Mini Cooper third, and then Ron Scott in fourth. In BSR, Steve Hanford, your leader, over John Dunnock and Michael Schrader, the BSR class. That's for our Spec Renaults. In GPV, it's Stephen Herschritt and then Stephen Herschritt. And I think they're different, Brian, although they're both listed in Austin Healey Sprites and red. One is the 64 car, one's the 161 car. So, yeah, probably not the same. George Harmuth is currently running in third, and it looks like we're going to be going to a red flag, asking all of our racers to come to a stop on the track surface, and I think that's probably owing to the amount of track blockage there is over at turn 9. In EPV, Scott Jansen in the number 137 GT6 leads the field with Mike Moore second in a Triumph TR4. Richard Brown in his Marcos. Oh, great. I love a good Marcos. Currently running in third, and then Bob Schaefer in the 127 MGB fourth. In FM, and these are, in FM, Ralph Solomon in his Bob's ESR2 takes the win. William Demarest in his Falcon Shells Competition 2 BRG engine powered machine. Second, Baxter Phillips in a Lotus 11 third. In DPV, Kenny Williamson as Elva Courier takes the win over Michael Kurtz. William Emery will finish in third. In FPV, Andrew Moore will take the win over William Bartlett. Tom Brown will finish in third. Justin D'Antonio will finish fourth. Peter McCarthy fifth. Rob Brown with Tommaso sixth. Eric Russell seventh. Claude Gagne will finish eighth. Craig Seifert ninth. John Faulkner 10th. In the DM class, we've got the Triumph TR3 driven by John Stoidehar. He takes the win. Vic Schuster will finish in second. Our Soul Racer in GPH, Garth Knorr. Soul Racer in EM, Melvin Light. In BSH, it's Steve Hirschenreiter taking the win over Margot Oti. And then we go over to our huge, and we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen, in TA2. And we had 9 drivers take the green in TA2. Josh Brown in his Volkswagen GTI takes the win. Joe Lyles in a BMW 2002 will finish second. Colby Schindel third in a BMW 2002. And then Bob Ball finishing just off the podium in fourth. Our Soul Racer in Formula V, Mike Conklin, he does manage to complete 5 laps. In BPV, Hervey Park takes the win in his Ginetta G4 over Louis Patitucci. In a Lotus Super 7, Stephen LeBron in his Alfa Romeo finishes in third. Todd Wetzel, our sole FPH racer. In CPV, Tom Upshur, who is our overall winner, takes the win over John Munch in a Porsche 911, a 1972 vintage Porsche 911. And then finally, in ITB, taking the win, Stephen Bessett in his Mazda Miata, with Melanie Mitchell finishing second in her Alfa Romeo GTV6, and David Dearson in a Mazda Miata finishing third. All right, next up is going to be our BMW Club Racers. They're due to be out on track somewhere around 2:10. We're going to take, did I say 2:10? I take that back. Scheduled to be on track at 3 o'clock. I have a feeling we're going to have a little bit of cleanup to do, Brian. I will update the return times for our stream as we get a little bit more information. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back with more action here from Watkins Glen International in just a few moments.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroth belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So I highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. the revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap, always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation, and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International. After a little bit of a delay for track cleanup here, it is the Vintage Racer Group and the BMW Car Club of America's Club Racers here this weekend at WGI. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we've got a special guest joining us here for our two BMW feature races. It is Scott Sterling. How you doing today, Scott? Oh, let me unmute you, and then you can talk. There we go. Let's try it again.
No, thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to be joining you guys representing Club Racing.
Yeah, wonderful to have you here. So as we've got our racers heading out on track for our final two races here, Scott, you'll notice that we've got a lot of our corner workers trackside displaying their flags, and that is in memory of a wonderful, wonderful man who meant so much to the BMW Club Racers, and that's Dean Croucher, who unfortunately passed and left us in June of this year. And so Dave was national competition steward. Dean, I'm sorry, did I say Dave? Yeah. Dean was a national competition steward for BMW CCA Club Racing and longtime champion of the program. Why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
Yeah, Dean was just, aside from his work within club racing, just as a person, was just such a joy to talk with. Obviously, very experienced within club racing. I believe he was a steward within SCCA for close to 40 years. 15 years with BMW CCA, and even after he formally stepped down from being a comp steward, he was still an emeritus position and was heavily involved up until about two or so months before he passed away. But he was just always such a joy to talk with. He had so much knowledge and background about club racing in general, but specifically this area, having lived here for so long. So he was just a great human being, someone to aspire to have to be like.
Yeah, and so again, and we had Dean's wife Meredith here a little bit earlier today. We were speaking with her and some of her grandchildren, some of Dean's grandchildren here as well. And as you mentioned, just such a wonderful shining light for club racing across multiple organizations, and many family members that are here to remember him, such as his wife, as we mentioned, Meredith Croucher, his children, Beth Barnett and Tim Croucher, Abigail Hoffman, grandchildren, Stephanie, Daniel, Kira, Sammy, great-grandchildren who we saw some of them, I think, downstairs, Phoenix and Finley and Eli and Melanie and Corlin and Forrest as well. Dean's sister, Donna Nelson, as well. And so as part of the celebration of Dean's life, you'll notice as the group comes out of turn 9 heading towards turn 10, our pole sitter, Brett Strom, pardon me, has dropped back to the second row to leave the pole position open for Dean, and that is what we call a missing man formation, and that is what racers do to celebrate the lives of those they've loved and those they've lost. And so as we complete this first of 2 laps in what is known as a missing man formation, want to make sure that Dean's memory is always a blessing. And so there we have our team on the starter stand displaying their many flags. And once our front row completes this lap, we will see the number 800, the 846 machine of Brett Strom move up back to the front row, reassume his position and role as pole sitter, and then we'll start the pace lap here before our first of 2 feature races. This is, I believe, again, a 30-minute race. And so, Scott, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience with BMW Club Racing? I know you've been BMW CCA Club Racing. I know you said that you've been with the program for many, many years.
Yeah, so overall I've been racing or involved with the organization for about 2019 is when I first did race school. Prior to that, with all BMW CCA chapters in general, I've been doing HPDE for almost a decade now, which, is obviously there are some people who have done it for much longer than I've even been alive, but it's really become a second family for me. I think about the best part about BMW CCA Club Racing is the people and the people you've met there. I think most of the people at my wedding were actually club racers. So aside from the racing itself, the people I think are just tier 1 human beings, and but also I chose club racing because of the competition.
Sure.
Overall, many of the classes that you see that are popular are not only well populated, but competitively populated too. You look at the front of the field right now, CM, which is kind of the one of the heavy hitter classes. It's always a ton of action at the front. Although Brett Strom, I don't know how much you know about the car that they're running, but Brett really ran away with that last race.
He did.
I race in IS specifically, so that's E36 M3, very minimally modified with 2-way dampers, exhaust, and an intake, and that's kind of essentially it. But class numbers tend to be quite well with that, and it's very competitive at the front. I'm really sad to not be racing here, but work commitments.
And that's something we were kind of talking about. Brian and I. Well, Brian actually does still quite a bit of karting, but we kind of started doing this announcing to live vicariously through our friends. It got us to the racetrack when we weren't going to be behind the wheel for a reason. I actually got my start. I just walked up to the announce booth when my car was out of commission for a race because I wanted to talk about my class, and it was something very interesting. And I know you've had some very big life changes with a newborn in the last year or so. And sometimes, unfortunately for us as club racers, life gets in the way sometimes of getting behind the wheel.
Daycare makes racing look like a cheap.
So I've got a new order. So it is now boats, then race cars, and then daycare. That's the progression.
I would put daycare up front.
Daycare.
Daycare is actually number 1 to me.
Daycare in northern New Jersey is it's expensive. Again,
oh my!
A lot of Hoosiers are now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
How many A7s or R7s can I get for a month of daycare?
Oh yeah.
All right, so we've got the field, and it looks like the front row is going to be Brett Strom, as we mentioned, with Todd Brown also in the CM class, beside Corey Deeds in BM, with Matt Stover in CM making up row number 2, and then 2 BM racers, Kirk Olson and Rick Black, making up row number 3. A couple CM racers, Jared Randall and Marshall Papadopoulos, starting 7th and 8th. And then, how do you guys feel about those interloper Porsches running in GTB1, by the way?
They're confused, but we're happy to have them here. Maybe we'll get them into a BMW soon.
Soon enough, exactly. All right, well, there you go. Pace car now bringing the field through turn 11. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Brett Strom and Todd Brown, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Watkins Glen. And so, Scott, as they're heading down into turn 1 for the very first time, and look at that shot, it astounds me every time we see them fan out there and jumping to a quick lead from the outside. Looks like Todd Brown. Well, we'll see if he's able to hold on as he starts to make his way up through the S's, and I think he was. Good start there for Brown, coming right across the nose of Brett Strom there, going into 1.
Yeah, those cars might look very similar, both being E46s, but Brett Strom's car is actually a new car being debuted in club racing today.
Okay.
That is a E46 chassis with a B46 motor, so that's a turbo 4-cylinder motor.
Okay.
From BMW that he's put into that car. Brett's more. I believe this is the first time he's ever raced with CCA. He lives in California on the West Coast, so that's a new car for Todd that Brett's debuting here. But it's very light. It's got a ton of horsepower, and kind of saw in the results of the earlier race how quickly he can run away with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, all the advantages of a turbo motor with low end torque and a very very flat torque curve, I would presume, and probably a decent amount of high top end as well with those engines. So we'll continue to watch here as they play along. So in the mod classes, what would be the difference between B mod, C mod, and D mod? Is it power to weight? Is it any kind of essentially what you can prep level for the cars, or is it specific chassis types that fit into each one of those classes?
So mod is different than the rest of the classes in that it is displacement based. So
Okay.
modified, if you ignore the power to weight, the mod is the highest version of class within CCA Club Racing. B, C, D signify the displacement of the car, and I should know them off the top of my head. But
don't worry.
But C mod essentially, I believe it goes up to 3.4, and then D mod goes up to 2.99, etc. So B mod is above the 3.4s.
Gotcha.
So like Todd Brown's car is actually, so it's an S54 and an E46 M3. I believe that's a stroked motor to 3.4 liters. But yeah, so it's based on displacement.
Tell you what, we were watching the start. I'm gonna back up here a little bit while you guys were talking, and Scott, they weren't 4 wide, they were 5 wide going into 1. I really didn't think that. And again, they're here, they're still fanning out going down into turn 1. We're still 3 wide halfway through the pack here as they get through turn 1 and come up through turn 2. But we even saw them 2, even 3 wide, getting ready to come up to the inner loop there before they even got there. They had to get at least double wide to get through there. It's got some of them that are getting single file, but I tell you what, this group right here, this race, they're all into it because they're not giving an inch, even when we have plenty of time. 25 minutes, in this race. 22 left to go, but it's all about getting everything you can.
Yeah, and you talked about how many cars they were wide. I think that speaks a lot to the quality of the drivers within within club racing and kind of the respect we have that we can race that close, but still be very competitive with each other. Even you look at the shot right now with these two going into, was this the 6? Yes.
It's going into 6.
We
with
essentially
Frank
have a
Monahan.
3-car fight. But
yeah, and this is in the M2 spec, by the way. This is Frank McClenahan, who's currently running second in class. He took the win in our earlier race. I want to thank him for providing some onboard cameras for us.
And this is actually a great class to highlight right now. So this is a new class for BMW CCA Club Racing. Obviously, M2 CSR is a factory-level motorsports vehicle that debuted a few years ago. And you've seen it in some of the pro ranks, but really in the club racing world, in whether that's a endurance or a sprint series, they've really taken over, and we've been very happy to accommodate them into their own class. I believe they have about 10 or so people that race on any given weekend. I don't know how many are here this weekend.
Yeah, I think and I think somewhere around 5 or so, but has made up a good field, and they looked very, very competitive out here. So let's move over to Josh, back to one of our external cameras here as we watch battle coming out of the 90, out of turn 1 and through turn 2 up the hill. And again, still some very, very close racing here. We'll try and get the numbers here. I think what we're watching right now is maybe we were watching some of the drivers in the IP class with Joe Neiman in the 888 car, David Woodward, Ryan Agnew. And I think actually when we started off that shot, we had, we'll see if we can get the numbers here coming through, because I know we saw Ryan Agnew and James Keown, the 487 and the 111 car. They were practically overlapped when they crossed the start-finish line to start lap number 4.
Well, I was keeping an eye on the Matt Stover in that 150 machine and the Rick Black. They were kind of closing down a little bit as they got in the braking zone there of the inner loop. They were able to really close down. But again, here we're still 2 wide, 3 wide. We got one car really going airborne over that jump. that is literally a jump.
Yeah.
At this point, I was over.
I think that was Amir Farahmand in the number 025. Was that an F80? It looked like an F82 chassis. M4. He had the Porsche, the 013 Porsche GT3 car directly behind, and so I'm kind of guessing that's who it was.
Those curbs get dangerous.
Yes,
you
they
get
do.
I really saw an incident earlier in the other group too, where someone just lost it over those curbs.
And you go straight to the wall on the outside, exactly. And it seems like every year, and primarily dictated by NASCAR, but the curbing profile there through the bus stop seemingly is different every single year, and you have to learn to adjust your lines and learn how to drive that corner differently each time you show up. It's always a learning experience here at the Glen.
Well, yeah, you have the entry curbs going to the bus stop now, where they have those changeable pyramids that are there.
Yes.
You saw some of the grooving that they did on the
outside
turn
of one,
which is seemed to rubbered in quite a bit, and I've been told ancillarily by some people that it actually is faster now,
there,
despite the grooving.
And we were out there this morning, and yes, it is rubbered in very, very well over there. The problem is that for the racers is that the corner workers have been told to call in every time a driver goes 4 off over there. So you may gain the advantage on track. You may not gain the advantage in the timing room afterwards.
Well, I mean, listen, at race school, the first thing they tell you is grass is a racing surface, and this is an F1. There are no tracks.
There are no tracks, exactly.
So they'll take advantage of it as it's available.
My SCCA driver school, and we had our little mock races at the end. I was in my friend's Volkswagen Golf with a locked differential, and I went 2 wheels in the grass and made up 11 positions. So it starts going down to turn 1 at Summit Point.
It has been interesting, not so much this set of groups, but in the other Group B, lap times have not been as fast as I would have expected. If you look at, like I said, I'm more familiar with Spec E46 IS classes.
Right.
That's really the group of people that I'm around most frequently. But despite the times that are being posted now, I'm actually surprised they're not slightly faster, just given the unseasonably warm weather that we have. Typically, this event shifted from October to September a few years ago.
Right.
And when it was in October, we've literally been here, and it's been snowing on half the track.
Yeah, I mean, you get to a certain point. I mean, even, look, this is the temperature, a little bit warmer now, but when they were out this morning, that is really the optimum temperature you really want to run.
Yep.
I mean, even if it not even for this group, but for the other groups, you get into that, mid-60 range. This is where you still get a lot of heat in the tires, number one, and number two, you still get some heat in the brakes and that sort of thing. So we're looking at Frank's onboard here coming out of turn number 10, getting ready to go up to turn 11.
That's Tyler Pappas in front of him. Great to see him out. He was in an incident in the first race this morning. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it back out, but great to see that he got that car repaired.
And I think I got our timing and scoring that will actually have some times show up there on the ticker. We've been losing connectivity to them, to our timing room. Pappas getting a little loose there on the exit of turn 1.
When we had the in-car camera, a little bit before too, Frank was losing the nose on some of these turns. And I think that is just kind of getting in line when he was trying to make that patch, get over the marbles, and it gets on the tire. The car just won't turn in certain parts of this racetrack.
Yeah. And you can see there, Ted, how much he makes up under braking with that CSR machine, how stout the brakes are there. But also by the time, as you're in the draft of a car, coming out of turn 1 and following all the way up the hill, you've probably got a couple extra miles an hour on the car ahead of you as you come into the braking zone for the bus stop.
Yeah, the draft here is certainly
Very
quite valuable.
Yeah.
In a car like that too, which is higher powered, but not one that's impacted significantly by the aero. You can definitely pick up quite a bit following the cars closely.
Yeah, and you see here, Brian, as you were talking about where Frank McClanahan was having a little trouble early on, maybe getting the car to turn in over here at the bus stop. You can see where he basically takes a little bit later turn in. He diamonds off the corner a little bit, as opposed to using the rear wheels to help rotate the car for him.
Definitely coming up out of 7 there. Papas looked like pretty loose getting back up on throttle.
Yeah, the car looks very loose.
Yeah, it looks very.
Oh, is that another CSR in front of him? Yeah,
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's your leader in the class just ahead of him.
That'd be Sean Brown.
Yep.
Right.
Got Sean Brown in the 802.
Oh, good. So we're going to get a little battle right here.
Yeah.
Now, let's stick with this for a little bit, Josh.
Yeah, especially, carry that speed into 11 and, trying to reel him in.
I think now that Frank's tires have gotten, pretty much heated up there, that car seems to be a little bit better as opposed to, we saw with Tyler Pappas a couple moments ago. That car just looks, as they say up in New England, kind of wicked, right? Up in Boston, that Boston area. That seemed wicked and not in a good way.
Wicked loose, yes.
Yes.
But McClanahan goes very deep on the brakes here. He picked up a couple car lengths going into 1. The downside is with turn 1, if you over slow for the corner, you
kills your lap.
Yeah, you give up exit speed and you give up time to here coming into the bus stop. He's still making up a little bit of ground, as I think we see. Where Brown maybe had to let out a little bit. The car directly ahead seems to have a little bit lower entry speed into the bus stop there, and that's Shripathi Haputantri, who's running 11th. He's running in the PWR 4 class, and currently actually running 2nd in that class.
He looks like he's got sorry, Sky. He looks like he's got a really bad push in some of these turns, right? So
that car isn't turning in.
Yeah.
The Shri?
Yeah.
Yes.
So sorry. He goes by Shri within
Shri?
the paddock, but he's another one of the great people of the paddock. He supports a number. He runs a repair or a performance shop down. I believe it's in South Carolina, but typically has 4 or 5 cars that he brings to the track and supports. Really, just again another great person to be around and kind of talk. But great to see Frank get past. Sean?
Yeah, it looks like he got past Sean Brown, so that should put him up there in the lead in that class. But yeah, you talk about Tree. That car just looked a little bit pushing. I'm sure he's probably not happy with that right now, and it may take a little bit of time to come in.
Yep.
A little bit. I mean, we've only gone. I mean, I know we're gone 7 laps, but we've got to. At some point, that car should start to come back in.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Now our ticker's actually working. Real quick, guys, let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. Next up is the HRG Dave Panas Memorial and MG race. VRG racers, if you're going to be taking part in the Dave Panas Memorial race, please start heading to the grid now. You're going to be on track in a few minutes. VRG racers, if you're taking part in the Dave Panas race, please head to the grid now.
It's really interesting to see performance of Todd Brown versus Brett Strom at the front. Like I said earlier, first race, I think Brett won overall. By close to a minute, if not over.
Yeah.
I know that car, again, being turbo car, it's very easy just to change the 1s and 0s and change the horsepower on it. I wonder if they turned it down a little bit, make the feature a bit more of a fist fight as opposed to run away.
Well, I mean, he's still opened up a pretty substantial gap back to Brown at this point. So,
and 6 seconds now.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's tried to do. Maybe he has to flip a few more bits and make a change there. But I mean, it's showing how stout that car is. That he's got it now down into the down to a 58 flat as fast lap time. Absolutely astounding around here.
And I think in the last race he ran a 55, which just blew my mind. And like, I'll admit, I'm a bit of a fanboy of his shop and what he's doing with that platform, like really demonstrating both the strength of that motor in an endurance setting. They ran this car at the 8-hour of Utah and won overall.
Oh,
I think
wow.
either won in class and overall. I'm pretty sure they won overall a few weeks ago. And ship it out here, and now it's doing club racing at Watkins Glen. I believe they have 6 or 7 of those cars overall, and they consistently perform at the top of whatever class they're running in. So really great to see the demonstration of the power of the turbo motor and seeing how that'll become a very important aspect of club racing, especially as cars like E36s get older and older.
Well, again, you talk about, pretty much dominated this morning, but even then, Todd Brown running, some pretty good times right now too. I think he was in the 2:02, 2:03s pretty much all morning long, and now, he's under that 2-minute mark as well. So that car getting a little bit faster today.
Yeah, that car is really, again, another great piece of engineering that he's been driving for a few years now, but it's always great to see him at the track and watch him just kind of work his magic and dice up the field. I don't believe Charles Harding is here this weekend. That's another person that he is consistently fighting for the BMOD championship with, or excuse me, CMOD championship, and it's always, so it's fun to watch him race.
Now, is there a drop race during the season that they can drop if he's not here? I mean,
so overall within the championship, you get participation points and then race points. Overall, your participation point side to it only accounts for, I believe it's the 6th race, your 6 top races there. So if we have probably close to 15 to 20 events a year. It's not one of those things where if you show up to every single event, you're just going to run away with it.
Right.
There are methodologies to prevent that, because at that point, then it just becomes a money war.
Right.
Which,
sure. Exactly.
Kills competitiveness for
absolutely.
People with kids in daycare.
Yep. Kids in daycare and tires just sitting on the rack.
Yeah.
Not being able to be used. No, I totally agree. Totally understand. We look a little bit deeper back here. Kind of pretty much the Corey Deeds in that 762 again, and that's a B mod, and then that C mod of Papadopoulos in that 511. That's kind of the closest battle really on the racetrack out of class, but the closest battle on the track. We'll see if we can't find out where they're at and pick them up. We'll pick up where the leaders are.
Ryan White and Jared Randall in the 9th and 10th overall positions, again out of class, but those are they're quite close as well.
3/10 part different separators there. I think they may be just now coming through. And again, I'm not sure. We had one car go off here coming through turn 5, going to come to a stop and then continue.
I believe that's one of the Niemans. I don't know if that's Job or his father, but that's an IP car.
27 there.
Just looking at the exit.
Johan Niemann,
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who was that again?
That Niemann.
Which there's 2 of them.
Oh, that's
the father and
that's
son.
the 27.
Okay, so that's his father.
Yeah.
Job. His son is an incredibly fast and competitive IP racer.
Yeah.
You're just looking at timing screen now. You see him and David Woodward quite close.
Yeah.
But unfortunate to see him going off there.
It looked like he had it collected. He just kind of went really wide right there, and then kind of cut back through the grass, and then I guess stalled it. Couldn't really get it going. Was able to pull back out.
Yeah, hopefully he can get it back going again, or at least into one of the safe areas, so we're not.
Well, he's gone. So he's
gone.
definitely got it going again. I believe he's right there coming.
Yep.
He just now came through down the bottom there.
6.
Yeah. So down the bottom, ready to head down into the boot, down in the toe.
That's great. We've had a great race thus far. No caution periods, anything like that.
Yeah, we've been kind of inundated the last couple of sessions with some double yellows and some cleanup. So it's good to come back out. A good battle coming out of the inner loop there, heading to the outer loop now with about 4 or 5 cars there.
Right there. Yep.
Coming down here, down in the 6, good 5 or 6 cars. One We got one of those pesky Porsches in there.
And unfortunately for the people listening, we have a whole set of extra screens here, so we get a bit
we can see
different view of the action.
Exactly. We can see everything that we have. You're seeing turn 1 right there, but we've got a pretty good battle going on here coming out of right now, getting ready to come out through probably right now going to be coming up through 9 if they haven't already. With that 4 or 5 cars in there. And again, we had one of those Porsches in there as well. So,
and those type of situations are always one of the fun parts of multi-class racing. I'm in one of the slower classes here, so I'm normally the victim that the faster cars come up on. But, it adds to the excitement.
Yeah, there they go out of 9, heading up into 10. But yeah, I mean and you're right. I think that's what makes it. And I think that a lot of these guys have raced with each other off and on now for the last several years, and so you get used to racing with those, with those drivers, so you know kind of where they're going to be, where they're going to give you the room, and it's all about being predictable. I mean, if you've ever been to any driving school across the country or really working, the first thing you're ever going to hear is be predictable, know what you're going to do, run the line. The faster cars, they'll work around to get by you. So. As predictable as you can be, that's where the incidents are not caused, basically.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you'll see a lot with a lot of the cars on excuse me, on the screen. A lot of the names you see on the screen right now are regulars, and you get used to those driving styles, particularly at tracks that you come to quite frequently.
Right.
Oh, I know how he's going to go through 9 or 10 or something like that, and you can make those as you're weaving through traffic. You can trust that person not to chop your nose off somewhere.
Correct.
All right, Brian, real quick, just got word from race control that and let me make a quick announcement about it here. Attention VRG racers, just received word from race control that our final VRG race of the day, the closed wheel all-comers race for groups 1, 2, and 4, has been canceled for this afternoon. So our second BMW race will be the final race of the day. So again, the all-comers VRG race that was scheduled to start at 4:55 today and run until 5:30, that race has been canceled. So hopefully we'll have many more of you ready to go out for tonight's Walk to End Alzheimer's, which is scheduled to start at around 5:30. All right, and getting word from race control now, Scott and Brian, that the next time our leaders come by, who when we started lap number 13, it was Brett Strom in the 846 car. He'll be getting the white flag, 1 lap to go.
I think they may have just come out of the inner loop. We'll have to see.
They're just looking at timing and scoring here. The Frank and Sean in the M2 Spec class seems to be quite close. Sean's only about a tenth off of him before. It'll be interesting. Last lap dramatics should be quite interesting.
Yeah. We've got Frank's in-car camera. Again, I think the Brett Strom and Todd Brown, I think, are just now coming through. They may have gone through 6. They may be getting ready to come down here 7. To the toe, I believe. Down at 7 down there. I believe that's them there. It's not side by side, but they are within a car length of each other, so they'll be coming up, eventually coming up out of turn 9.
Yeah, looks like a lot of our cameras, Brian, starting to succumb from the heat over here as things are freezing up a little bit on us. And I was looking at Frank McClenaghan's in-car. He's got nothing but open track ahead of him, so we'll continue to watch here now. Coming out of turn 9, there's the 846 car. It'll be right at the end of this group here. There we go, just now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. So white flag now in the air for Frank Strom, or probably Brett Strom, and all cars following. Sorry about that, Brett.
It looks like Brett's going to come up along with Todd Brown. They're going to come up on some of the slower traffic there, so they're going to have to, in other classes. So they're going to have to fight that, even though it's the last lap. that still could present a problem there. So you got to, again, as we were talking about, they've raced with each other, long enough where hopefully where that other individual is going to be. It's when you get individuals that come from other areas and race that you haven't raced with all years where potentially you could have the problem. But there is
it looks like Brett cleared all the traffic there.
Yeah, right at the right spot.
Yeah, always bad to catch people at the bottom of the S's. It's a hairy place to go too wide. Well, that's Ryan Agnew, too, being chased.
I think Ryan Agnew, and that's the battle in IP. I think that was the 111 of Keown directly behind. And that's for the last podium position right now in IP.
Our leaders just now coming down the bottom of the boot there, getting their way to work their way back up to the laces there. Try to tie that bow tie.
No Chevys here, thankfully.
Yeah,
Plenty in the paddock towing the trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
But none on the track right now.
Nothing. Nothing outside of the tow vehicle.
Sean Brown, you see, just
yeah. So Sean Brown, and that is, as somebody has pointed out to us in the chat, Sean is Todd Brown's son.
Okay. Here comes the checkered flag. There it is. Brett Strom picking up the win here in C-Mod. Looks like Todd Brown's going to be second in C-Mod, and then Matthew Stover is going to be third when he crosses the line. He hasn't crossed just yet.
And so we were talking about that IP race between Agnew and James Keown. Now, Agnew was last year's IP national champion. Pardon me, national champion. Thank you.
Yep, that's my class. That's how I know.
There we go.
He lost it last year, so he knows.
No, I was sabbatical for
that's right. And so has moved over to the IP class here this season. And apparently the car that he's running was built by Patrick Cornwell and Bimmer World prior to his ownership.
Yeah, great build. It's sad to see Pat, move away from racing for, as life does. But Ryan's got a great car there that's quite fast and can be competitive. Great to see that car continuing to circulate the tracks.
All right, so checkered flag is out on the field, and in CM, Brett Strom takes the win, and Todd Brown did make up about 2 seconds on the last lap, working his way through traffic. So Todd Brown will finish second. Matthew Stover ran his personal best lap on the last lap.
Very nice.
Comes in third, takes the bronze. Marshall Papadopoulos will finish fourth. Jared Randall will finish fifth in CM. If we move over to BM, Brooks Friedman takes the win, and very spread out here in the top three. Over 15 seconds separating Friedman from Corey Deeds, who finished second. Kirk Olson finishes another 15 seconds back in third. Rick Black finishes fourth. Amir Furman finishes in fifth. In M2 Spec, Sean Brown gets back around Frank McClenahan to take the win. Margin of victory at the line, 40. And I said, we shouldn't look at Frank because he's got nothing but open track ahead of him. Well, what was I thinking? Margin of victory for Sean Brown, 42 hundredths of a second over Frank McClenahan. Michael Wetzel finishes in third. In GTB 1, Richard Dassis takes the win over Michelle Herron, who finishes in second in the battle of the Porsches. In IP, it's David Woodward taking the win. Joe Neiman finishing second. Ryan Agnew will finish in third. James Keown and JP Tracy finishing fourth and fifth. And then finally, we move over to PWR4, where Ryan White takes the win over David DeJesus. We called him, is it Shri? Shri Hapatante will finish in third. Jason Santlofer will finish in fourth. Terry Elliott will finish in fifth.
Craig, let me jump in here real quick if we can. If you can hit our little bell there.
I can. There we go.
Attention in the paddock. We have a blue BMW that is parked in front of garage number 4. You need to move that ASAP. I mean, like 5 minutes ago. a blue BMW parked in front of garage 4 that needs to be moved ASAP. You're blocking an eraser.
That would be very difficult for them to get to the grid here. So please do that as quickly as possible. All right. So Scott, of course, we've got one more BMW race coming up in a few minutes. Can you hang around with us and help us out, especially for a class that you know so well, like Spec E46 or IS for that matter. And so we're going to take a little break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. So we hope that you all stay with us. You are watching live action of Vintage Racer Group and BMW Club Racing here at Watkins Glen International, and we shall be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is a ride and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here at BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody. It is Greg Ginsberg. It's Brian Donati. It's Josh Ashby here as well. And we have heading out on track right now on the pace lap our VRG racers for what is known as the Historic Racing Group Dave Panas Memorial Race. It is also a race, and you'll notice quite a bit further back, a number of our MG racers as well. And so this race memorializes Dave Panas, who purchased his first sports car, a 1960 Triumph TR3, that began his lifelong love of vintage racing, that he raced with the Jersey Sports Car Club in the 1960s, participating both in field trials and rallies. And in 1964, he was instrumental in developing the Jersey Sports Car Club's Monte Carlo All-Night Rally, where he earned many Best Time of the Day trophies in the TR3 and later in a Triumph TR4. Later, he had a chance to race a Formula V in the Sports Car Club of America. In 1984, he was presented the Northern New Jersey region of the SCCA's William Glitzow Award for dedication and service. In 1997, he helped organize the Volvo Historic Series, which was the predecessor to the Historic Racing Group Series and was their chief steward. In 1997, Dave was the Volvo Historic Series Worker of the Year and continued on as chief stewards of the Northeast Division's road racing series, the Historic Racing Group, after the Volvo Historic Racing Series ended. He acted and he was on the Northeast Division SCCA Council Chairman from 2004 to 2009, and in 2004 received the Northeast Division's Castle Stone Stewards Award. Dave was also the chief steward for the SCCA Pro Series Formula Race Promotions, FRP, from 2006 to 2019. And in addition to that, he was honored by the Sports Car Club of America at the 2015 National Convention with the Dave Morell Award for outstanding performance and dedication to the sport and the highest principles. He was a mentor for a legion of new stewards, guiding their attitudes and actions. And so Dave, unfortunately, left the mortal plane in January of 2020 at the age of 20. And we will miss him very much, and may his memory always be a blessing. All right, Brian, as the field now comes on to the front straight for our start in the front row, I believe we've got the Camaro of James Glass in the yellow Camaro. Looks like that car back out and ready again, as well as Chris Homer in the red 64 Chevy Corvette as the motors roar and the engines pound and our field heads down into turn number 1 for the very first time.
Tell you what, we're going to go 2 wide. Now we're going to go 3 wide a little bit. Chris Dubé in that 68 machine in that red Camaro got a good run through there. It looks like he's going to try to close up on Chris Homer in that 49 machine. Again, that Corvette, that red one, as he starts to come through there. But I tell you what, Greg, there for a minute, I didn't think they were going to get single file through there. They started to fight through there, but then thought better of it and backed out of it. Looks like we still have, as the cars are now coming up into the inner loop there, we do have one car that kind of didn't go anywhere on the pace lap. I saw him there. I figured they were going to postpone the start and go one more lap to get him out of there, but it looks like they're going to leave that car there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay over there. We'll try and get the number of that bus, or I'm sorry, that MG that is over there. And I'm wondering if that is. Well, we'll take a look. It might be Alan Kostic in the 68 machine. We'll try and get a number in from race control. I'm looking to see who maybe did not complete. Well, we're on the opening lap, so we're not going to know
until after we go a couple
laps.
Yeah,
until this lap is over. But, indeed, did not make it to the green flag, and we'll see for now, I think they consider him to be in a safe spot in that runoff area over by the bus stop.
Yeah, I think so. Again, timing scoring has Michael Dubé is in the 6. He's actually in the 68 third. So
Camaro,
yeah,
the red 68
yeah.
Camaro. But good to see James Glass in that yellow number 37 1970 Chevy Camaro, who now has given up the lead to Chris Homer in his Corvette. Glass, of course, had some issues with that car during the last race, and so good to see it back out and running.
Yeah. We get ready to complete our first lap here. Again, we'll figure out who that car was that's sitting over there. But yeah, you're right, Greg. It's good to see Chris Homer back out there in that 49. That car looked pretty strong earlier today in that Corvette.
Indeed, and we're seeing Damon Jose in the 92 Porsche 930 sitting up there, all with that American iron. Of course, we've also got the GT350 of Victor Corda, and I say all that American iron. We've got Scott Kissinger in his Datsun 240Z there in the field, right there with our lead group of cars as well.
Our timing and scoring hasn't clicked over to our VIN. Is still showing our
Is it? Oh, I'll fix that.
Still showing our BMW
right.
Sprint there.
Oh,
but,
everybody's a critic. Let me see if I can fix that up for everybody. I thought we got that squared away.
A lot of buttons to push back and forth
It
in between,
is.
I'll tell you.
All right, let's see.
Tell you what, good battle right now. While you're doing that, we can see the battle.
There we go.
Between James Glass and Michael Dubé.
Thank you.
Again, not a battle for class, but a battle on the racetrack in that 37 and that 68 machine, not actually the 6, unless he forgot to tape the door and on the 8. But that 68 machine is actually running really good. We saw him earlier this morning, and he broke when he was battling with James Glass early on the racetrack. Again, not for position on the racetrack, and then he dropped back where Kevin Farnham in that 137 machine in that Pontiac Firebird. He ended up picking up that win in TA, but they had a pretty good battle again, like I said, until Michael Dubé ended up breaking, so able to pick up that win for Kevin Farnham.
I'll tell you, Brian, I'm having some flashbacks right now because a little bit further back from the lead pack over here, I've been looking right around 11th, 12th, 13th position. Robert Benson in his APV Dodge Dart. That is a 1966 Dodge Dart. I think we'll see it in this next group come through after the Shelby GT350. And big two-door coupe, and my parents used to own one. When we moved from New York City down to Maryland. That was the vehicle that we made the drive down in. And of course, now that I say that, I'm not seeing him. I thought he was in the next group. He had been running 11th and 12th.
Well, that's the
there he is.
There it is.
Second car in the group. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just ahead of the Porsche 911 and Rob Hurley, just behind Hal Jones in his BMW 2002.
Yeah.
Took a while to get there, Brian.
Yep.
Sorry. I know, half hour, we won't get back.
That Dodge Dart, that's a big
boy.
Big machine, right? That's a big car. I used to have a 67 Belvedere.
Okay.
And so you talk about a tank.
Yes.
That is like one of the big ones. We did have one that.
Yeah, it looks like, actually, Josh, can we go back to that turn 2 camera for a second?
Is that your Dart?
That might be my Dodge Dart sitting over against the tire wall there.
I don't
on the
believe
outside
it
of tire
is,
wall.
but-
No. Well,
let me look at the binoculars through here and see if
all
I
right,
can.
we'll see if we can get the number.
see
All
if
right,
I
Josh,
can look down there.
we can move on, Josh. He's not going anywhere, so we can.
There it is. The red. It's definitely not your Dodge Dart.
No,
but I
'cause
think
the
it
Dart
was
that-
the car that was. It's a BMW that's down there, but it is one of the cars I think that was in that group with your Dodge Dart.
Yeah.
Now,
And my Dart just came through the bus stop, so
yeah.
obviously
He's
not
trying
him.
to get it running. He's got it running. It's kind of hard to see the number. It's a black number on a red background there. So
And Brian, we also have a driver off, I believe, over at coming into the chute over by turn 6. Looks like trackside in the grass. So we're starting to collect some cars here. I should mention, if that BMW driver does manage to get his car back up and running, VRG's next event is the Turkey Bowl at Summit Point Raceway, November, I believe, 13th and 14th. They're going to have a special run group for modern BMWs. So I urge him, well, he's already racing with VRG, but regardless, I'd urge him to come on out and all of our BMW racers to come down to Summit Point Raceway for the Turkey Bowl.
Yeah, he was able to get it moving there. We'll see. I'm sure it's not going to be under heavy power. Looked like he had a little bit of front end damage there to the right or left side of the nose of that car. So we'll see whether or not he's able to get that all the way around. Looks like he was back moving pretty good.
And again, I want to thank all the great people that are watching us here on YouTube today, both on VRG's YouTube channel as well as BMW Club's YouTube channel. And if you'd like, and this will help more people find BMW CCA Club Racing and Vintage Racer Group Racing as well. If you give us a thumbs up, believe me, it helps the algorithm. If you post something in the chat, if you got somebody you're watching and you want to see them, go ahead and put it in the chat or leave a comment down below. And again, it helps spread the word, and it'll help YouTube promote these videos to more folks around the world.
Yeah, we'll look and see that BMW did go down and make that right-hand turn to come up in the back way there. I believe the car that you saw that pulled off down in turn 6 there, I think that is the 02 of Anthony Hess.
Hess, yeah,
so I believe that. So, but you know, Greg, we talked about this earlier on. We'll pick this up again. I'll look and see where they're at. But Michael Dubé and Kevin Farnham, well, they're back nose to tail again. So that's right behind our overall leader there with Chris Homer and James Glass. But you've got Dubé and Farnham again. That's the battle for TA. I'll look to see where they're asking. They just came out of 9 heading up into turn 10. So we'll pick them up turn 10. You've got some James Glass, and we're getting word that a little bit of sprinkles across the racetrack here. So,
and Brian, I have a feeling. I'm looking at the racers. We've been trying to figure out who the racer was in the runoff area on the outside of the bus stop. I'm fairly certain that is actually Eric Russell, driver the number 61, 1961. MGA, Chariot Red MGA, and that would match up with the car that is sitting there.
Yeah.
As I think it looked like he's out of the car already, but getting a nice view of today's final VRG race.
Tell you what, Greg, when Josh was just covering it, we were just talking about it. Glass, Dubé, Farnham. Let's throw in Scott Kissinger in that 202 in that Datsun 240Z. Tell you what, Kissinger's having a pretty good run. Drops back a little bit from Kevin Farnham in that 137 machine as they come through the inner loop, come through the bus stop right there. But then he's able to gain right back on the back, and it looks like now he's going to try to make a move there, going in the outer loop.
Wow,
they all just disappeared.
Whew. Ghost in the machine, man.
That's what's
come.
What's his name's internet. Has made its way all the way from Frederick, Maryland, all the way to.
Nobody here knows about Murphy Nichols, and he's down in Charlotte, North Carolina now. If he knows what's good for him, he'll have Google Fiber. All right, as we watch now is the 33 machine. There leads that. Is that the 33? Really, the yellow Camaro? Oh, 37 machine. I'm sorry, Glass.
Yeah, Glassley, but actually Chris Homer is the one who actually leads it. He's a little bit ahead of them. So yeah. So Chris Homer leading in that 49, overall, but Glass second, leading that group that you were talking about. So yeah, and that whole group. So there goes Glass now, or here goes Homer. Here comes Glass. Here comes Dubé
directly behind, and then we've got the 240Z.
Well, then you've got Kissinger, and then Farnham has dropped back. So.
Yeah, so Kissinger in the black Datsun 240Z, which I'm not going to call it 240V today, or again. And then, as you mentioned, Kevin Farnham in the Firebird. There he is, about 3 car lengths back from the Datsun right now. But that whole group has cleared the rest of the field. Damon Jose in the Porsche 930, currently sitting in sixth position, but he is almost 11 seconds back from our lead group.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Look at some of these machines as they start to come up the S's, Brian. The Corvette, Homer Dubé's Camaro, and Kissinger's Datsun. How the rear end just drifts out just a little bit. They go to catch it with the steering wheel and start powering up the S's there. The speed that they are carrying there is just absolutely stupendous. And now we take a look to the inside as Dubé takes a look to the inside on James Glass. Not quite close enough, but he was definitely looking there to see if there was an opportunity to beat the yellow car to the bus stop. And now Kissinger pulls up right alongside Michael Dubé. And we'll see if our camera here has enough oomph to give us a view. No, doesn't look like it coming down through the S's here.
They're probably already down past that, because there goes Chris Homer. He's down at the bottom of the toe, so that's where you're gonna pick them up. Kevin Farnham's car looks like to be falling off a little bit, because he's starting to fall back from Kissinger, and he was right on the back bumper of Michael Dubé in that 68 early on. Again, got a few reported sprinkles across the racetrack. There's not really any rain. It's more to the north a little bit. It's gonna probably roll through, but I don't believe we're gonna get any more than a sprinkle here and there. So
yeah, and and again, most of our racers here, they are running, at least the VRG racers, they are running a full treaded tire. So a little dampness on the track probably will not impact them too terribly much. Obviously, I think probably the bigger issue is maybe we're seeing a little bit more cloud cover over the track, and the track surface might be cooling down just a little bit, Brian.
Yeah. Their grip was probably gone after lap 3 anyway, so
they're in tire management mode almost immediately. And again, I saw that here. Watches the Corvette, the rear end steps out. Watch this view, Brian, and watch what that Datsun does. It kind of hunkers down a little bit, more so than the American cars ahead of it, but still the rear end, you get just that little bit of slip angle to straighten the car up and straighten the run up through the S's. I mentioned before about the MGA and the driver having the best view of the house. He is still sitting in that car pretty obviously, Brian.
Yeah.
He's not getting out. He can look at his mirrors as to what's coming up on him.
We should have give him a phone camera there that we had. Just had him sit right there and watch he could have followed all the way through.
All right, so Brian, it looks like once again Michael Dubé, I think really finding a little bit of a weakness in James Glass's game, and that is the entry and exit of the bus stop. And that is where the burgundy or the red machine, the red Camaro, definitely has an advantage over the yellow Camaro ahead. The problem is for Dubé is as they were coming out of there, these cars a little bit bigger, a little bit wider than your typical MGB and MGA. There was really nowhere for him to go. It looked like he wanted to push that red 68 machine down underneath all the way to the apex curbing going through the outer loop, and there just wasn't anywhere to go.
Yeah.
That is a gorgeous machine sneaking through there, that E-Type Jag that is Martin Hale, the number 271 machine, and he's going to find our leaders coming up on him pretty soon. Brian, there's the Jag coming into turn 11 now.
Yeah, our leader is going to be in heavy traffic as they come out of turn number 10, head down into 11 and go up underneath that bridge. They're going to have to negotiate that pretty quickly. You don't want to sit there and be in that traffic when you get down the bottom of this hill in turn 1, because all that's going to do is really slow you down.
Yeah,
quite
indeed.
a bit.
And so they're coming up now on the back of not only the E-Type Jag of Martin Hale, but also Fred Buoni directly behind in a Datsun 260Z. And already now Homer has cleared them, and the rest of the field coming through. Sounds like, Brian, the next time our leaders come by, they are going to get the white flag. So just now about a lap and a half remaining here for the Dave Panas Memorial Race, presented by VRG here at Watkins Glen International. And here we go.
Chris Homer, you can definitely see him coming up there through the inner loop. Again, they're in a lot of traffic, and it looks like Kissinger, he's going to get the odd man out. Him and Farnham, they're going to drop back a little bit further back from James Glass and Michael Dubé. So Michael Dubé, James Glass, again, not for class, but for position overall, and that's been that way the entire time. And I think you're right, Greg. I think Dubé's pushing Glass just a little bit, especially coming out of the inner loop there.
Yeah, and I think, at least James Glass got, I would call it maybe a one lap breather there, because Dubé was coming up on the back of the E-Type Jag and coming up on the 260Z behind, and it really impacted his entrance to the bus stop. And then we saw where Kissinger and Farnham had to work through those two cars on the exit of the bus stop, and it dropped them even further back from the pack. But we've been seeing the top 5-6 cars now starting to compress, starting to get closer. James Glass, I think, is closer to Homer than he's been all race long, as we watch him here coming out of turn 9. And Homer's got some slower traffic ahead of him coming into turn 10, as our leader is third in line, coming up on a Triumph. And so Glass now only within about 2 car lengths, as the white flag is in the air for our leaders, Brian. So we've got just 3.5 more miles, 3.45 miles remaining in this race.
I'll tell you what, Homer's going to open it up now, because they're going to have a little bit of clean traffic, or clean track, I should say, not have any traffic. There's quite a bit of open space right now.
Yeah, indeed. And so it took a while, though, for Farmer to get around. And so Kissinger now, Brian, at the line, Kissinger in his Datsun 240Z, it actually moved up to third overall with Farnham ahead. And we'll have to take a look, because I think we may have seen an issue with the 68 car.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. He may have dropped off, because he's right here still.
Yeah, he's still there. And again, maybe a transponder
issue, because he is he's still behind James Glass in that 37.
And Kissinger's still about 3 car lengths behind, because our timing system is actually showing Kissinger now in third.
Yeah.
There you go. Our folks in timing and scoring have manually entered Dubé back into the
they're listening
back
to
into
the
the order.
stream down there. They heard us.
I'll bet Tim is.
Yeah, saying he's still on the racetrack. We can see him, although it freezes quite a bit, but we can see him on the racetrack. Coming up out of the toe, coming up out of turn 7, up the hill. They're going to work up into turn 8, as they go to do it. But I tell you what, I don't think it's going to be enough, because again, there is still clean air and clean track there for James Glass, and that's when he seemed to be the fastest. Is when he got into some traffic and really pushed the issue. Is when that handling went away.
And nice little fight there we were just watching coming through 9. Rob Hurley in his Porsche 911, Tom Brown in his Spitfire. The Spitfire just all over the back of that car. But now, as our leaders are coming out of turn 10 for the very last time, Brian, our starter, he's got a white flag in one hand. He's got a checkered flag in the other. He's getting ready to switch, and there you go. Our leaders coming out of 10 and 11 and taking the checkered flag, running the fastest lap of the race when it mattered most, Brian. Chris Homer resetting fast lap, taking the win, both overall and in the BPV class. James Glass and his Camaro will finish second. Michael Dubé will finish third, a second back from there. Scott Kissinger takes the win in CPV. Kevin Farnham in his Firebird will finish fifth overall, second in Trans Am to Michael Dubé. Then we've got Damon Yost in his Porsche 930. He'll finish 6th overall. Just now coming across the line. Next to we should see come across Victor Corda in his Datsun 240Z. Or at least the next racer who's on the lead lap. It may take a few moments for us to see him come across the line.
Corda's in a Ford Shelby.
I'm sorry, and he just crossed the line. There you go in the 70. I was thinking about Devin Guidra, who now is should be our next racer to cross the stripe. He had been running, I think, probably around 20 seconds back from Corda. Then we got David Gott, Robert Benson, Robert Hurley, Tom Brown, Marcus Jones, Richard Brown, and John Studyar rounding out your top 15 racers. So that, Brian, is going to wrap up our Vintage Racer Group races for the afternoon. They will be back on track tomorrow morning. Josh, if we could put up today's schedule, if you like, as our remainder of our cars are coming across the finish line here. Starting tomorrow morning, we are going to be on air starting at 10:25 tomorrow morning. But our first VRG race, that will be at 10:50 a.m. tomorrow. Group 1, which is our small bore and Formula V racers, they will be first to take the track for VRG. And then we'll round out the morning with our mid-bore, our 1.5 to 2.5 liter machines. But we start the day off with our BMW racers. And before we get there, though, Brian, we've got one more BMW race this afternoon. So what we're going to do, we are going to take a quick little break because I don't think we've got any. We've got to go collect that MGA that's sitting over in the bus stop, and I think we possibly still have that car over at turn 6. We do have a couple cars to pick up, but shouldn't be a long cleanup as we get ready for our final race. Josh, if you want to go back to one of our other cameras, that would be great, and we will then come back with more action here from Watkins Glen International, where you're watching the Vintage Racing Group and BMW Car Club of America's Club Racers here at Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
Hi, my name is Greg Wharton. I've been in the Club Racing Group for about 10 years now. My sons are both in this. I run in the Power 4 class, and we make it a family event and a party every weekend, so come join us.
We built this BMW M4 just to give it away to you. By fixing your car, you could win hours. Every dollar spent maintaining, repairing, or upgrading your car counts as an entry towards the FCP Euro M4 CSI giveaway. Earn 2 times the entries when you spend with any of our partner brands. Shop now. The giveaway ends October 8th.
Whether your racing preference is arrive and drive or more a hands-on experience, Vintage Racing Services makes your time at the track the best it can be. Our experienced technicians ensure your race car is ready when you are and won't let you down when the pressure is on. Don't own a race car? Let us guide you to the best purchase or rent one of our top machines. We have a fleet of rental race cars allowing you to test the waters before diving in. We specialize in vintage race car restoration, preparation and track support, offering personalized driving instruction, event hospitality services, driver training, and of course, transportation to and from the track. With no detail left unattended, you'll appreciate our one-on-one attention from start to successful finish. Call us at 203-377-6745 or visit automotiverestorations.com and get the most from your racing experience with VRS.
How's it going? My name's Spencer Wharton. I run in the Power 3 class here with BMW Club Racing. The main reason I run with this group is, one, because my dad and my brother both do it, so it's a great excuse for us to get out as a family and spend some time together. And then the camaraderie we have with the other guys in the paddock and the great racing experiences I've had over the years with everybody in my class and the other classes that are out on track with us together. So highly recommend it to anybody that's looking to join a club racing group.
Cold Snap. Welcome to a new way to chill the most delicious ice cream and other frozen confections on demand. Perfect for offices, break rooms, cafeterias, and auto dealerships. Select your single-serve Cold Snap pod, then insert the pod into the Cold Snap machine. Wait about 2 minutes and then grab your treat and enjoy. The revolutionary system transforming the way frozen treats are produced and enjoyed. Cold Snap. Always chill.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety, providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sports cars drivers. From grassroots to professional racers, HMS Motorsport has over 25 years' experience outfitting drivers with the best gear on the market. Equipped with first-hand product knowledge, our experts are ready to help you select the best harness belts, seats, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. HMS is even the exclusive importer for Schroed belts, Schubert helmets, and Valero base layers. Visit one of our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us online at hmsmotorsport.com, where you can learn the details of our products and order online. Safety starts here.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute has been involved in the pivotal research that has brought every FDA-approved treatment for Alzheimer's disease to date. We have come a long way towards curing this disease, but the race is yet to be won. If you or a loved one is suffering from Alzheimer's and want a chance to start tomorrow's treatments today, call Rhode Island Mood and Memory Research Institute at 401-435-8950.
We aren't just selling it. We are living it. Your BMW solution providers.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and also Josh Ashby, who's our director this weekend. And once again, joining us for our final BMW CCA Club race of the day is Scott Sterling. Thank you for joining us once again, Scott. And I unmuted the wrong microphone. Let's try that again. Thank you for joining us, Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be back again.
Thank you. Not so happy that I can't figure out which microphone he's on. Anyway, so Scott, this group heading out on track, this is like, I don't say it's old home week, but this is filled with some of the racers that you have spent a lot of time on track with, correct?
Yeah, this is the group that I would be racing with if I was racing this weekend. So excited to see this group take off, particularly my IS friends. So should be quite a good race.
Yeah, indeed. And so we've got a very large IS field. We also have, of course, that Spec E46 group right at the front of the field, almost 20 cars deep. I think in IS we have like 8 or 9 drivers, if I remember correctly. We'll catch them out on track, but nice big field, and they've raced very well here this weekend. Some very close racing. I think with Phil Wirtz and Ben Hostetler up at the front of the E46 field. You said that the starting field wasn't how you anticipated it being in IS. Was that
in IS? Well, unfortunately, some of the races have been kind of short. This right. So limited time to get your fast lap in. That'll set the next race.
Right.
So when you look at qualifying and some of the times and whatnot, grid's a bit inverted from there. So it should be especially that group of 5 guys. It should be a bit of a fist fight. So should be again interesting and fun to watch. But obviously, as we go over to the Spec E46 guys, always a fist fight in this group. It's always the fun and exciting group to watch.
Well, and again, when you've got so many chassis that are almost identical and very closely matched. Should mention that in IS, I think we've got Nick Soma starting at the front of the field, and we've got his daughter Natalie sitting in the chat saying hi, Dad. So just wanted to mention that as the pace car now brings the field out of turn 10 towards the final corner, and that BMW Z4 pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our E46 pole sitter. And again, I believe that is going to be Phil Wirtz, and green flag is in the air, and if it's not, I'm going to have a lot of trouble. It is Phil Wirtz with Ben Hostetler, Rob McInerney, and Jesse Clark making up your front 2 rows as they come over the rise and start to drop down the hill, coming down into turn 1, 2 by 2 here as they drop into the 90, and it's worse holding off Hostetler. It looked like McInerney from the inside was able to hold off Jesse Clark as well, with Jonathan Adams, Rich Brainerd, and Greg Hartman very close behind. Let's move back over to the start for our second group here, and here they come. And these are your PWR3 racers, of course, PWR2, and that IS field as well, heading down into turn 1 for the first time. What do you see there, Scott?
Yeah, the front of the field for PWR3 there. Oh, it's escaping me. Who's leading the PWR?
In PWR 3, heading down, I believe we had Andrew Palumbo with Emmerich Steller, who was, I think, our winner from the last race.
Yeah, Emmerich's been on fire all weekend. Really, I'd say I'm not super familiar with him. I haven't met him previously, but just all weekend he's been class of the field for that.
Yeah.
Although, Andrew Palumbo actually recently moved up from the HS class.
Okay.
This is his first weekend in PWR 3, so it's as we come to the end of the boot, it's nice to see him trying to chase him down.
Yeah, and so as we were talking to I guess Mark Tomas earlier today, talking about the PWR class category and how it is a power to weight ratio class, very exciting to see how some of those cars handle, and you have a very wide breadth of different chassis and different engines in those cars, as well as we had a couple drivers have some issues navigating turn 1. We saw one driver come to a complete stop after having blown the bus stop chicane on the start here, but now things are starting to looks like they're starting to straighten out here as they come through the boot. So let's take a look as our leaders in E46 come out of turn 10 for the first time, and we'll see them come through the final corner onto the front straight, and we'll go and try to quickly run down the field, and then we'll take a look at some of this action.
Yeah, Phil seems to continue to lead the field. He's been, I believe he's finished first in all the races this weekend. Really great racer. Great to see him at the front of the field here, leading them into, I guess, what is lap 2?
Yep, heading into lap 2 right now. I'm looking to see if I have any information on Mr. Wirtz. Indeed, I do, and he is in a car. I believe that this is the Bimba World and My Love Machine that he has been running for a number of years. He's out of Radford, Virginia, right near Radford University, off of I-81. I'll be passing by his house on the way home to Charlotte tomorrow.
Yeah, Phil actually works for Bimmer World.
Oh,
he's one of the premier sponsors of BMW CCA Club Racing.
Indeed.
So great to see him out here.
That's right. Matter of fact, I think we talked about him earlier, that he's been with, Bimmer World for close to 17 years now, and did also raced on their Champ Car Endurance team, and has put in some time behind the wheel, and obviously a lot of time underneath the car. So good to see him, and of course we had James Clay from Bimmer World here in the chat early on. Hopefully he's watching his racer out here this afternoon, trying to pick up another race another win in Spec E46.
Yeah, and he continues only half-second gap to second at the start of that lap. So we'll see how he works his way through the course over the next 20 minutes or so.
All right, as we look a little further back in the field in PWR2, and a very nice-sized PWR2 field, Vin Chow, currently your leader in his E36 328i over Besik Manabde in an E46 M3. George Pizzullo currently running in third in that class. The top three have really started to separate out in PWR2 with about 5 seconds separating each of them. A good battle for third right now is Yakov Bilak. Currently is sitting right off the back of George Pizzullo's number 022 machine. Here, if we take a look in IS and check back in with them, things are still very close here at the front of the field. Here's Scott with William Mellott and Gordy Wagner, your two leaders, and it looks like we should see them coming across the line here momentarily to complete lap number 2. And Nick Soma, who started up at the front of the field, currently running at the end of lap 1, had fallen back into third place.
Yeah, we see Nick about half a second or so behind Gordy right now, so still very much with him. Actually, as we mistaken car on camera, but those they're coming over start finish right now. So, oh wow, Nick got ahead of Gordy, so he's about 3/10 off of Bill Malott, who's leading the IS class right now. So picking off Gordy at one point in the last lap, but Gordy is still right behind him, just over 7/10.
Yeah, so as they had swapped positions at the end of that lap, we'll continue to track that there, and I'm trying to pick up the two that were nose to tail, getting maybe roughed up a little bit coming out of the bus stop. Now, tell me this, and we've seen some very clean racing today.
Yep.
Does BMW CCA Club Racing still use the 13-13 rule?
Very much so.
Okay, because I know the Porsche Club has moved away from that of late, and Brian and I were covering a Porsche Club of America event actually last week at Summit Point. I'm thinking, maybe having that in place might have promoted a little cleaner racing, we'll say. But,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think it works very well for the organization. I think it's demonstrated by what you saw over the last race, where we had 40, 45 uninterrupted minutes of clean, close racing, where we went 5 wide going into turn 1 at one point.
Exactly.
And again, Specky 46 here, you look at that, such a very close field where these cars are, judged by tenths and hundredths, as opposed to, many seconds.
Exactly.
You have to be clean and fair with that, otherwise it kind of turns into a crash fest, and that's not what you want. Not when we are not pros. We are essentially gentlemen having fun on weekends.
Exactly, and none of us want to be spending hours upon hours repairing damage before we come to our next race. So I just wanted to check on that. And again, I think it speaks a lot to how these racers race. Very clean, but they seem very cognizant and aware of what's around them. And we've seen some very clean racing all day today, which I think is wonderful. As we've got our leaders now in E46 coming across the line, and it's still very close up at the front is Hostetler still pushing the issue with Phil Wirtz, less than a second separating them. Jonathan Adams in the 004 car sitting back in third, only about a second back from our 2 leaders, with Robert McInerney not very far back from there.
Just looking at some of the times in other classes as well, track definitely seems to have slowed down a bit. I think pole position in qualifying, granted that was more than 24 hours ago, was a 211 in the IS class, running 215s right now, 217s. Pole position in Specky 46, I think, was around the same, and they're running, again, 212s, 213s right now. I think track record for Specky 46 is like a 207 or so. So a bit off the pace from what it has been historically, but obviously representative by sun baking the asphalt.
Exactly. And we've seen a little bit of cloud cover this afternoon, but the ambient air temperature considerably higher now than it was the last time this group was on track. Actually, probably around 5 or 6 degrees warmer. And when they went out for the first time this morning, it was a little bit under 60 degrees. So we've picked up about 20 degrees, and obviously the sun has had the opportunity to bake the pavement for quite some time. And I'm wondering also, given the tires that the vintage racers are on, how compatible those are with some of the racing slicks that we may have out on track. And it may be with those different rubber compounds put down, there may be some incompatibility. We'll say with them heading out. Now,
funny you mentioned that, actually, because someone had ancillarily mentioned to me that the NASCAR rubber that they use in particular doesn't jive very well with something like a Hoosier, which is, outside of the spec class, Hoosier is the dominant tire within club racing. Obviously the Specky 46 guys are on a spec tire. The Hoosier, currently the Hoosier Proxy Double R, I believe is
Toyo Proxy Double R.
Sorry about that. Toyo doesn't like
that,
but
exactly.
But no, I mean, I think that's a great point, is how are those rubbers as they're laid down, are they compatible with each other? Particularly, we haven't had rain in this area in probably over a week, so nothing's been washed away at all either.
That's interesting, because I do call a lot of SCCA club races where we have a big crossover of E46 competitors into the Touring 3 class. And I'm wondering if, now that I think about it, and I look back in 2019 at Virginia International Raceway for the National Championship, we had our winner in the Touring 3 class was in a Spec E46, and I'm wondering whether or not they are required to run the Toyo Proxy Spec tire when they move out of BMW CCA Club Racing or not. Seeing that I'm going to be announcing qualifying at the runoffs in a week, I probably ought to check that. I probably should do a little bit of research.
Yeah, my guess would be that if it's not a Spec E46 specific event, that they're free to run other ones.
Choose a different tire. But they end up having to run the Spec E46 configuration for everything else. So a little question here. I'll have to look into that.
It's also difficult to be jumping between tires if you principally run one and then have to jump to another. Setup changes.
Exactly, and that's why it brought to my mind, where you have racers that move between different organizations with these cars. I think we talked before you came on for the last race that there are a number of Spec E46 racers, for example, that cross-pollinate into NASA's race program as well. So kind of the same story there. Now I know NASA's had a long-time relationship with Toyo, so maybe not a big issue there. But anyway, let's check back in. Let's check in with your IS racers if we can, Scott. Because it looks as though Nick, who gotten around Gordy Wagner, Nick Soma, who gotten around Gordy Wagner at the end of lap number 1, been maintaining a pretty consistent pace, and actually that last time by seems to be lapping a little bit faster than our leader in class, William, is it Melot? That's Melot, sorry. And I mean, that could be a question of just traffic.
Yeah, it could be traffic. We're just under 2 second difference between those two right now.
Right.
So we'll see how they go through the next lap or so. But even, Gordy Wagner is 3 seconds back of Nick Soma, actually, as they come through timing and scoring. Oh, wow. Yeah. Nick took another second off out of Bill, so it's under a second now. Right. So they should be very close as they get into the bus stop. And as I stand up to look through the S's, I'm quite interested to see how the bus stop ends up for them.
And we'll see. Yeah, well, let's take a look. We're going to put the camera on the bus stop, and we'll see if we can pick them up. And this is where I'm probably going to lean on you for liveries here, Scott.
So Bill is in an Astoro Blue E40 or E36. Actually, funny enough, it is literally a carbon copy of what my car looks like. So we've gotten confused a few times on track. But so Nick is in a light gray car, and Gordy is in a dark blue car.
Okay. So let's see. Is this
second car will be Bill.
Okay.
And actually, is that? Yeah, Nick got around him.
And so change in position there. We have a new leader in IS as Nick Soma, who started on the pole in the class. Now moves back up into the lead, getting around the 368 machine. And looks like Gordy Wagner, I think likely having to deal with some traffic, has fallen a little bit further behind. Oh, it's looking pretty congested there.
Yeah, they look to be in a gaggle of 5 cars or so.
Here we go as they come down into the toe of the boot.
And again, what you talked about before, starting position versus current running position, highlights a lot of why I love BMW CCA Club Racing, and not just in the class I run in, but you have someone who started on pole, dropped back 2 places, now he's back on pole, back in first in that again, and it's when you run close like that, it's a real joy.
Yes, exactly. I've seen many, and I've been in many races where it starts to almost look like a track day, as the leader walks away with a 15-second advantage on the rest of the field or what have you, and it's certainly discouraging as a racer. But to see so many classes here in BMW CCA Club Racing where the racing is so close from your eventual winner down through the rest of the field, that I think everybody has really a true opportunity to podium and win in many of these classes.
Yeah, and especially at the tracks that we come to every year, it kind of really becomes anybody's game. It's a great reason to highlight the racing and the quality of the competition here. So we see Nick getting around traffic. Bill does not get through. I believe that's Bob Martin in a KP class car.
And I think he may be the sole KP racer here there in the number 7 machine in his E3325. And and it's difficult. He wasn't able to get the pass done going into the S's. You can run around the outside of somebody coming up through the S's, but car gets awfully loose out there if you wander far off the line.
Yep.
And now we can see the gap that's opened up as they've had to work that traffic.
Yeah. So just looking at the end of that, we saw Gordy coming through the end of the bus stop. Looks about both Bill and Nick seem to be on the close to each other now, and Gordy just needs to get through the next 2-3 cars to get back into that pack and fight. But still podium position, I believe, for him.
All right, so this is confusing me a little bit. So we've got Emmerich Steller in the chat, which confuses me because I think we've got Emmerich Steller on the track. and he's saying, do we think Emmerich will take first? And then he says, Scott, please speak on Emmerich.
So I actually don't know Emmerich. I do know the person in second place, Andrew Palumbo, is trying to chase him down. But again, it looks like Emmerich has had a stellar weekend, just really turning.
I like how you worked that in, that he's had a stellar weekend.
Yeah, pun intended.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's having a really great weekend. Again, they're in PWR, and he's actually not on a slick tire. He's on a 200 treadwear tire, so you actually get a break on your modifier on that. So I think it's a +1 if you run the 200 treadwears on that, and an E36 with an S54 motor, and he's really just running away.
Wow.
To be honest,
and as we've seen, there are some 200 treadwear tires that they very closely approximate the grip levels that you see in some R compounds. I mean, for new tire news, Hoosier just introduced a 200 treadwear tire, which I think is really geared more towards the club racer and the HPDE crowd than, say, autocrossing or other groups that require a 200 treadwear tire. But in the testing that we've seen, runs times that are fairly similar to, say, a Hoosier R7 and even close in some cases to an A7. They're not going to come up to temp as quickly, I think, as an A7, but I think that's very encouraging for folks that might want to take that modifier.
It'll be really interesting, particularly in a sprint format where you're running 20, 30, I guess up to 40-minute races. What's the endurance of that tire overall? Right. Like, does it fall off in the way, like an A7, if it falls off on a really hot day, toward the end of a 40-minute session, it doesn't really have that ability to hold that heat in there. It kind of just, I don't want to say self-detonates, but it becomes ineffective.
Right.
Really interesting to see what that tire comes out with. Hoosier has a good past history of releasing things that are tier 1 products, and seem to put everything else in that category out of
the picture. Yeah. Exactly. All right, so setting new overall fast lap, Keith Promozic in the 072 PWR3 E36 M3. He's currently running 7th overall, and he's running, I believe, 3rd in PWR3, but behind Palumbo and now Greg Papazian. But with that 208.4, he now is, I think, only about a half second back behind Papazian, and was almost a second and a half faster than the two PWR3 racers ahead of him.
Yeah, he really seems to be tearing it up right now. It'll be interesting to see how him and Greg interact, as I believe they should be coming up through the S's soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we should, based on when they cross the stripe, I think we'll see them.
Yeah, that's them going through the track. Greg's in an E46 M3, and Keith is in a E36 M3 with an S54 in it. So, again, you see the difference in well, I guess they're in the same engine, but different chassis. But they're still tied to the same rule book and class structure in that. So they're able to battle it out. I really think PWR has been a great asset to the organization, particularly in some classes where you really only have maybe one or two racers just entirely within the program. It gives those people an ability to move to a class where you're running with 10 other people. And again, that's more fun than running out.
Absolutely, than being the only one in a class. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we had Mark Tomas up here earlier, and he is, I think, a heck of an ambassador for that category of racing.
Yeah, he wants people to know about this, and he does it loudly and proudly, and it's again, great asset to the organization to have someone to champion that, because you take the risk to create that, but if you don't have someone to create a groundswell of people and interest and answer questions too, it's very easy for things to just go by the wayside.
Yeah, exactly. To kind of die off and have a very early gestation period there. All right, let's take a quick look, as I think we're starting to see some changes here, actually. And I said that earlier at PWR3 that I thought, Keith, that Palumbo was your leader. That is not the case, because Emmerich Steller is your leader in PWR3. Not only that, but he has gotten around Phil Wirtz. So Steller, who started in that second pack, has made his way through the entire E46 field and is now your first place runner overall. He's got our E46 leader, Phil Wirtz, behind him, and then Andrew Palumbo is running second in PWR3 is sitting third overall. So a lot of those PWR3 racers, Promozic as well as Papazian, now having gotten around the majority of the E46 field, that's going to make things very difficult, I think, on Jonathan Adams right now, obviously, who's running second in E46, or Spec E46, because he's got those two PWR3 machines between he and Phil Wirtz.
Yeah, the traffic like that is always what can make or break a race, how you catch a car. Again, we talked about it before a bunch of times.
And we've got getting
contact.
very
Jesse. It looks like Jesse Clark in a Spec E46, the orange car there, but I didn't catch a number.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I don't know, because he never left the track surface, if we'll actually get anything from the flaggers over there. I don't think there was actually. It looked like the rear end just started to step out on him a little bit, and he was trying to correct. There might have been some contact while the trailing car was trying to figure out what the machine ahead of him was going to do.
Yeah, curb four strikes again. I think that's the third or fourth time even since I've been in this in the booth. Just going back to PWR3, it looks like Andrew Palumbo, TSQJ Racing, has taken about a second and a half out of Emmerich. I don't know if that's traffic, just because their lap times don't look to be meaningfully different at this point. But it was at 6 seconds and now at 4.5. So see if he can chip away with that with the, does it say 8 minutes or so remaining in the race?
Yeah, we should have, it looks like, somewhere around the lines of 8 minutes now remaining on the clock. And somebody put in the chat here, and I wanted to thank them. It's Go Buffs 1993. Don't know who that is, by the way. About the 177 E46 machine. That is Scott Ryman, and he's currently running 15th in the field. Scott is, I guess, the chairman for BMW CCA Club Racing. I've been working with Scott quite a bit in the as you can imagine, and as we're trying to get this broadcast together, been working with Scott and his team quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. And we tried to meet up. Hopefully, we'll be able to meet him in the paddock tonight. Have a good beer and good talk. He's been very, very great. He's been great to work with.
Yeah, and he's been a great leader for club racing. I think one of the challenges with having the chairman is that you don't want to run into the chairman.
No,
when you're
certainly
on track.
not.
So, but he actually moved over from IP to Spec E46. I think it was either last year or the year before that.
Okay.
So again, great to see him continuing to dice it up. Running the organization is no easy feat. It requires a lot of hours out of your week.
Yep.
So to be able to continue to race with that as well is a great asset to us.
And so Scott's claim to what he sent me. We ask Brian and I ask all the drivers to submit a driver bio to us, so we can find out a little bit more about the racers. And and again, we already knew his position in club racing, but he tells us that his main accomplishment in club racing is that he has probably the most second place trophies ever in BMW CCA Club Racing.
It's accurate. That is accurate.
Is it accurate?
Yeah.
Oh my! So he is again running in the top half of a very stout Spec E46 field. And when I say Wirtz now starting to work his way away from the field, and again I think a lot of this has to do with the traffic, but so many of these racers are only within half a second. I've been watching Greg Hartman and Joe Fuchs in the battle for 6th right now. The 745 machine and the 117 machine. That the last time they crossed the stripe, they were within about a half a car length, and we can see here all across the track surface. And I have to apologize, Scott, because I see an E46 or I see an E36. I can't tell the difference in what class they're in, and my cameras can't pick it up. But I just see close racing all the way across the board.
So I actually see the new Palumbo's logo down there. Actually, Andrew Palumbo, who runs that repair shop, just took another second and a half out of Emmerich, so he's down to under 2 seconds now. This could be quite exciting at the end. Yeah, I wonder if the 200 treadwear making a difference. I know Andrew's on a set of sticker R7s.
R7,
so we might see that play out over the long race period.
Exactly. There. And I'm used to racing Hoosier rubber on a much lighter car, on a 2,400 pound car thereabouts.
This is them right here.
Yeah, and we can see here where one car will push very wide out of the.
That's actually Keith behind him as well. So this could be a three-way battle for second, third.
Yeah, and so Promozic, who had been lapping at one point a little bit faster than the drivers ahead, even on that last lap, was still about 9/10 of a second faster than Palumbo ahead. Palumbo just set his personal best lap on the 11th lap, and and like you're saying, we're looking at about a second and a half to a second between the top three drivers with Papazian in there in the 068 car, not very far behind.
No, and again, close racing. It creates excitement for us, for them. Should be quite fun as we get down to the last 5 minutes or so.
There we go. Finally, that camera is working.
There we go.
This one, not so much.
Actually, is this? I'm just looking out at start finish. It looks like he might have white flag in hand.
And yep, it looks like he's got the stick there right in front of him. Haven't heard from race control whether or not he will be displaying it soon. But as we've got, it looks like less than 4 minutes remaining on the clock. I would suspect that we've got probably this lap and maybe one more. We'll see here.
Oh, no, it wasn't white flag. It's a blue flag.
Oh.
No, now the white flag.
Now it's the white
flag.
There we
go.
He's testing it out. He's got it down at his hip. And Natalie Soma in the chat. Shout out to Nick Soma from Vito, his son, and Alyssa, his daughter.
Oh, did Nick drop back?
Let's take a look.
It's hard to tell with the app when it does and does not update.
Yeah, we've seen some connectivity issues here today. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like Nick dropped back. Yeah. He must have had an offer or something. He's about 30 seconds back now.
All right, so there's the word. Next time our leader comes by, and that would be, for the moment, that would be Emmerich Steller, who's got about a 2-second advantage now over Andrew Palumbo. The next time they come onto the front straight, they'll see the white flag in the air. And as we mentioned, we've got Emmerich Steller in the chat, says that the entire Steller family is watching and needs this moment.
Oh, so, that's awesome.
That is very cool, and I want to thank you all for joining us. And by the way, if you like the coverage that you see, please go ahead and give us a big thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, go and subscribe to the respective YouTube channels, whether it be BMW CCA Club Racing or VRG. And we'll be watching now for the number 10 machine.
You know, as I said, the thing about maybe Emmerich's tires are starting to fall off in the longer race. He rips off a 207.8, and, Andrew's on a 207.9. So maybe cooling his tires, again, tire management, one of those things that you're starting to learn about.
You have to make it last. All right, so our leaders there comes Emmerich Steller, and comes onto the front straight, and waiting here through this group, and white flag is in the air. As our leaders working their very last lap.
Keith really closed up in the braking zone at turn 1. I don't know if we have that on camera here, but
let's take a look. We're seeing, is this? I think this is them right now. We see coming through turn 1.
Oh, yep, there we go.
There we go. Coming
Knows
up
the
the
tail
line.
though.
Absolutely.
It's really battle for second, third.
And so we'll see. He might, with that draft coming up the hill, might be able to get a good run coming into the bus stop. I would expect that Palumbo might move to the inside a little bit to cover. So let's take a look as they come out of the S's. It looks like they're that third group in line. Yeah, going to protect the inside.
Oh, is that Keith?
And we see the rundown. Let's take a look.
Yeah, Keith got by.
Yeah, and there you
over under.
Let's see if he can make it work coming out. But yeah, at the moment, and he's going to try to push the car down underneath Palumbo. But for the moment, Keith Promozic in the 072 car has worked his way up into second position. And in doing so, that has also allowed Emmerich Steller to open up a little bit more of a gap there as they start to work their way down into the boot for the last time.
Got to be close. I don't see them anywhere on any of the
we're having
cameras here. But
let's take we'll park ourselves over here at turn 9 and see if we can pick them up coming out of the corner. Just as that camera happens.
Yeah, there goes Emmerich.
There we go. So there is our leader, Emmerich Steller, in the black number 10 PWR 3 machine, and there is the battle now for second between Promozic and Palumbo as they come into the two final corners all by himself. Emmerich Steller, who worked from the lead of our second pack all the way through the E46s to take the overall lead, and there he is. Checkered flag is in the air. Emmerich Steller takes the win with Keith Bromozic on the very last lap, makes the pass going into the bus stop. He'll take second in PWR3. Andrew Palumbo will finish in third. Greg Papazian will finish just off the podium in fourth. And now we're going to take a look for our E46 leader. That was Phil Wirtz as we started the final lap. He was in fifth position overall. And we had, as the PWR3 racers started to work through, the rest of the E46 field started to at least move up a little bit. Jonathan Adams, who when we started the last lap was about 2 seconds back, about 3.5 for Ben Hostetler. And as they come across the line, it is Phil Wirtz taking the win in Spec E46. Jonathan Adams will finish second, Hostetler third. Jeff Quesenberry will finish in fourth, with Greg Hartman finish in fifth. And as we step back and take a look at some of our other classes, let's look at that IS field here. And I'm looking to see if they were a lap down, but it looks as though in IS we had William Malott there in the 368 machine. He's going to take the win over Gordy Wagner. We said that Nick Soma had some issues about mid-race. That allowed Gordy Wagner to move up into second, Charles Benoit to finish in third, as Wagner just now crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. Benoit should be a couple more seconds back. Nick Soma had already taken the checker that last time by, and there you go. That is your podium in IS. In KP, we mentioned Bob Martin was our sole racer in the class, and Bob finishes up at, I think, 46th or 47th overall, but that sounds like it's a lot pretty deep in the field, but we had over 55 cars there out on track. And now let's move over to PWR2, where Besik Menabdi takes the win in the number 46, E46 M3. Yakov Bielak will finish second. Mark Tomez, who had been sitting at the tail end of the PWR2 field, works his way up to finish in third in that number 67 machine. Jacques Peneton will finish in fourth, and George Pizzullo will round out the top five in PWR2. Very, very exciting here, Scott. Mm-hmm. And a great way to finish up the day. Let's do this if we can. Josh, if we can bring up the schedule so we can show everybody what's coming up tomorrow. That would be Sunday. We're going to start all over again. We're going to start the day with BMW CCA Club Racing with our Group 1. So we'll see the B-Mod and C-Mod and D-Mod racers, IP, the M2 Spec. So hopefully we'll have another in-car video from one of our drivers there. PWR4 will be out there as well. We'll then break into some VRG racing action at 10:50 a.m. And again, we'll be starting the stream tomorrow morning on both YouTube channels at 10:25. We're going to let you guys sleep in a little bit, maybe watch some Formula One racing from Singapore, and then you could come catch us because we're just as important. And then, of course, there is the schedule for the rest of the day. Now, tell us a little bit. You were trying to fill us in a little bit on what the Australian Enduro was for that BMW has a little bit later in the day. Oh, Josh, let me bring Josh's microphone on here. Tell us, Josh, for the first time today, we're putting you on mic. Tell us a little bit about the Australian Enduro that we're going to be running tomorrow afternoon with BMW CCA. No, you're on air. Keep talking.
I am on air.
Yes, you are.
The only one I ever saw was where the faster cars start behind the slower cars by
so
a
an
matter
inverted
of
field.
time.
Okay.
/laps, and the faster cars basically have to try and catch up to the slowest cars.
Gotcha.
The one race I saw, a Morgan three-wheeler went out first, and a 68 Camaro went out last.
Morgan three-wheeler on track is a choice.
Yes. and I'd say not a sane one either. I'd probably rather be in a plus
It was
4.
one of 3 that weekend.
Oh, lovely.
And
All
not
right.
a parachute.
All right. So there you go. So that is going to be part of the action tomorrow, but we're going to be starting the day off with lots of sprint races here for BMW CCA and the Vintage Racer Group. So for Scott obviously Scott Sterling here, we want to also thank Frank Delvecchio. We want to thank Denny Austin. Thank you, Brian. As all these names are just flying through my head right now. Also, Mark Tomas, who joined us up in the booth earlier, and his lovely wife. For Brian Donati, for Josh Ashby, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:25. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we'll see you tomorrow.